pro and a world traveler.
Right, and how would you describe your playing style, either on the court or around the travels?
I would say I am very agile.
What does that mean?
That means that I can get anything from anywhere.
What's your number of Wimbledon titles?
2.
Your number of other titles?
51.
Do you know your number of Twitter followers?
No, but I would guess. That would be 4.3 million.
And can you describe yourself in 3 words?
Emotional, honest, and crazy.
And what skills do you have to be a Wimbledon champion?
I offer you something that nobody has offered before.
Well, what's that?
Well, it has to stay as a surprise, right?
What do you consider to be your weakness?
I'm late, so I'll be a bit late for my job. But you can tolerate anything within 15-minute range, if that's okay for you.
Okay, that's what I have to be ready for. Okay, and how do you deal with stressful situations?
I breathe.
Can you give me an example? Lastly, why should we give you this job of being the 2015 Wimbledon champion?
Because I'll make the best out of it.
Okay, well, thank you for applying. I'll get back to you, let you know if you're successful.
Quiet, please. Play.
So Novak Djokovic going for another Wimbledon title this year. He's currently 1 game all and deuce in the 5th set on Anderson's serve out on number 1 court. It proves to be quite an exciting battle for this quarter-final place. And we will keep you posted on exactly how it develops. But we had to abandon Catherine a little bit earlier to take you out to reveal that play was beginning on court number 1. We're now back and we can pick up where we left off with our social media reporter, Catherine Whitaker.
Thanks, Cara. Well, yes, I did want to bring you up to date with a lot of chatter there's been about Andy Murray yesterday. Not just the fact that he won, but the way he won, because he won by employing a very interesting tactic. He lobbed Ivo Karlovic, 6'11" Ivo Karlovic, a number of times. Ivo Karlovic is, he might have won yesterday, but he does top the 2015 ace leaderboard with 165 in 4 matches. In one of those matches, second round against Dolgopolov, he served 53 aces. And he's also pretty strong at the net, that incredibly big wingspan. But one of the things he does is he closes extremely close on the net. So his enormous wingspan means he can pretty much cut off all the angles, but that does leave him, if you're as skilled as Andy Murray, susceptible to the lob. And the way he used it was he lobbed him a few times, and that just placed the doubt in Karlovic's mind and caused him to back off the net, which then, in the last couple of sets, opened up the angles for Andy Murray so he could pass him. It was incredibly astute play, I thought, and just amazing stuff to see a 6'11" man.
Miss those, yeah.
Incredible stuff, and a real indication, I think, of what both Amelie Mauresmo and Jonas Bjorkman are bringing to his game. Would you agree, Mats?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I haven't seen Andy Murray play against that many serve and volleyers, I guess, in the last, so you forget about it. And I think that these players, they like to go out and hit the ball as hard as they can, put as much topspin as possible, but the lob is, if you don't think about it, it doesn't just come to you. And it's exactly what you're saying, Catherine. You try and lob a player so that they move away from the net. Now that opens up the cross-court angles. And for Karlovic, I think he goes as close because it's hard to lob him. And he's so tall, and he's maybe a little bit slower because he's tall. And all he's trying to just get a racket on the ball, and then the volley falls over. But Andy Murray can do it off of both sides, and that's very difficult. Not a lot of players can do that.
Well, it's interesting. He faces Vasek Pospisil next, who's no stranger to the serve and volley either. So it'll be interesting to see how much he uses the lob in that one. A couple of other things to bring you up to date with on social media. New round, new emoji, as Wimbledon are saying on Twitter. So every time you tweet at Wimbledon or tweet with the hashtag Wimbledon, you will be treated to that lovely strawberry, which I'm sure Roger Federer is very excited about. He, of course, getting quite into the use of emojis this week. Also, we've had some fantastic information sent through by Google about the most searched for players and the most searched for the most used searches in relation to Wimbledon. So these are the most searched for things from yesterday. So number 1, Wimbledon. Number 2, Serena Williams. Number 3, Venus Williams. So those two eclipsing all the other players. Number 4, Nick Kyrgios. Well, we've spoken lots about him. Understandable that he's so searched for. Andy Murray. Wimbledon Live. I would like to think that that's us, perhaps.
Yeah, you never know.
And Richard Gasquet, of course, Nick Kyrgios' opponent. Maria Sharapova. Order of play, and then Wimbledon live scores. So that's interesting. Also, some of the phrases that have been searched for in relation to Wimbledon. Number 1, how many times has Novak Djokovic won Wimbledon? Who won Wimbledon 2015? How do I get tickets to Wimbledon? Or how do I get Wimbledon tickets in general? With much difficulty,
yes.
because they're like absolute gold dust, aren't they? Particularly this year, we've seen queues quite literally around the block, or around Wimbledon Park at least. What to wear to Wimbledon 2015? How many courts at Wimbledon? Where to watch Wimbledon in London? How many times has Serena Williams won Wimbledon? And who will win Wimbledon 2015? That's almost like what does Google reply to you when you search who will win Wimbledon 2015? I mean, what does it say?
Whichever articles have been written about
exactly.
it,
Maybe I'll give it a go and see what Google has for me.
I have to just keep everyone up to date because there's this huge match going on number 1 court, and Kevin Anderson has 2 break points at 2-1 up in the first to try and break Novak Djokovic's serve at this early stage of the 5th, but there really is only 1 set to go. And what's your initial takeaway from watching some of this, Matt?
Well, Kevin Anderson has started out very aggressively, the same as he did yesterday. But it's very difficult for me to speak when there's such an important match card going on one of the monitors. But it looks like Djokovic is a little bit tentative. Kevin Anderson has a very clear game plan, and it does look like Kevin Anderson has gone back to what he did in the first 2 sets, which is take time away from Djokovic.
Yeah, well, he wasn't able to convert one of those break points, and he's still got 1 more now. He is 40-30 against Djokovic's serve. He went long on the last break point and unable to convert that one as well. Just to check. No, okay, still 30-40. Apologies, Catherine. We're all very distracted by this big match going on. But Wimbledon searches, it's so hard to know who's going to win the championships. I did actually say to Matt, so I'm going to pick Anderson to come through this match, which is why we're so gripped to see who actually does.
That's why you're watching the images there, because you've got so much riding on it. Both your credibilities are riding on this match. So I'm not saying anything. So I don't want my credibility riding on this match. Another topic which is picking up a lot of traction on social media everywhere, in fact, today, Grigor Dimitrov, of course, went out in the 3rd round to Richard Gasquet quite limply last week and has now split with his coach of a couple of years, Roger Rashid. He posted the news on Twitter yesterday. He said, after much thought, I've decided to end my working relationship with Roger. He continued. We had many accomplishments together, of course, Wimbledon semi-final last year, and I wish him all the best going forward. And finally, I want to thank him for all his hard work and support over the past couple of years. It's a very interesting one, isn't it? Because Roger Rashid doesn't have a tennis background. He was an Aussie rules footballer over in Australia, and his specialty is very much the physical aspect of tennis. Am I right? I mean, he worked with...
He's a good tennis player, though.
Decent tennis player, but what he's mostly brought to Grigor Dimitrov's game is that physical durability, isn't it? He's a different physical specimen to what he was 2 years ago, and that was something Dimitrov undoubtedly needed. Do you think what he needs now is a Lendl or a Maresmo or one of the other coaches who can bring him the mentality of a champion?
I think it's hard. I mean, it's hard to put yourself in his mind. I think with players that are young and developing, what they need is somebody like Roger Rashid, and then the addition of somebody who has the experience of having been in the heat of the battle, maybe even having won Grand Slam titles, and because that experience, you can never gain it unless you've been there. And it doesn't mean it's going to work or help that much, but I mean, it'll just paint the picture, and Dimitrov can then believe in it. But Roger Rashid, he's very accomplished. He worked with Leighton Hewitt for a long time. He would have learned a lot from Leighton Hewitt. And again, he's very physical, Roger Rashid, but he is also a really good, very, very good tennis player. So I saw him practice with Grigor Dimitrov many times. So it's not that he doesn't play the game at all. So he's very accomplished, and who knows, maybe he's learned enough from Roger Rashid. The question is, somebody like Grigor Dimitrov, do they feel they have the discipline to now keep up the same work that he did with Roger Rashid? That's always the danger when you let somebody like Roger Rashid go, I think.
And are you at all surprised? Because everyone was sort of predicting that this would happen, and sure enough, before even the end of the championships, of course, Grigor himself is no longer in the championships. He's announced that that is their departure. It was a much anticipated split, and it's stayed true to form.
Yeah, it's certainly, I mean, certainly all has not been well in the Dimitrov camp for a while, and he lost first round of the French, obviously, and now he's starting to lose ranking points. He'll have lost a lot here this week, and he's got lots to defend going forward. So I think the bottom line is something had to be done with Dimitrov, didn't it? Something has to change, but just getting rid of Roger Rashid isn't going to solve the problem. What, I mean, what would you, if you were to devise a three-point plan for Grigor Dimitrov with all the talent he has? I mean, he's almost got too much talent. He doesn't know what to do with it, does he? I mean, if you were to devise a three-point plan for Grigor Dimitrov to try and fulfill his potential, what would it be, Mats?
Well, I think you have to keep up with the work ethic that Roger Rashid has built into the everyday life of Grigor Dimitrov, or at least in the beginning of I'm not sure what's happened in the last month or two, but I know that he worked extremely hard and it got him into shape. So I think you have to keep that up, because the other top players, that's what they do. Then now you need somebody to come in and help him with his tennis as well. And Roger Rashid obviously did that. But technically, is that backhand good enough? Is there something we can do there? Is it too big a swing? That serve is a little too inconsistent at times. What are we going to do? We're going to go for aces. We're going to spin it in. And then, how do you think? What do you think when you are trying to win big matches? Like, who's going to tell him that? Who's he going to believe in? I think that's it. A lot of players and coaches, players in the past, new coaches, they know exactly the same thing as an Ivan Lendl or John McEnroe. They just haven't been there, and that's the difference. So hearing it from the right words from the right mouth is what it's all about. And there's a lot of players, a lot of coaches, and most probably players that are in their 40s that are quitting the doubles scene soon, that are interested in this job, because Grigor Dimitrov is a nice guy. He works hard. He's got a usually good attitude. He's got a lot of talent. He should make it to the top 10 and stay there, be consistent. But also, there's a lot of pressure, obviously, after today, on the coach as well.
It's interesting. Two big jobs in the coaching world going, aren't there? There's coaching Nick Kyrgios, there's coaching Grigor Dimitrov. Between the two of them, they have just an enormous well of talent, don't they? Those two should both be winning Grand Slam titles for the next 5 to 10 years. So it's, I mean, they're two, I'm sure, hugely coveted jobs, but I think they come with their pitfalls as well. I mean, so much pressure on you. It'd be very interesting to see who either of those two turn to. Maybe they'll be competing for the same coaches.
If you had to choose one, Mats, who would you coach?
Well, I mean, I think that Grigor Dimitrov is more predictable as a person, because he's going to behave very well. He's going to work very hard. He's always talked about that's what he wants to be. He wants to be as good a tennis player as he can be, and hopefully that's #1 in the world. Whereas with Nick Kyrgios, we know that he's a fighter, he says. He's a winner. He wants to be a champion. We don't know if he's ever going to change the way he behaves. Are you willing to deal with how Nick Kyrgios is behaving at the moment, and are you able to change it to a more positive outlook? That's the question. So that Nick Kyrgios needs a really, really strong hand, I think, with him if they're going to try and shape him into being the best player that he can be.
Do you see any candidates with that strong hand?
I don't at the moment. I really don't. But
there is literally nobody out there strong enough to coach Nick Kyrgios.
Well, John McEnroe is out there. He sure
Very
will be,
good call.
He will sure be strong enough. He most probably would love a job like that.
He has expressed interest in coaching, hasn't he, John McEnroe? We're hoping to get him up to the studio at some stage, I think. And he has said before, in relation to Andy Murray, he's been asked by the British press a number of times, were you hoping that you might get the call when he split with Lendl? And he has sort of said, yeah, the call just hasn't come yet. He certainly hasn't ruled out coaching. He's just waiting for the right opportunity to come his way, I think. And another person that has said they're interested in more coaching is Martina Navratilova, and who can doubt her experience? So there are plenty of good coaches out there. It's just finding the right fits for the right players, isn't it?
That would be some matchup. Mats Wilander's called it. John McEnroe, Nick Kyrgios, who knows? Okay, well, we're going to throw out to one of our reporters, Rachel Stringer, for an update. Over to you, Rachel.
So if you want to see some famous people around here at Wimbledon, the roof is the place to go. I just spotted James Ward, who was rushing around. He looks very different, though, very smart. Got a bit of designer stuff going on. How are you feeling, James?
I'm good. A little bit tired. You know, it's been a couple of days off now after I played, and you know, I'll just start getting back into things towards the end of the week, getting ready for Davis Cup.
I mean, it was an amazing game. I mean, a 5-set thriller, wasn't it? 6-8 at the end. I mean, can you just talk us through, you know, just the emotions in that last final set, you know, how it was? We all were rooting for you up here.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Lots of ups and downs, as you can imagine. You know, it was 3.5 hours of tough tennis on a big court with a lot of support and emotionally draining as well. So, as I say, I've just tried to have a couple of days off and get ready for the new challenge next week.
But it must have given you loads of confidence. And I mentioned it earlier on in the week when I saw you, now top 100th in the world, a massive kind of milestone for you. And like you just said, going to Davis Cup, it must give you, you know, a great boost going into that.
Yeah, for sure. It will feel good, you know, and gives me a lot of confidence going forward, not just for next week, but for the rest of the year as well. And yeah, as I say, go out there, give it my best again next week and see what we can do.
And obviously Andy Murray is playing Pospisil, who you played in that round. Next up in the quarterfinals, have you got any advice for him? Have you mentioned to him what he should watch out for there?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I don't think he needs my advice too much, to be honest. But you know, if he wants to ask, I'm sure I can tell him a couple of things that he does maybe on the grass that maybe plays a little bit differently on the other surfaces. But yeah, it's a difficult match. You know, he doesn't give you much rhythm. He wants to keep the points short, and Andy wants to keep him as long as possible. So it will be definitely be an interesting one to watch, and one I will be watching.
I think you're definitely firmly in British tennis fans' eyes now, and I guess people in Great Britain in general. I mean, have you had anyone stopping you on the tube or anything since your match?
To be honest, I've been at home the whole time, so I wouldn't have seen anyone. Yeah, exactly. I was a bit depressed after I lost, but you know, obviously now thinking ahead to next week and getting out and about and start training again, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And earlier on in the week, James told me on his £77,000 that he won here, he'd buy a pair of shoes. James, have you bought a pair yet?
Not yet, because I haven't been out shopping, but I will keep to my word, and I will show you them when I get them.
Please, can you post them on Instagram or whatever you have, Twitter when you have them. Thank you very much, James, and good luck in the Davis Cup.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you.
Well, what a treat to have spotted James Ward up here on a day off, out of the tennis clothes. A bit taller than I expected, actually, but always funny. We saw Heather Watson here yesterday, dressed in her home clothes, as it were, obviously out of the championship so far this year. James Ward will reflect on a historic Wimbledon for him, getting further than he ever has before, breaking into the world's top 100. He joked, Mats, that he can get his friends off his back now because they always tease him about that. That is a milestone for a player, isn't it, making it into the top 100 for the first time?
Definitely. Top 100 is a big deal. Winning a match in a Grand Slam is a big deal. And then obviously with every round you progress, that's a big deal. I think the next thing for James Ward is most probably something like a top 50. Maybe taking the British Davis Cup team into the semi-finals alongside Andy Murray, because obviously they have a big match against France at Queen's here after Wimbledon on grass, which you would think he'd be qualified for as a singles player. Now obviously Andy Murray is the number one, but James Ward, yeah, he has time on his side. He has a few more years left in him where he could play his best tennis, so it's great to see him here, and it was too bad that he couldn't pull the upset off against Vasek Pospisil.
Indeed, he did come so close, didn't he? Vasek Pospisil's made an unbelievable run, and we talk about unseeded players who've made it into the quarterfinals at this year's championships. It's Coco van der Wey who's done so in the women's, and it is Vasek Pospisil who's done so in the men's. Just to update you, Coco van der Wey is already down a break on centre court. Maria Sharapova has broken her to go 3-1 up in the first set. And as for the current clash over on court number 1 between Novak Djokovic and Kevin Anderson, it's 3 games apiece in the 5th set. They're tied. They've had, well, Kevin Anderson's had a couple of break points that he hasn't been able to convert, so we'll continue to keep you updated. But right now, let's head out to Adam Hunt for an update from him.
Well, delighted to say I'm joined by Matt Cronin of Tennis.com. Matt, it's quarterfinals day in the ladies' singles. We'll look back now to start with. Who's impressed you so far on the ladies' side?
Well, we have Serena Williams having to play against Venus. They played each other so many times. I thought that if Venus came in, played great. She had to serve gigantic forehand, had to be good backhand. She had to be very, very impressive, but she wasn't. Serena was just unbelievable, especially the second set. She said, I know my Venus will get on top of me, but in order to affect her, she had to go really quickly. She couldn't do it at all.
And Serena chasing, of course, the Serena Slam. What marks out of 10 would you give her so far for her first week and a bit's performance?
Well, she hasn't been 10, I'd say maybe 7, but the thing about Serena, is she knows how to play. She's so smart. She's been around. She's 33 years old. Even when she's playing badly, she wins because she knows exactly what to do it at the end.
Who can you see that might be able to stop her?
Well, you have to think Maria Sharapova, right? She hasn't beaten her since 2004, beats her here at Wimbledon, shocks everyone. Maria's only 17 years old. Serena was like, oh my goodness, who is this girl? But since then, she has not beaten her one time. Sharapova, she wants this better than any self. She wants it here, but she's going to have to play unbelievable to be able to beat Serena.
Do you think the problem between those two is mental for Sharapova, because it's been so long that she hasn't beaten her? Serena's had her number really on all of the different surfaces. Is it a mental issue?
Yeah, I mean, she'll say that. She'll say it's mental because there have been times, I'd say, over the last 3 years, Maria is very close, but you get to the third set or close to the end of the second set, she panics. She needs a much bigger serve. Return needs to be much better. She's actually going to have to go to the net, which she rarely does. That's the only way she's going to be able to do it, and really, it's in her head.
But Maria's opponent, Coco Vandeweghe, really leading the charge in terms of the young Americans. Madison Keys also in action as well. Are they the new guard of American tennis on the women's side who will have to eventually, when she does retire, take over from Serena?
Well, you would think, look, I mean, Vandeweghe's 23 years old. She actually started playing in 2006 and no one knew her. But she's big, she's strong. She's been saying this for 2 to 3 years. Here I come, here I come. She's extremely forceful. She's big, she's strong, she's not afraid at all. I don't think she's going to beat Sharapova, but I think she'll be very, very close.
And it's a good chance at the bottom of the draw for Madison Keys, because that certainly is, looking at it, the weaker part of the draw. Bashinsky is in that part of the draw as well. Do you think that that's a good opportunity for Madison Keys, whoever she has to play in the next round, if she does get through today?
Yeah, well, you have 4 players, and we don't really know who's going to get through there. I mean, and other players are thinking, okay, this person automatically is going to get through all the way to the finals. Can't do it. I would say Madison Keys, only 20 years old, another one. Big, strong, huge serve, could get through. But for me, I think Aga Radwanska, she reached here, what was it, 3 years ago? So smart, a lot of creativity now, which we see out there. And she has been doing nothing at all this year, but she got on the grass. She believes it herself. I think she's going to be able to get through.
And just finally, we're set for a shootout over on court number 1, the final men's singles 4th round to finish. Djokovic versus Anderson. You have to favour Djokovic because he did come back very well as the light was starting to fade last night. But do you think Anderson's going to start this set as well as he did the first 2 sets yesterday?
Yeah, listen, I think Anderson has a shot, because if he would have stayed on after he lost the 3rd and the 4th set, Anderson could have went down very quickly, because Djokovic all of a sudden was playing great again. But now they start off, it's 50-50. He's got a real shot, but he's got to do it very quickly. He's got to grab a break extremely quickly, get there, play unbelievable, and then he will shock.
And Djokovic, he's going to want to get off the court and win as quickly as possible, because he's not going to want to. I mean, he's having to. If he does win, he's going to have to play 3 matches in a row, 3 days in a row. Yeah,
well, I mean, look. Djokovic never goes down to the guys who aren't the top guys. I mean, if he's playing Murray, Federer, possibilities, right? Nadal is gone. But for Djokovic, he pretty much thinks, okay, maybe Wawrinka, the big guys, they can hit me. But Anderson, I know him better. I've beaten him time and time after again. If he plays really well, I think physically he'll be fine, because he never gets tired, ever.
Thanks, Matt. Well, hopefully the rain stays away. Enjoy your day.
Thanks.
Yes, we all hope the rain does stay away. Welcome back to our live at Wimbledon interactive studio coverage here. I'm Annabelle Croft, alongside the 7 times Grand Slam champion, Mats Wilander. And of course, I'm delighted to welcome into our studio Leander Paes, holder of 15 Grand Slam doubles titles, and of course, Wimbledon as well. Great to have you with us. And you won today with Martina Hingis. You're into the quarterfinals. How are you enjoying Wimbledon so far?
Well, it's just fantastic. I'm actually loving the view you guys have from around here. Yeah? It's just a magical
view
over court 18. It's been a really fun Wimbledon so far, because the weather's been great so far. In fact, even though we got a few showers today, it's a welcome change. It makes us feel like we've always felt at Wimbledon.
Yeah, when I look at your CV, it's so incredible, Leander. It's difficult to know where to start, but just tell us, first of all, your earliest memories of Wimbledon.
You're too kind. My first year here was in 1989. I came in as a little Indian boy from Calcutta, and I had to earn my badge in the juniors. And I played the qualifying and qualified, and then that was the first year I kind of believed that I could come and play at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
When you grow up at the South Club in Calcutta and you work hard to get to this level, you're a little overawed the first year you come. You hear of the great players like Mats,
Yeah.
you hear of the great players like yourself
Well,
who've
I'm
been up
definitely not
there.
in that category,
And
but
you basically look at the winners board and you're like, do I really belong? And then over the first couple years, you kind of find your feet, you find yourself around there. And then I worked very, very hard for the 1990 junior singles title here. And I played on the old court number 3. And that was a bit of a nerve-wracking final. And then the rest was just history.
yeah, and of course you can't have had too many grass courts where you grew up, so grass must have been quite an alien surface to you.
We actually had more grass courts than we
Did
had
you?
European clay.
How
European
interesting.
clay courts had little pebbles in them. So you were kind of slip-sliding and
Yeah.
kind of churning your wheels in one spot.
Wow, so did you
And,
grow up on grass then?
I did grow up on grass, yeah, and that's why my
Wow.
old Eastern forehand,
Right,
I had to kind of
exactly.
learn to switch it over.
Yeah.
In fact, Mats was one of the players I learned a lot from because the way he played, his style of playing, like
Yeah.
that two-handed backhand that he had, in the 87 final in the US Open, you came with something new with the slice one-handed backhand. And that kind of taught me that my Eastern forehand that I had to switch over a little bit to a Western forehand. So I felt like if great players like him could actually reinvent themselves, that's what I've tried to do for the last 26 years.
Yeah.
Right, amazing. I was going to say, I'm going to start the other side of the spectrum, which is you've been to 6 Olympics, and you are already qualified to go to 2016 in Rio. That's 7 Olympics.
That's amazing.
Please, can somebody send in on social media if they know of any Olympians that have been to more
Yeah.
Olympics than 7?
I know.
Because 7 is
That is quite
unbelievable.
incredible.
And it's not shooting a pistol or a gun. This is an athletic
Yes.
sport,
Yeah.
tennis. So I would say that this might be a record, Leander. I mean, it's unbelievable, really. I mean, would you ever have imagined that you would be into
Not a
tennis?
chance.
Not a chance.
chance,
Can we call you the oldest player in Wimbledon or
You
more
can,
most
Max.
experienced?
You get away with
okay,
it.
I get away with it. No, but the experience that you have, it's very interesting because you've seen the change from natural gut to synthetic gut to lighter rackets.
Right.
Where are we going? What's happening in the next few years, next 10 years?
Well, in the last 8 months, we've seen the tennis balls change a lot.
Okay, explain.
I always
please.
collect all the balls that I win a Grand Slam with. So I'll collect maybe 5 cans of
Yeah.
the winning balls from the final. And I weighed up the cans from this year's Australian Open mixed doubles final that I played compared to last year's, compared to the years before. And the balls have changed a lot right now, Max. They've become bigger and heavier.
Right.
So there's a lot more pressure in it, which means that not only we need more racket head speed in the racket, but we've got to use different strings. The strings have to give us a little more of a trampoline effect to give us more velocity behind the ball,
Right.
as well as a lot more spin. If you see the way the game is going, it's going a lot with the baseline game. Back in the day, the guys from the baseline would be so solid. But now you look at Kevin Anderson, he's almost hitting Djokovic off the court from the baseline.
Right.
So 5 feet behind the baseline, they're hitting winners. If you look what Stan Wawrinka did in the finals of the French Open, he actually hit Djokovic off a court, off a clay court.
Amazing.
And how are they being able to be as consistent in that kind of play? Because in the past, if you're going to play that type of play, it's a bit more risky, but actually you won't be able to keep the ball going as long. But these guys are actually doing it consistently.
That's a great point. Is because the strings have changed so much, and you got these new Luxolon strings, these new Babolat synthetic strings. You got the new head link strings.
So you can actually take a
they
bigger
create
swing.
a lot more spin. The spin means you have a lot more control. More spin, more control. And
Right.
hence the boys can just swing out as hard as they want. You see the return game getting so much more an important
Aggressive.
part of the
Yeah.
tennis game because of the spin that we're creating nowadays.
Yeah, and it's always made that third shot after the return of serve even more key, hasn't it?
That's right. It makes it harder for us serve and volleyers because you've got so much spin coming to you that you have to actually do more with it rather
Yeah.
than when you looked at the Stefan Edbergs of the world, you look at the Boris Beckers of the world, you looked at go back even further, the John McEnroes of the world where they played half volleys with a straight racket.
Yeah.
You can no more do that. You have to actually create your own spin at the net.
Yeah.
The other interesting thing was when Novak Djokovic and Kevin Anderson was going on today, they had their whole team down in the tunnel just before the entrance to court number 1. I know you don't have your whole team before you go on, but how much has that changed as well? The physical part where they're stronger, more flexible. I mean, we know how flexible Novak Djokovic is, and how hard are they working much harder these days than the players, let's say, or even when you started playing as a professional?
Mats, one of the things that I think that partly you're responsible for, Ivan Lendl was responsible for, is the athleticism in the game. I remember you in your Sergio Tacchini gear, that your legs were huge.
Right, there
The
you
way
go.
you
It wasn't just
the
tight
way-
shorts. I think the shorts were pretty tight too, Leander. Thank you, though. I'll take it. I'll take that as a compliment.
But the athleticism in the
Yeah.
game changed in the late 80s, early 90s. If you look at a Boris Becker, what he brought here, today he's celebrating his 30th anniversary as the youngest Wimbledon champion at 17. You look at the athleticism that he brought in and the power he brought in. Today, a Kevin Anderson is an average height tennis player.
Yeah.
And he's 6'7",
Frightening, yeah.
or somewhere thereabouts.
Right,
I
right.
think he might be even taller than that, actually.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm 5'10" on a good day.
Yes.
Yeah.
And back in the day when I started in 1989, I felt that I was an average height tennis player.
Yes.
Then it became Mats and Ivan Lendl,
Yeah.
and they were like about you guys were about 6'1" or so.
Yeah.
Then Boris Becker came in at 6'3", and now it's up to about 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah, well, look at
you look at the John
Karlovic
Isners,
yesterday.
the Karloviches,
Yeah.
you look at even someone like Pospisil.
Yes.
He's so tall, but he's so athletic.
Yes.
And coming back to your question again, it's the athleticism of the game that is a prerequisite.
Yes.
The margins
be an
between
athlete.
winning and losing now is very marginal. Whereas I found that back in the day, Mats, Lendl, Becker, Edberg, these boys were so far ahead of the rest of the pack that the top 5 you could bracket together. Nowadays, it's going deeper and deeper in the draw.
Yeah, how
Great.
have you had to adjust your training then in terms of doubles play? Because it must be very different to playing in singles. But how have you adjusted it as the game has moved on? Have you changed the drills that you're doing and obviously the time you spend on the athletic side of the game as well as the hitting?
I was very lucky because as a serve and volleyer, when I played singles and did well in the Olympics and did well on the tour, the serve and volley was very natural to the doubles. Whereas now I've had to reinvent myself, especially in the last 9 months, to work on my ground stroke game. That's one of the reasons that I actually love watching YouTube and videos of Mats returning, of Jimmy Connors returning. I love playing with Martina Hingis because she teaches me so much
Really?
about the return
Really?
game.
Oh, wow.
So for me, I've grown up with a lot of athleticism. I use my hands, I use my eyes, I use my legs that I could jump with.
Yeah.
But really the technique of the game of tennis, I've never really been taught that.
Yeah.
So today, this morning, I learned something new playing with
Oh,
Martina, and
what
at
did you
42
learn?
to learn new things is wonderful.
Yeah. What did you
that
learn?
It taught me that to actually hold my stomach muscles tight, to absorb the power of the serve, and then I could swing freely. Whereas
Wow.
if you just swing freely, the ball ricochets sometimes
How
because there's too much
interesting.
movement.
Right.
Oh,
And what
that's where
she
I'm
taught me
going
was
wrong.
that to
That's
keep
you're going wrong. No, but tighten up. But that's what we see with Andy Murray, Novak Djokovic. The way they return. Andy Murray has that massive split step towards the ball, and then it's just a short, compact swing.
Yes.
Agassi, I guess, was the first to return like that. But it's so where's it going? I mean, are we going with the Kevin Andersons? Are we going with the big service, Nick Kyrgios, or is there still a chance for the Andy Murrays and Novak Djokovic in 10 years?
In 10 years would be a little far for my foresight, but in the next 5 years, I definitely seeing a wonderful mix in tennis. You're going to see the big servers always have an advantage. If someone's hitting service winners and aces every game, it's going to be impossible to beat them.
Right.
Yeah.
On this very court on court 18, John Isner played the longest match
Yeah.
at Wimbledon,
Yeah.
and he just kept on serving aces against Mahut and service winners. So I think that is always going to be there. The big server is always going to have a big advantage because he's getting free points.
Right.
But I also think, as you boys brought into the game, the return of serve is going to be the way that tennis is going to go.
Yeah.
Serve and volley is a dying game. You find maybe 1 or 2 serve and volleyers out there.
Right.
And even when they do come in, they're coming in off an amazing approach shot. Not back in the day where you could just slice a backhand slice and come in and hustle the opponent to hit a pass. Whereas nowadays, they're hitting big inside-out forehands coming in to put away the ball.
Yeah.
So I personally think that the return of serve game and the baseline game is going to evolve a lot.
Yeah.
How? With a lot of spin, with a lot of angles. I also think that there's going to be a little change where Nick Kyrgios, who's quite a talent, I mean, he's quite a character,
Yeah.
he could sneak in every once in a while after his serve.
Yeah.
So I think that a lot of the players nowadays are realizing they're not getting free points from the baseline. So every once in a while, they'll hit a good shot, and when they outmaneuver their opponent, they'll just sneak in and hit a drive volley. I
Right.
think the drive volley will
Yeah, it's
become another big
very-
thing of the game.
Yeah. I want to ask you about the return of serve that you said with Martina Hingis, because I was watching her when she was training Bencic the other day down in Eastbourne, and it was really interesting with Bencic because she actually stood returning serve with the racket face directly out in front with the flat face, a little bit similar to Martina actually. And we asked her and said, well, why do you do that? She said, well, Martina's helped me with the return, but if I have the racket flat, I lose a fraction of a second of time to get that racket back. So if it's like this, it's there, or it's there, but it's out in front of her body, and she's saving time on that return of serve, which I thought was fascinating.
You give me something to work on.
There you go. There you go. And Martina's mom apparently is the one that taught Belinda Bencic.
That's right.
So you got it.
You know, if you actually look at Martina Hingis, she'd be a fantastic coach.
Yeah,
The way
amazing coach.
her mental aptitude of the game is so amazing.
Yes.
That to go out there and just be around her and practice around her and be in that environment, you just learn so much, and that's the fun part of playing mixed doubles with her.
Yeah.
Great, Leander.
The other bit I wanted to ask you about was the technique on volleys, because Mats and I sit here discussing volley technique a lot, don't we? We enjoy sort of analysing quite a lot of the players out there, but I think both of us have felt for quite some time that over the years, because there's a missed generation of volleyers out there, that the technique on the younger players coming through is not what it used to be in the olden days, and the volley is a little bit flatter, would you say? Yes. As opposed to having that kind of cut on the ball that you've seen you've seen every generation. But what is your thoughts on the modern
exactly
volleyer
right.
and the technique?
You're exactly right that the volley's changed a lot. A lot of modern day players believe the volley's played with the hands.
Yeah.
But to me, there are two very, very vital things about volleying. First is your eyes.
Yeah.
You've got less room between your opponent and yourself because you're at the net. So to pick up the ball first, whether it's a forehand or a backhand, like you said, the way on the return they're standing with the racket face forward, you have to stand with the racket face straight at 90 degrees in front of you.
Yeah.
Not behind, because then you're going to play it late, but
Right.
keep it in front of you and loose, because
Yeah.
when your hands are relaxed, you actually then can react faster.
Ah.
So one is the eyes, to pick up the spin of the ball,
Yeah.
the speed of the ball, and the direction. Those are the three first things you have to do. Once that happens, a lot of coaches and a lot of people work on the eye-hand coordination. But I was lucky that I was born to parents who were Olympic champions themselves. They worked on my eye-feet coordination.
Ah.
The volley, the modern day volley, because the balls are so heavy, is played a lot with the legs. The minute you drive forward with your legs, then you use your hands for touch and feel.
Right.
Okay.
Whereas if you're just swinging with your hands,
Yeah.
one, there's more swing, and as Mats will tell you, the bigger the swing on the return or the
Yeah.
volley, the more chance for error.
Okay.
Two is that the more you use your body, the
Body.
bigger muscles for
Yeah.
power, then you have a lot more finesse. The wrist and the hands give you a lot more finesse. So the modern day volley, especially when you're playing it just on the service line,
Yeah.
is very difficult to hit a winner with this ball.
Yes.
So you're trying to create an error,
Yeah.
which means, for me in particular, one of the shots I like is the inside-out backhand volley.
Yeah.
And I try and get the ball to skid in a U-shaped formation. So when I come in there, I just stick my elbow out a little and I just accelerate forward to get the ball to slide out.
Right.
And it's not that I'm actually going for a winner. Because I can get the ball to slide out, I pull the ball in from the lines, and then I get the ball to just move about 6 inches after the bounce. And generally that gets me either an easier volley or hopefully a mistake.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
wow,
right.
that is absolutely fascinating. Now, listen, we've just got some breaking news here. Novak Djokovic has just come through that fourth round match that was, of course, laid over from the night before due to bad light. My goodness, he was in all sorts of trouble out there, Leander. He was break points down in this fifth set, but he's just managed to close it out 7-5. So give us your thoughts on that particular win.
Oh, that's just a fantastic performance by both the players. I believe that Kevin had 2 break points on the Djokovic serve in that fifth set, and he had a chance on both those break points, I believe. And this is the fun thing about Djokovic, is that he's such an amazing tennis brain. I mean, we all know he has a huge entourage. We all know that he's got big coaching staff, fitness staff. His training and his lifestyle is so focused on being a champion.
Yeah.
What fascinates me about him is his recovery time.
Yeah.
What fascinates me about him is how he continues to improve. He's always looking at little things, his balance, the way his head is still on the baseline running, the way his transition is from the baseline to the net. He's one of the most complete players I've ever seen. And that being said, I'm sitting to one of the most complete players that's ever lived and played this sport.
Yeah, I agree with you. Do you think it will affect him, the fact that he's now not had a day off? All the other quarterfinalists would have had that time off, and he clearly wanted to play first out there today to get as much rest time as possible. But it kind of accumulated during the course of the French Open, and definitely may have had an impact on what happened in that French Open final. But how do you feel about the fact that he's had to play back to back?
That is very astute of you to actually see these small, finer details, and to win a Grand Slam.
Yeah.
These final little things, I call them 1%. They all add up. And that is going to be really interesting to see how he recovers after today's match. I think his recovery is impeccable, whether it's the ice baths, whether it's the stretching, whether it's the massage, whether it's the gluten-free diet, whether it's the fluids. To me, Djokovic is the ultimate professional. I see him around the locker room, I see him around the practice courts, I know his team really well, and to see how well they manage him it's no wonder he's number one in the world by a
For
big
sure.
margin.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful part. He's coming up against some of the great players of our time. You've got Roger Federer still there. You've got an Andy Murray still there. You've got a Rafa Nadal, even though he slipped, still there. You've got the young brigade coming up with Dimitrov and Kyrgios and all these youngsters coming up at him. And still to go out there and create such a big gap in the rankings where he's so far ahead of the pack, to me that's a thorough profession.
And do you put it down to the fact that he has this, you say it's a team, but it is very much about the teams these days. We were talking to Wojciech Feedback actually at the French Open, and he was saying the best teams out there are Roger's team and Novak's team. But it was very much almost like talking about Formula One cars that had all this sort of big team around them. But is it very much like that out there on the tour then, do you think?
Does it have to be?
Now that's a great question. I grew up learning the Swedish way. I saw how you had so many Swedish players. You had 11 or 12 of y'all, and I can name every one of y'all because I love learning from you guys.
Right.
You all traveled together as a pack. When the Swedish Davis Cup team went together, you guys were invincible. Everyone else trembled. When the Swedish pack went to a Grand Slam, you all lived together, ate together, practiced together, spoke together. You all were always together back in the day. Today, tennis has become more of an isolated sport, more of an individual sport, more of entourages, more each one does their own individual thing. So if you look at a Sharapova's team, brilliant. You look at a Serena Williams team, brilliant. It was so intriguing yesterday. I was watching Venus Williams play against Serena Williams, and they both have completely separate teams. Two sisters growing up in the same environment, in the same house, in the same culture of tennis, but yet completely different teams, completely different results. To me, I find that the modern sport, whether it's Formula One racing, whether it is tennis, whether it is even in team sport like soccer or football as we call it, individual athletes have different teams. And that's just the way modern sport is going. So I've always believed that the trophy has our names, individual names on it. But actually in brackets, it should put every single human being's name part of that team. Because they're the ones behind the scenes who make us who we are. And for me to continue playing for 26 years, it's to honor my team that have been with me for about 23, 24 my respectively.
Wow. How big is your team?
I've got about 4 people in my team. Yes,
really?
I do.
That's
My coach has been with me 19 years. My fitness trainer in Florida has been with me 16 years, Dave Herman. Sanjay Singh, my travel companion, has been with me for 24 years. He does my yoga, my stretching, my strings, my rackets. He gets me in shape. He's learned from my fitness trainer when we go into the gym on the road to keep that going. And my father, he's an Olympian. He played in '72 in Munich. He won a bronze medal in field hockey. For me, he's been my biggest support. For me, he's been my guru, my confidant, my dad, and my best friend. I love playing the Olympics because of my parents. They've taught me a lot, and I'm very blessed to have them.
Wow, fantastic.
It's a great story.
I love the fact you do yoga as well. I'm a big, passionate yoga fan. What's your favourite yoga pose?
I like the cobra. It keeps that same core that Martina was talking about, keeping those muscles tight. I like to stretch
stretches
them,
the back.
keep the spine loose.
Okay.
At our age, we need to keep that loose.
That's for sure.
So what's your favourite yoga pose?
Not
sure.
Let's see. No.
Downward dog.
I like the 8 iron.
Downward dog.
Yeah,
That's a good stretch.
No, I like the 8 iron. It's good. I like the 8 iron.
Left-handed, do you, Mats? You play golf left-handed?
I am a left-handed golfer, yes.
Wow, that double-handed backhand comes to use, doesn't it?
It's going to pay the bills for a long time, Leanne.
Oh, well, before we let you go, we've got to ask you for some predictions on these championships, because we're down to the last 8 now. Obviously, the women's is in the quarterfinals today, men's tomorrow. Who do you think is going to be holding that trophy, or both trophies at the end?
You know, I was very interested in that Anderson and Djokovic match because my prediction is Djokovic is going to win the singles. That's just to see him recover and the way he gets ready for every single match, the way he prepares for every single match. Roger's looking hot. Roger's looking good. He's looking smooth. But I think that Djokovic is, especially after losing the French Open, has got a point to prove.
And
on the women's side, Serena all the way. Azarenka's had a few chances against her. She's had a chance against her in Rome, where she served for the match, or rather in Madrid, where she served for the match. A few double faults came in.
3 in a row.
So at the French Open, she had her in trouble, and again didn't close out. I think it's a bit of a mental thing for me, Serena Williams.
Okay, fantastic. And you're in quarterfinal action tomorrow?
In quarterfinal action, yes.
Well, very, very best of luck. It's been an absolute pleasure having you with us in the studio. And thank you so much for coming to talk to us. I hope you come back and visit again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go out and about now and catch up with Rob, who's with a former British #1 and Kyothawong.
Yes, thank you very much, Annabelle, and it's good afternoon to Anne for the first time, hot-footing it from the BBC box to join us here on Live at Wimbledon. I'm still getting over the fact that Mats Wilander's idea of yoga is an 8-iron. That's like most people's idea of a nightmare. Anyway, back to the important thing of the tennis match. Maria Sharapova against the giant killer, Coco van der Wey. Now, Coco's knocked out 3 seeds already, number 11 in the second round, 22 in the third round, and then that great win over the French Open runner-up, Lucy Safarova. But she's struggled here today so far, Anne, against Maria Sharapova. She's lost the first set 6-3, and as we speak, it's on serve at the beginning of the second set, although she really had to work hard and hold off a break point to take her first service game in the second set. Bearing in mind how good Coco's been so far, have you been surprised at the level to which she struggled against Maria?
Yes, what Coco's biggest strength is actually her serve, but she's been struggling to really get any free points off that first serve, and she needs a higher first serve percentage if she's going to trouble Sharapova. Sharapova has been looking to take on these second serve returns. She's been successful. They exchanged a few breaks in the first set. Sharapova has also been struggling on her serve, actually. In the first set, hit 5 double faults. And in this tournament, in the women's event anyway, she leads the women on number of double faults hit throughout this tournament. 28 double faults coming into this match. So it's just something to keep an eye on and something Coco can look to threaten as well.
In the early stages, it looked as though Coco was right in the mix to cause an upset. But then it seemed as though, although it took Sharapova a little while to get going, once she did, she broke straight back on the Van der Wey serve and then seemed to accelerate away. It's almost as if her confidence has grown as the match has gone on.
Yeah, in many ways, Sharapova has got better and better with each match in this tournament. She didn't play any of the lead-up tournaments coming into Wimbledon, so she's been working her way into every match, looking more and more comfortable. And interestingly enough, this is only Sharapova's second quarter-final in 9 years here at Wimbledon, which I find fascinating considering she won it, well, it's 11 years ago now, 2004. It's the year I lost to her in the second round. She was a little baby back then. But, you know, Sharapova's experience here, you know, she's been number 1 in the world, Grand Slam champion. She knows how to deal with these moments. She's been out there on centre court before, not only during this tournament last week, but also in previous years. For Coco, first time out there on centre court, it can be a little overwhelming. Whether she can work her way back into this match is the question. But overall, her demeanour has been good. That's one thing about Coco throughout this tournament that has served her well, because Van der Wey, I mean, she was renowned for imploding in matches. Mentally, she could be a bit fragile, quite temperamental. But so far in this tournament, she's kept a cool head, and it served her well.
And she's had a really difficult run to this, her first quarter-final. I mean, just talking about a player's breakthrough at a specific tournament, never gone beyond the third round. I think that was at the Australian at the start of this year. Is so much of the breakthrough to do with confidence, you know, because she's been superb. You wouldn't know by the matches that she's played so far that she's never been beyond the third round. And she does look, she's been smiling as she walked to serve. She knows she's under pressure, but she looks like she's enjoying it.
Yeah.
Do things just sometimes click for a player mentally as much as physically?
They do. And Coco's 23 years of age now, and she's always had a big game. She's always been dangerous, and she's just grown in confidence. Yes, this week. She started working with Craig Carden just before the French Open, and he's a very experienced coach who's worked with the likes of Davenport. So, you know, in time, players progress at different rates.
Well, let's hope Coco van der Wey, on behalf of the centre court crowd, can get back into this match. Sharapova took the first 6-3, and it's 1-1 at the beginning of the second. The 2004 champion, as Anne just said, how many years ago was that? It's crazy to think it's over a decade ago. Well, Sharapova's won it once, and she's in the driving seat here for a place in the semi-finals. But don't write Coco off just yet. She's had a great, great tournament, and she'll fancy her chances of getting back into this match in the second set.
Thank you very much, Rob. Well, we can now welcome into our studio Anna Brogan, who's just 17 years of age. You're into the quarterfinals of the juniors, and of course you beat the top seed yesterday as well. So congratulations. Just tell us how it was out there for you today.
Yeah, played well again today. I was really pleased with my mentality. We had some rain delays and the conditions were a little tricky in the second set, so I thought I did well to finish her off.
What happens? You mean the conditions are tricky? When is that because it starts getting windy and a little?
Yeah, the wind started swirling around a lot.
Yeah.
1 minute it was coming from behind me from the far end, and then it started kind of going to the left, and I thought I played quite smart and kind of used my slice. And
yeah, how exciting is it for you to be here at Wimbledon? I know it's your second experience, but obviously got rid of the early nerves that you probably had last year.
Yeah.
But what are your sort of memories of watching Wimbledon as a young child and now coming here to play?
yeah, I mean, that's why you play tennis, isn't it? As a Brit, to come to Wimbledon and to win. It's nice to have in the back of my pocket for hopefully for the seniors.
Yeah, has Andy Murray been a big influence on your tennis?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I absolutely love watching him play. I managed to, after my match, go in and watch a set against Karlovic. I mean, his passing shots, what the...
Yeah. Have you met him?
Briefly, like a few years ago, but not really.
Yeah.
I know Jamie a little bit better.
Yeah, you were saying because Jamie's on court now, so then how has he helped? Did you actually hit with him, or how did?
I have a few times in Stirling.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's got unbelievable volleys. We did some volley drills with him. Probably one of the best volleyers in the world.
No,
but he's just such a nice guy. He always takes time and stops and says hello and very normal.
Yeah. So what's your earliest memory of watching Wimbledon, and who did you watch, and who do you remember playing?
When I was maybe 10 or 11, I actually managed to watch the final of the women's event, Venus and Serena. I managed to watch that.
Wow.
Got tickets when I was young. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and why did you choose tennis over some other sports? Did you do other sports when you grew up?
Yeah, I played a little bit of football and a little bit of hockey at school, but I live across the road from a tennis club, so my mum would just kind of throw us all over there for peace and quiet.
It's a peace and quiet, so you could walk over to the tennis club.
Yeah, I could walk to the tennis club.
Gee, that's unbelievable.
Yeah. And what do you love about tennis? You're obviously competitive.
Yeah, just competing. It's fun, isn't it? It's working it out and it's fun. Yeah.
The problem solving.
The problem solving. That's it.
That seems to be a Scottish gene that not everybody has, because Andy Murray is one of the great problem solvers. What do you, when you watch Serena Williams? I mean, the power game. Is that scary to you?
No, I don't think
really.
It's scary, but I mean, Serena's something else, isn't she? She's. I was going to the bathroom in the changing rooms at Arangi, and she was right there. I mean, I was like, oh God. I made sure I moved away to let her go past.
Yeah, she'll run over you.
Quite right too. Just give us your thoughts before you leave here. I'm just going to do a quick score update here. We heard from Rob that Maria Sharapova is kind of cruising through at the moment. She's a set and 2-1 up with a break against Coco van der Wey. What are your thoughts on Maria Sharapova?
I like Sharapova, but she's probably not my favourite to watch.
No, why is that?
No. I don't know, it's just not my favourite. I better watch, I don't say something bad about it. She's amazing though, I mean, her discipline and her mentality, that's something that I can really learn from. I mean, you never know if she's losing or, but in the way she plays, I don't
It's not your thing?
No.
Do you grunt on the court?
A wee bit, but not as much as her, I don't think.
I want to ask, because you're 17, so you have then, you have one more year in the juniors?
No, I'm done after
You're
this.
done after this.
Yeah.
So what's next? After you won Junior Wimbledon?
I've been playing on the future circuit last year. So I'm just doing that thing. So
go out into that big wide world. Well, we wish you the very best of luck. Thank you so much for coming in to see us. We've got a great view up here, haven't we?
I always watch this. It's so cool to be sitting here.
Oh, well, it's great to have you with us, and we look forward to watching how you get on. Thank you.
Definitely, we'll have you back.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, from one British junior to another, Rachel's caught up with someone. Let's find out who it is.
So week 2 at Wimbledon sees the junior events start. I'm joined by Katie Swan, one of our brightest hopes here in the junior women's, I guess you call it women's or junior girls tournament this year. And Katie, you've just won your first 2 matches pretty comfortably. I mean, how's it going so far for you?
It's going really well. Yesterday was a tough match. I won 6-4 in the third, but I was really happy to get through it. And then today was comfortable. I played well, and I really enjoyed it.
You know what it takes really to play on the big stage. I mean, you're a runner-up at the Australian Open this year. I mean, do you want to go one step further? I guess is the aim at Wimbledon this year.
Yeah, of course. If I keep playing well, I think I have a good chance of doing well this week, and I just want to enjoy it.
And you're ranked number 5 seed coming into this, and the ranked number 1 seed, Marketa Vondrasova, the Czech Republic athlete, she actually went out yesterday to your fellow countryman Scott, didn't she?
Yeah, it was amazing, fan, amazing win. I'm really happy that she did that. It's really good.
Have you spoken to Anna Brogman, that is, and have you spoken to her about her win yesterday?
Yeah, we practiced together this morning, so I talked to her about it, and she's really happy, and she just won again today too, so it's really good.
People might be a bit confused by your accent because you're actually from Bristol, but you're now training in America, so you've picked up a little bit of an American accent, haven't you? I mean, is that something that people pick up on quite a lot?
Yeah, a lot of people comment on it, but the American people still think I sound English, so I'm trying my best to try and keep my British accent, but it's not so easy when I'm surrounded by Americans all the time.
But someone that you take inspiration from was actually practicing behind us. It's Andy Murray, and earlier on in the week he tweeted you, didn't he? What did he say to you?
Yeah, he tweeted me and my friend Ali, and he just said good luck and to enjoy the tournament, and which is really nice. I mean, it's nothing for him to do that, but it means a lot to us, so it's really nice.
And have you spoken to any more this tournament, or you just like come down here and watch him and take some points from him?
Yeah, it's pretty cool watching them practice, all of them, Federer and Djokovic, like all of them. It's amazing.
Do you get a little bit starstruck?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Well, Katie, thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck in the next round.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so good to get the thoughts of Katie Swan, who of course reached the finals of the Australian Open Juniors. Well, there's a list of past junior champions in the girls. Eugenie Bouchard, who of course got to the finals of Wimbledon as well. Laura Robson, who was only 14 when she won here back in 2008. So a good list of names there. Hingis, Mauresmo, Radvanska, Wozniacki.
Goes all the way back to, they kept records all the way back in your time, Annabelle Croft, to 1984, Annabelle. Well done, well done.
Well,
Tracy Austin, of course, is here.
Yes.
Yeah, she's playing, I believe, in the Legends.
Yes, she is.
Yes. Why are you not playing in the Legends, Annabelle?
Because I'm sitting next to you.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the past junior champions in the girls. So let's take a look at the past junior champions in the boys.
It's interesting how I mean, those are the players that sort of made it under, because you played professionally as well for 3 or 4 years, but not everybody that wins the junior Wimbledon
goes on to win them.
No, we don't really hear of them
that's
sometimes.
Right.
They just disappear completely.
Yes. Well, look at that. There's the past notable champions in the boys as well. Bjorn Borg back in '72, who went on to win, what was it, 7 Wimbledons?
He won 5 Wimbledons in a row.
5, sorry, I added a couple more there. Ivan Lendl, Pat Cash, a winner as well of the seniors. Of course, Lendl never quite did it in the seniors. Stefan Edberg did. Roger Federer, of course, he's won 7 Wimbledons. And Gael Monfils and Grigor Dimitrov, a semi-finalist last year in the men's as well. So it is interesting to see how many, as you say, Mats, that play in the juniors, do well in it and end up doing well in the seniors as well. Now it's time to focus our attention on the ladies singles quarterfinals, and here is the first on the bottom half of the draw with Baczynski and Garbine Muguruza. Baczynski, a semi-finalist in the French Open, and everybody knows about her background, where she's talked so openly about the father who was so domineering, and she had to take time out away to go into sort of hotel catering and becoming an intern. And she's taking on Garbine Muguruza from Spain, the 20th ranked player from Spain. So what a wonderful matchup this is. Second time they've met. Garbine Muguruza beat her at the Australian Open earlier in the year, but both of them, Mats, their first ever quarterfinal here at Wimbledon. So this is a huge opportunity for either of these girls. So how do you see this match-up today?
Well, I mean, I've already sort of picked that I think Muguruza is going to win this match. I think it'll be pretty close, because Baczynski is very crafty. She has a lot of finesse in her game. She has a big heart. She fights and moves as well as anyone, but doesn't necessarily have the power game to threaten somebody like Muguruza. But like you said, nerves are bound to be there. Of course, Muguruza, I think she's really helped by having beaten Serena Williams on the center court, the Philippe Chatrier center court at the French Open last year. I think that was huge for her and her belief in herself. And I think that she's going to become really one of the top players in the world, this young lady here. And she's good on all the different surfaces as well. And she's a threat to any style of opponent with her power and her reach.
And of course, as I mentioned, because they're in the bottom half of the draw, it's fascinating to see the opportunities for any of these 4 players in the quarterfinals. We've got Gabi Muguruza and Bacsinszky here now, and then Madison Keys and Radwanska. And one of those is going to make the finals of Wimbledon. The only one who's done that before, of course, is Agnieszka Radwanska. So huge, huge opportunity for all of them.
Oh, I mean, this is career-changing times for the next 3 or 4 days for these ladies, because making a Wimbledon final, that'll be with you for the rest of your life, and you can live off of that nearly financially, and I think you can get any kind of job you want inside of tennis once you've been in the Wimbledon finals. So this is, yeah, again, huge for them. I think Bacsinszky is going to deal with this situation better than Muguruza in the beginning, because she has a smile on her face already, and she has a smile on her face always these days. Never used to when she played tennis, but she's really done something very extraordinary by stopping tennis and not going any further, and then deciding just by a phone call. Somebody made a phone call from the WTA, say you have a spot in the French Open qualifying, and she thought, well, why not? And that inspired her to try tennis once again.
Yeah, and she's, as she said, rediscovered her joy for the sport, and she's been extremely open about the background problems that she's had, and yet she has become extremely philosophical, hasn't she? And learnt how to deal with all the emotions on and off the court, and she just goes out there with so much freedom and a freedom of spirit. And I have to say, she's a very interesting character.
Yeah, she is. I think that freedom of spirit is going to really help her in the beginning of this match, because she's not going to be as nervous, was probably not going to be thinking about the end result as much, yeah, it's amazing. She's only 26 years old, and still she's stopped playing, and now she's starting again.
And she's utterly fearless, isn't she, in terms of when, how the points develop and how the pressure moments present themselves in a match. She is able to deal with it perhaps a little bit better because of that background.
I would think so. She played against Monica Niculescu right behind us here on court 18, and she lost the first set 6-1 in the 4th round, and somehow got it back, and then she won very convincingly in the end. But she didn't panic at all. It's hard to say what her weapons are. She's very all-round. She's a good mover, but more than anything, just like Anna Brogan that was here, she's a problem solver to Bacsinszky. So she'll play well pretty much every single day of her tennis life.
Well, they're both great ball strikers from the back of the court, but would you say that Bacsinszky perhaps brings out a little bit more variety with the spins and the drop shots that she possesses? Yeah, she definitely does. The problem against, again, Muguruza, she's so tall, she's got such reach, and she's got power, and she's trying to be inside the baseline as much as possible, and it's just difficult to do anything to sort of get her away from you, because she chokes you with her style. A little bit like Eugenie Bouchard played when she was playing well last year. Very aggressive, very little variation, but again, she has a big serve, and she gets some free points over there as well. And it's wonderful to see somebody like Gabi Muguruza, who sometimes you hear coaches, Matt, talking about the fact that a lot of the parents and the managers and the representatives of the players, they want to fast track these players, and the development is a little bit halted because they chase after the points and perhaps the prize money as well. But Gabi Muguruza, very much one that's developing her game by playing a lot of doubles with Carla Suarez Navarro, and you can see that she's about trying to develop every aspect of a game, as well as going out there on the tour and trying to win tennis matches. Yeah, it's really important, I think. You really have to know, even if you don't win many matches with volleys, you just have to know how to do it. You have to feel comfortable all over the tennis court, and I think that's why the Williams sisters have done so well, because they played some doubles, and they're not afraid. If their A game doesn't work, their B game sometimes is good enough. Because they all have their support camp. There's the coach of Gabi Muguruza, but it's turning out to be a beautiful day here. Well, you wouldn't have said this about an hour ago, because I felt like we were out on the middle of the ocean being swept away by gale force winds and rain and heavy rain, and yeah, it was pretty horrendous weather, but it seems to have blown its way through, and now we've got bright sunshine and only just a little bit of breeze, and it's turned into, as you say, quite sort of a hot, humid day here at Wimbledon. Well, they've almost completed the warm-up here. They're going to go back and hit a few serves. It's quite interesting what you picked up on, and I'd never noticed it before, Matt, is the fact that the ladies allow their opponent to hit some return to serve, but the blokes, they never do. It's always been absolutely fascinating to me ever since.
Yeah,
I've never quite worked out why the boys don't let each other return serve.
But I'm not sure why they do that. But also, you see the ladies practice their returns way more, I think, than the guys do as well. And the guys, when they practice their returns, they ask the server to tell them where they're serving, because if they don't, they might only get sort of a hit every third, every fourth serve. But it is a big difference, I have to say. Ooh, that's close to Spain. Mariana Alves, Portuguese. Obviously not biased.
And in terms of the serve, I know you've watched Muguruza when she beat Williams at the French Open, but she does possess a very big serve, doesn't she? It sometimes is a little bit vulnerable to some double faults, but actually it's still a weapon when she's out there on court.
Yeah, it is a weapon because she's so tall. And today it could be important because it is a bit breezy and there'll be bound to be some wind. Again, Anna Brogan, that was just here, said the wind was definitely a factor. So when you have a big serve, that helps you, because once the point is in play, it's definitely easier to play with the wind. You're going to dominate the rallies a little bit easier with the wind. But if you have a big serve into the wind, then you can win some free points off of your serve. So the serve in windy conditions is probably the most important weapon. And Muguruza has that, and Baczynski doesn't really.
And because we've had such incredibly sunny, hot weather here at Wimbledon, you know, it's been the first really, really hot Wimbledon that I can remember in a long time. It's made the court almost more like a hard court, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The bounce is higher, most probably truer as well, and easier to move on it as well because it's been so dry.
Well,
these are sort of nervous moments, I guess, for players.
And she's still smiling out there.
It looks like she is smiling, it really does. I mean, it's not as nerve-wracking for the ladies in the beginning of a match as it is for the men, because you can drop your serve in the women's side and still sort of catch up and have a chance to win the first set. But it is more nerve-wracking because it's only 2 out of 3 sets. So if you get a bad sort of patch of 40 minutes starting this quarterfinals, you could easily see yourself having lost the first set and already being down in the second. So nervous moments here, the first sort of 10-15 minutes for sure.
Absolutely. Well, they've completed the warm-up, but they're about to get underway out on court 1, and we'll bring you analysis and highlights after the match. But for now, let's head over to Rob, who's got a slice of Wimbledon history for us.
To celebrate 80 amazing years on centre court, Robinsons are bringing a taste of the championship to tennis fans, giving you the chance to win fantastic prizes like a VIP day at Wimbledon. 8 giant tennis balls have been hidden around Britain in the Great Robinsons Ball Hunt, each in a location proudly associated with Wimbledon history, and those who find them are in with a chance of going home with a tennis gift to savour. Ball 7 was discovered in the heart of Birmingham's famous Jewellery Quarter as a tribute to the craftsmanship shown in the creation of the 2 magnificent trophies, and they're as stunning today as they were the very first time they were presented here at Wimbledon a mere 129 years ago.
For one weekend every year, they are seen around the world. A sparkling tribute to an age of fine craftsmanship and the city which flourished around it. Birmingham's Jewellery Quarter was home to the thriving industry which created these 2 works of art. The men's silver gilt cup and famous pineapple cover as magnificent for inscription as it is decoration. The stunning rosewater dish serves its own inspiration for every ladies' singles champion.
Over the last 80 years, Robinsons have been here to share the memories, and this year you could be here too. Join the Great Robinsons Ball Hunt for your chance of a VIP day at Wimbledon. There is no finer place to be for tennis.
Difficult to believe, but we're already at day 7 of the championships. It's Manic Monday, and it's easy to see why. After yesterday's pause in proceedings, all of the remaining players were in action in the round of 16. And for us, the overwhelming feeling was one of intensity. Emotions always run high when Serena meets Venus, and the unpredictable Aussie Kyrgios didn't hold back during his incident-filled defeat to Richard Gasquet. The most intense moment of the day, though, had to be for Murray, who faced an epic struggle to break the serve of 6'11" Croatian Ivo Karlovic. The tension was unbearably high as the first set went to the wire. Our atmospheric measurement showed the crowd was absolutely engrossed by every single point.
Our superfans' heart rate soared to a peak as Murray edged the first set 8-6 in the tiebreak. Murray eventually triumphed, making day 7 not so manic after all for all of those who experienced the elation as he came through to win. Make sure you join Jaguar on day 8 as we capture all the feelings that make the championships the greatest Grand Slam of them all.
I am a corner of a green and pleasant land. I am the gateway to a great city. I am as natural as the grass beneath these feet. I am a wonder of science. I am old. I am new. I am known across the world. I am global in scale. I am every single detail of every single piece of me. From each sweep of the broom at day's end to the sweetest stroke of day's play. I am home to those who shine in the light, and home to those who prepare the way. I am every day of the year, but those days serve these days. My fortnight in high summer. Other days are countdowns to these moments, my moments. I am Wimbledon.
Welcome back to Centre Court, where Maria Sharapova is just 2 games away from securing a place in the semi-finals, potentially against Serena Williams or Victoria Azarenka, of course. That match coming next on Centre Court. Anke Ottervong has been very much enjoying this one with me. A little bit of a missed opportunity for Coco there because Sharapova was 40-15 up on her own serve, and then Coco pulled her back to deuce, but crucially, Sharapova saved. Do you think that was a turning point for this second set?
Yeah, well, Coco did well to get back to deuce in that game, and that point there, she had a forehand sitter right next to the net. Could have drilled it straight at Sharapova, who was also at the net, but decided not to. Went to Sharapova's forehand volley. Sharapova managed to get it back, and there was a slight exchange there that went Sharapova's way, and she went on to hold. But it's been a competitive set. Sharapova still very much in charge. She's got the early break at the start of this second set. Broke to go 2-1 up in the second set. Broke to love, in fact. Van der Wey just really struggling with her first serve percentage in this second set. Just 24% of first serves into play. And when your serve is the biggest part of your game, you've got to be hitting your spots.
It's quite interesting, though, Anne. We've been watching Coco, and she loves talking. Let's try and hear it. No, she's just gone quiet there. She's quite vocal. I mean, she's demonstrative around the court. There was, in that game where she pulled it back to deuce, she was motioning with her arms in exactly the same way Heather Watson did when she was getting back into the match against Serena. She wanted the crowd to get involved and feel the energy, and they did. So yeah, she's not afraid to show her personality on court, is she?
No, Coco is a very feisty character, and yeah, pretty an extrovert, I would say, off the court. And she's been trying to get the crowd on her side, and she's been smiling. She's looking to try and really enjoy the moment. I'm not sure what the problem there was at the change of ends when she was having that exchange with the umpire, perhaps when she's about to serve. Sharapova is moving around a little too much, which she doesn't think is right. Might be putting her off her serve. I'm not entirely sure there.
So Sharapova is coming back out to serve. She's 4-3 up in the second, having taken the first 6-3. One more question about Maria. She's so good, and she's part of a very small, very elite group of women to have won all 4 of the slams. But bearing in mind how great she's been elsewhere and the fact that she's been in 10 slam finals in total, why is it, do you think, that she has struggled to replicate or build on that magnificent start to her Wimbledon career, winning it as such a youngster at the age of 17? We would have expected her to have been in more finals and more semis than she has 11 years on.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not quite sure what the answer to that question is. And, you know, when she first won this title back in 2004, I think a lot of people expected Sharapova to produce her best tennis on a grass court. She's got a good game for grass, very fast, big strikes, not so comfortable at the front of the court, but funnily enough, she's had her best success on clay. Still trying to figure out life on grass. Who knows?
Well, it's not bad. I guess you've got the monkey off your back. You've got one title. Any more is a bonus. So Sharapova on the verge of securing her place in the semi-finals, unless Coco can produce some magic in the last couple of games of this second set.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Rob and Anne. Well, I'm delighted to say joining us once again, Boris Becker, who's charged Novak Djokovic, has just made his way through to the quarterfinals, and Craig O'Shaughnessy, our chief analyst here, who's going to analyse actually your match back in 1985, Boris. But yes, we're all looking forward to that. First of all, how relieved are you, or how proud are you?
A little bit of both. Obviously, we knew coming in that Kevin Anderson is a serious player. Especially on grass. He reached the final of Queens just 2 weeks ago. He beat Stan Wawrinka in the tournament, and he played great to reach the fourth round. And when he's on, and he was on last night and he was on today, it's very difficult to beat. 40 aces, many winners. He really cracks the ball from the baseline. So as a player, you don't really get to play much tennis with him. So just the few chances you have to take, and it takes time.
And it's the first time I've seen Novak actually go down and, he kissed the turf afterwards, because he clearly was relieved to get through. But such a nightmare situation, Boris, having had that match held over due to bad light, when I guess last night he would have much preferred to have carried on after getting the momentum, having come back from 2 sets to love down. So very difficult to have prepared him, I imagine, to come out for a one-set penalty shootout.
That's exactly what it is. You know, on grass, one set can be over in 10-15 minutes. So it was very difficult last night. And you said it, we wanted to continue play, maybe switch to center court and then finish under the roof like they've done Saturday night. But we were explained for safety reasons, there were too many fans jamming into center court, so they felt it was unsafe for everybody involved. So we came out today knowing the weather wasn't all that great. So the waiting game starts, you don't know when you're going on, you don't know whether you can practice actually. So it was dry from 10:30 on, and it just started raining before the match. But mentally, obviously, Novak is a champ. He's done this before, and I'm very proud of him.
Can I ask you, what's the difference in the preparation for Novak before he plays a match in terms of warm-up and everything that he has to do, compared to if today would have just been a day of practice? Because now he has 3 days in a row he has to prepare for a match. Does it make it more difficult for him?
Well, he had 2 days off over the weekend,
right?
So that's how we start. And I felt that his matches were short and sweet. For my taste, a little bit too short and sweet. So I would have liked him to play a little bit more. Well, he got it out of the way today and yesterday. So I think he's arrived at the tournament now. He's match ready. He really had to rise to the occasion today. And at the end of the day, it was 40 minutes of a set today. So physically not too tough, but mentally. 3 days in a row is mentally draining, but nobody ever said it's easy going to win in Wimbledon. No. So you got to go through it sometimes.
Oh, I thought it was easy. I mean, 17 years old, you can do. No,
it looked easy, but it wasn't. So of course he wouldn't have practiced at 10:30 this morning. He would have played maybe now. Yeah. We're trying to work on a few things. Maybe hit an hour. So physically and mentally, a total different type of stress. But as I said, he had the weekend off, so it was time to go back to work.
I was going to say, does that differentiate this tournament because we get that Sunday off, whereas compared to the French Open, when of course he had to come back from Andy Murray's match in the semi-finals, then had to play back-to-back matches, and then suddenly maybe a little bit more mentally tired going into that final against Stan Wawrinka. Does it help him then, the fact that he's had that Sunday off here, even though he's still going to have to play back-to-back matches?
I think it affected him in Paris. I think those 10% missing that he needed to win a final, he lost on the Saturday. I think it helps him here.
Yes.
With having the 2 days off, grass matches are quicker. He didn't play a tournament before, so the extra set or two helps him anyway.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't have to be always that close. It can be maybe 6-2 in the fourth, or maybe a little easier. But I think once you go through as a player, you weather the storm. And I think that's the message to the locker room, that whoever said that maybe he wasn't ready before, well, he's ready now.
Yeah, well, he certainly held his nerve towards the end. We're going to turn back the clock now to 1985, Boris. We've got some wonderful shots here, and then we're going to analyse the match with Craig here. So just talk us through these moments.
We're starting with me walking in front of Kevin, I felt that was important because I wanted to get that first chair.
Was that your lucky chair?
Well, I was on the semi-final, but I'm happy we have color television. So
Yeah.
that's the first time. We have different haircuts and shorts and everything. But that was obviously 30 years ago, almost to the hour. Life-changing moment for me. Yeah.
Wow, fantastic memories, absolutely wonderful, and
Blue tracksuit. Things have changed.
Yes. I don't think I would have been allowed on a Wimbledon final with a blue tracksuit. I was one of the first ones wearing a watch.
Oh,
as well. Right. Yeah. So a few things have changed. Most of the tradition they kept, but I think they changed wisely. I'm not too sure whether this 100% white maybe is taking it too far a little bit, but predominantly white. I'm all for it. But yeah, 30 years ago, what can I tell you?
Special memories. It's actually 30 years ago to the day, actually, which is absolutely wonderful. We've got you here in the studio. Now, Craig, we're going to bring you in here because I know you've been looking at the match with some analysis. So what did you find out?
Well,
and then we'll compare it to what Boris thinks.
Exactly. It was a very special match all round. It was actually, I was 18 years old, Boris, you were 17. I grew up playing in Albury, Australia on the grass courts where Margaret Court came from. And myself and a couple of friends said, you know what, great idea to go to Wimbledon. So I was actually there at 18 years old, sitting in the stands, very close to the Royal Box, watching that final.
Wow, you were there.
I was there. Yeah, it was my first tournament I'd ever seen, first trip away from Australia. We came over, we went to the first couple of rounds. I remember watching Steffi Graf, her match out on an outer court. We then drove around England and Scotland and Wales, came back, semis and finals, and it was incredibly inspirational for me to be, a teenager at 18 sitting and watching you at 17 doing something that the world had never seen. So it was magical all around, but it was one of my life's best experiences. I was fortunate enough to be on centre court as part of Dustin Brown's coaching team against Rafa.
Nice.
The experience that I had watching you was identical. It was an amazing time.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So what about in terms of the match sort of analysis? Did you take a look at it, the serving
Yes,
of
we did.
Boris?
We did. We've got a few different highlight clips that we're going to run through now. We're going to start with some of the serving patterns. There were a lot of serves, Boris, that we noticed out wide in the ad court. You really targeted that against Kevin's one-handed backhand. That one goes down the middle. I like the hold there. A tough fall, but a lot of serves out wide. Now have a look how far away from the volley. I mean, absolutely no chance. Was that a strategy that you had going into the match?
Well, as we see, Kevin has a one-handed backhand return, mostly sliding it. So even if he gets to the ball, he only sort of slides it back and he gives the volleyer a much better hit at the volley. Where when you play against a two-handed guy like Mats, you would stay away from that backhand return a little bit and maybe serve more to the body or the forehand. On the other hand, on grass, the wide serve on either side is very good anyway because it
Look how high you're taking him up there.
Yeah, there was a second serve kick.
Yep.
You see there isn't much grass left anymore. In those days we came in all the time. So once it gets dirty, the bounce is much higher. So a kick is much more effective late in the second week than early in the first.
Very interesting. Very good point.
Yeah, it's interesting watching you serve there, Boris, because obviously, because every serve you were doing was a serve volley, the technique on your serve must be very different to what we're seeing with players today, because your body and your momentum is shifting forward all the time. You've already made it to the service line so quickly for that the first volley, but it actually must help the serve, I would imagine, the fact that you're going forward to serve volley.
It's a natural movement. When you walk, you put one step to the other, and the same I served. I landed on my right foot, so I was already a meter into the court, so it gave me that meter difference if I would have landed on the left court. But I didn't serve volley all the time against returners in the semi-final with Anders Jarrit, because he hit my serves left and right in the first set, so I stayed back actually of the second serve and then later in the match. So it wasn't all serve and volley all the time. It depended a little bit on what we played.
Okay, we're going to have a look at your returns of serve as well, which were, I guess, pretty key on top of that serve.
Well, Kevin in those days was pretty much the best server in the world.
I like this play here, Boris. You're in the middle, you go back down the middle, not trying to do too much, and then you get to pass on the next shot.
Well, when you play servers like Curran, you don't have many return chances. So sometimes you just want to get the ball back into play, make them hit the volley, and hopefully give you a chance to give a passing shot. Again, here there was the second serve. I played it back.
Just creating a lot of opportunities, not going for too much too soon.
Well, because you don't really get to play much tennis. There are moments when 10 minutes you don't touch the ball. So you want to get into the rhythm, and if you go all the time for broke, you're not going to get that rhythm. So you want to play against a good serve. You always want to play the return back, if possible, in their feet on the second serve.
Yes.
What happened to your shirt anyway? I mean, you said you were less on your feet than on your knees, it seemed. What made you think about diving?
Because I wasn't fast enough. It wasn't something I trained. It wasn't something I intentionally wanted to do. It was instinct taken over when the ball was passing me, and I was so upset that I couldn't get it, so I was diving. That was really it.
Yeah, you had to do a lot of washing on those shorts. They're covered in some green
And
stains
shirts,
as well.
because in those days we didn't have that many.
No.
And secondly,
I was going to say, did you have a lucky pair of shorts?
I have a lucky pair of
Did
shorts,
you?
absolutely.
How many times did they get worn?
I've won 2 shorts in the whole tournament.
Really? How fascinating. None of this tearing out the packets and a new
No,
pair of shorts.
No, that was back then.
I wonder, have you taken the shorts to the museum here at Wimbledon?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is you diving.
Yeah, here's a lot of the young athleticism of Boris that the world had never seen at this stage. The diving for balls, the running and just non-stop. We're going to see here in a second how that shirt got very dirty on that far baseline. Just moving well, tons of energy, chasing balls down.
It's so fascinating to see how the point construction is so different in those days, Boris. I mean, use of the full court in every single aspect, but so much more, I guess, up at the net.
Yeah, well, you've seen with some of the players, they understand that the coming in is actually a good thing on the grass. But yeah, I'm a little dirty there. I needed maybe a shower or something.
You're crazy. You used to do that on clay court. Sorry, Greg.
Well, you never used to be a goalkeeper, you said to me, in your youth.
I never mind falling down, or I could roll on my shoulder.
Yeah.
I never hurt my hips or anything else. Yeah.
Part of the technique of what he did. It's absolutely wonderful. Have you got some more analysis?
I think that's it for the moment. I want to go back to the draw for Kevin Curran. So the first round he's beats Stefanki, then De Palma, then Mustard, and then he just went nuts. He beat Stefan Edberg in straight sets. He beat John McEnroe 2-2 and 4, and then he beat Connors 2-2 and 1. I mean, it was unheard of coming in. So, how did you prepare yourself mentally for a guy in such great form?
Well, first of all, I had enough of my own hands. I wasn't thinking too much on the other side of the draw because I wasn't thinking it was going to be in the final. So I was really living one match at a time. And maybe my advantage was on the Saturday, Kevin Curran got to see Bruce Springsteen in a concert, and I had to go back and play Anders Zverev. So mentally, I wasn't thinking final. I was thinking, how am I going to beat Anders Zverev? So mentally, I was still much in the moment, in the zone. Where Kevin maybe was thinking a little bit already and celebrating and all that. So the mind can play tricks with you. If you get out of the zone, it's more difficult.
Yeah, and how much do you think that you were able to get into the head of opponents, Boris? Because so much of what you bring to the court is not only that.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot in terms of your tennis, but also in terms of your mind.
Well, I think that's partly why I'm diving. Because it just shows the opponent I'm going to give it everything I have.
Yes.
There's no point. I'm not going to try for it.
Yes.
And it does play with your mind. It's not something you do intentionally at 17. But as you grow older, more experience, you understand that trying all the time really frustrates the opponent. It frustrates me if I see a guy trying for every ball all the time.
It's irritating.
It's irritating.
And listen, it was very scary. I can speak from experience. It was extremely scary.
Yeah.
Not the first time we played, but after I saw you win Wimbledon, because I remember I was back in Sweden playing tennis on a black asphalt court, actually, on a little island. And I came in because I got to watch Becker Curran. Because Curran, I watched the match, he beat Connors. It was unbelievable. Nobody can beat Kevin Curran, and you come in and you beat him. So I don't know how you knew about this, but you did intimidate players a lot when you play, because you're obviously a big guy and you have a big game, but there's more to it than that, because of the way you walk, the way you pass the players in the changeover. Yeah, just a little. And not saying you, but it was just a little like, okay, who's going first? Well, I'm going first, or you go first. There was no doubt in Boris's mind, and that scared a lot of players even before we played you in the locker room, and that's such an important part.
Well, everybody has their habits, I call it, or their routine. And I was a physical player. I was a physical guy. I don't mind confrontation, and it worked in my favor. You know, everybody's different. You know, some players don't want to speak. Some players want to be left alone. Some players are with their team and talk the whole time. Everybody has to find their routine and their comfort zone. And mine was that. And obviously, when you win 17-18, you have to think about what works for you. Well, that worked for me, so I kept it.
Yeah, I love the fact that you said you tried to get out onto centre court first to get the chair that you wanted. So when you came out of the locker room, was it kind of a race to get in front of Kevin Curran to
Well,
get
you
out there?
see, when I was sneaked around the corner, I was trying to make sure that I'm ahead of Kevin, walking first on centre court.
Yeah, how fascinating. Does that still happen today? Does Novak do things like that?
I don't think so, no.
No, he doesn't have a special chair.
No, I mean, he started on the left and he played on the right, I think.
Doesn't matter.
No, doesn't
He's
matter.
not so superstitious.
No.
No. I guess it probably wasn't superstitious, was it? Or was it just you wanted that chair?
It was my habit. I would call it habit or routine that it worked, and I stuck with it.
Goes along with the 2 pairs of shorts.
I know.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Okay, well, let's just quickly do a score update here, because Sharapova is out on court. Actually, she's being pegged back here, Boris, by Coco Vandeweghe at 5-all, I think, in the second set, and Garbine Muguruza is 4-3 against Baczynski. Any thoughts on the ladies taking place today, Boris?
Well, I thought the best match of the tournament was last week, Friday, Heather Watson and Serena. I thought that was an unbelievable match. Serena, again, tough one with Venus. But on grass, you got to rate her as the big favorite. You know, when she's on, it's very difficult to beat her. But, you know, women's tennis, you never know these days. I don't see, you know, you saw at the French Open, she had a lot of 3-setters. Here again, she had 3-setters. So yeah, I think the top girls are coming closer together. There isn't the era where Steffi Graf or you know, Chris Evert, Martina, where you win always 1 and 2, and then you get to the semi-final for your first match. I think it's much more competitive these days.
Yeah. Before we let you go, are you celebrating tonight the 30 years since you won here?
No, I'm in the zone. I'm thinking Cilic. I'm thinking Novak. You know, we got to prepare for the next match, and that's my mindset.
Yes. Well, last time you came in the studio, I said, Boris, you look like you've lost weight. Well, you look like you've lost even more after that experience last night.
Probably have. Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Well
Thank you so much.
You
As
very much.
always, when you come and see us, it's an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to head out to Rob, who I believe is overlooking centre court with Anne Kiyothavan.
Yes, thanks, Annabelle. What a tense moment. It looked all over. Sharapova 5-3 up. Coco Vandeweghe had a crucial break of serve at 5-all, but she's now facing break point, and this has been the pattern of the match, where Sharapova has managed to break back every time Coco Vandeweghe has got her face and her nose out in front, but it's back to deuce. This is the crucial hold, isn't it? She must force Sharapova to a tie-break.
Yeah, I mean, Coco Vandeweghe has done a great job staying in this second set. Sharapova's serve for the match at 5-4 was broken to love. Vandeweghe, she's been getting the crowd on her side. We've been seeing her arms flap up and down. She's really trying to get everyone behind her here. And serving at 5-all, 40-15 up. She's allowed Sharapova back into this game. It's still going. But she's opening up the shoulders, and she seems to be playing with a lot more freedom.
What is going on with Sharapova's serve? Because she was love 30 down on her own serve and then served a double fault to hand Coco 3 break points. For a player of her class, something just doesn't seem to be ticking or clicking with regards to her own serve.
Yeah, well, Sharapova's notorious for getting the yips with her serve, and throughout this tournament, I don't think she's been at her very best. She has got better with each match, but the serve has been an issue. She's hit more double faults than any other player in the draw, and it will continue to be a problem, particularly so because Vandeweghe's looking to attack. She's aware of that. With Sharapova, though, there's no fine line there with the second serve. She's still going for it despite all these double faults, still prepared to take her chances. You know, whether it'll pay off in the next game, we shall see. But she's still hanging in here at 5-all.
Well, there was a little groan from the crowd there because I think they're desperate to see this match go to 3 sets. Coco had advantage there on her own serve, but she's once again been pegged back to deuce. The crowd want her to take a 6-5 lead in this second set and force Sharapova to serve to take it to a tiebreak. Do you think some of this development in the game has come from Sharapova maybe losing a little bit of concentration, perhaps assuming that at 5-3 up, the match was dead and buried? Or is it a case that Coco's really deserved this chance to potentially go to a tiebreak?
I think it's been a bit of both. I mean, Sharapova may have taken her foot off the gas ever so slightly, but Van der Weyck, she came up with the big shots when it mattered. I mean, sometimes for a player, when you're down, you might look on the scoreboard anyway that you're down and out, but it's easier to free up, open those shoulders, and let a few rip. And with Coco, when she was 5-3 down, she started playing with more depth. She started going after that forehand of hers a bit more, and it's paid off.
Right, just glancing over, it's break point for Sharapova. We can't show you this action, of course, which is why I'm occasionally turning my head from the lens.
Deuce.
And it's back to deuce again. This is absolutely epic from Coco. And what a great development from her, even if she doesn't manage to force the tiebreak and she goes out in straight sets here. For a player who arrived at this tournament never having gone past the third round, this is potentially a career-defining moment for her to get to the last 8 and push someone like Sharapova, a 5-time Grand Slam champion, if not all the way, then most of the way. It's a great turning point in her career.
Yeah, it's a moment she'll never forget. Every player remembers their first time out there on centre court. I certainly still do. And for Coco, she appears to be soaking up the atmosphere. You know, she's trying to get the crowd on her side. She appears to be smiling a lot, which is something you don't really associate with Coco van der Weyck on the match court. Usually she's so serious, she's so tough on herself, but she seems to be enjoying her moment out there and clearly wants to stay on court for as long as possible and make a real match of this.
Well, she has absolutely captured the crowd's imagination here. She's serving with advantage on her own serve, and indeed she has taken it. So Coco leads 6-5 in the second. Sharapova will come back out of the chair to serve to take it to a second set tiebreak. Are we seeing a little hint of Serena versus Heather all over again? A little bit premature with that, but Coco's got a chance at least of taking this second set, and that isn't something we were saying when she was 5-3 down.
Thank you very much, Rob. Well, another man who did have a chance earlier was Kevin Anderson. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to convert. Djokovic won 7-5 in the fifth to make his way into the quarterfinals, and here is what Kevin Anderson had to say following the match.
Kevin, can you just talk about the overriding feelings after coming so close and not quite making it?
Yeah, obviously very tough. I think quite a few mixed emotions. I mean, obviously there's a lot of positives to take from that, being in a position of 2 sets to love up and, coming today and, I think really gave myself a good shot. I played some good tennis and, tennis is tough like that. But, on the flip side, also a little disappointing. I mean, coming into this week was definitely my goal to progress further than I have at the Slams. Been in the round of 16 a few times. Came a lot closer this time than I have in the past, but just, it just wasn't close enough.
There's 2 break points.
Sorry. Sorry. If you want to ask a question, could you just signify? I've got a couple of people in front of you.
I'm just going to say, Kevin, I know it was a great set today, but do you think your moment was actually last night when that was the moment when you had him? Was that the key moment?
No, I think it was actually more today a little bit. I mean, obviously played a great 2 first sets. The third and the fourth set wasn't as good. I think the temperature dropped quite a bit. I wasn't feeling as loose and free as I was in the first 2. I was really sort of struggling. Just that flow, especially on my serve, and in the fourth it was really just try to keep it as long as I can, especially when I went down that sort of early break to get through the day. I mean, coming out today, had a couple break points. I thought I was playing really good tennis. I think I had maybe a couple more chances than today than I did in the third or fourth sets.
Just that fourth game today when you had those 2 break points, do you feel there's anything you could have done there?
I just remember the one pretty clearly. I didn't really feel like it was like a massive opportunity. I thought I had a pretty good slice off the one shot, kept it really low. He had it he was able to cope with it really well. It was one of those matches I didn't feel, it was really close. It was, I think, tough scoreline, tough points throughout the whole match. I didn't feel like I had maybe sort of glaring opportunities or, points that, really should have won with easy shots. I mean, I think he played the big points very well.
I mean, he said he said afterwards that it's probably his hardest match at Wimbledon, is what he said.
Oh, that's obviously nice to hear. I mean, I really gave it all, and I thought I played some really good tennis. Stuck to what I was trying to do the whole match. I feel like I've, had a very good grass court season this year. Definite improvements from last year's, and yeah, it's always tough. I mean, definitely wanted to win the match, but as always, I've just tried to take the positives and just keep improving.
You haven't taken a single set of him since 2008, I think. Did you change something the past 2 days, or also were you taking any confidence of seeing that maybe he was feeling more nervous?
No, I mean, wasn't trying to do anything different, just a continuation on how I've been playing and what I've been trying to work on. And I think it's definite evidence to me. I feel like I'm on the right path, and the stuff I'm doing, all the things that I'm doing, just got to keep working on them. Just from the grass courts itself, obviously last week and this week had some good results, but I don't really feel like I'm doing anything outside of what I'm trying to work on and improve on the practice court.
And were you feeling it was maybe tense and that maybe that was working for you? Or
I'm sorry, say again?
Were you feeling that maybe he was getting nervous and frustrated at some point in this match, and was he giving you...
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that was... a couple times I saw him being a bit frustrated. I was obviously serving well, and I mean, that was my goal, to try and be aggressive and try to keep him out of his comfort zone. So if he was that, the way I was playing was definitely working.
Having played Djokovic.
Okay, straight over to some live action on court number 18 now. On a court where there are 10 Wimbledon titles to hand, 9 of them with this lady in your foreground. Yes, Martina Navratilova, 9-time Wimbledon ladies champion. She is playing in the ladies invitational doubles alongside Selena Svar, and they're playing against, with a good bit of character there, Marion Bartoli, who of course is a Wimbledon champion as well, to make it 10, and Eva Maioli. So let's join some action from this court, number 18. We will take commentary from Paul Hand and Virginia Wade.
It's a treat to see these players play. And that's why the court is just laden with spectators. This joyous Wednesday afternoon. Second week of Wimbledon. Doesn't get better than this. We've been treated with terrific weather throughout the fortnight.
Well, this is an absolutely perfect English summer day. A few clouds around. The bit of humidity that was around before has gone. Oh, and the shadow just disappeared just when we wanted to show a very precise one.
Martina serving then. Setting a break.
Well, what happened to Marion?
Done?
I think she's got cramp in her foot, actually.
Cramp in her toes.
Run it off. Do some lap.
Have to get somebody to pull her leg.
Toe cramp. I get that when I'm in bed. Never had it on the court, but it's painful.
Oh, it's amazing. Take your shoe off and for a little bit. Well,
she's so embarrassed.
Including her. But, I mean, you hate to laugh at people having cramp on the court, but it gives the appearance of a ludicrous situation sometimes.
It does, doesn't it? As if your toes could stop you in that moment. That's what she's embarrassed about, bless her. She's such a high IQ, such a bright, sparky person.
Net for serve.
And she's a fully fledged member of the club and really enjoys using it, Marion.
sometimes that's a difficult volley. It's just so low of the net, you don't have a chance to really get into a good position to hit it.
Love 30.
Martina coming under a bit of pressure here then. She's going to have to put out a couple of big serves. Trailing love 30 on this service game. Oh, brilliant use of the court from Martina. Well, how about that? Such a big point as well. Fabulous dive to her left.
15-30.
In that point, just to dig out the volley. She'll do whatever it takes to hold on. Showing real character there.
That's great. You knew it was going to be a lob. It had to be a lob. The volley was so deep.
30 all.
It was a perfect half volley pickup as well from the most senior player on the court.
Oh, an ace! That really requires some celebration.
40-30.
That was not what I had in mind.
Yeah. The two things you can read from that is first that she is thinking what she's doing with the ball. Trouble.
Quality return from Mariam.
She is thinking what she's doing with the ball, and also it was a mishit which ended up better than you could ever predict. I thought that was Martina's voice that said you. That, you see, Svaa actually missed that volley at the beginning of this game, so she didn't want to go anywhere
hesitant.
near it.
Yes, yes, well said. So another break point, a third.
Really, not the right shot from Marion Bartley at the.
Good leave, good leave.
Advantage, Navratilova.
Been some good returns from Eva Maioli lately. Seems to have regrouped a bit, but that lob, not very good. Or not good enough. That's brilliant.
Navratilova, Miss Svaa.
Brilliant hold then to compound their lead.
Navratilova, Miss Svaa lead 4-2. Second set.
Very good shot indeed. She was a little exposed if the ball came back though, but it was hit well enough. Oh, yeah, no, she's getting carried away with the topspin backhand.
15 love. Thirteen.
Well, the serve checked as it hit the line there.
Oh, Maioli has dropped her previous two service games, including the one at 40 love. Once again, this team knowing what to do in a doubles
40,
point.
15.
Now, it was when this lady was 40 love up on her own service game that she got broken at a vital stage in the first set, having served for it.
Games, Bartolini, Smayoli.
And they both left it.
Navratilova, Miss Farr lead 4 games to 3. Second set, and by 1 set to love.
Was that Martina who called you
I
again?
thought it was, actually, yeah. Yeah, I thought it was. A couple of dark ones looming overhead. They look a little bit laden, don't they? They're perhaps a few minutes away, but I think the wind is blowing this way. Let's hope they forego us.
Yeah, I think with a bit of luck that must be, it's going to skirt the club.
Let's hope so. It so often does.
Might hit the
ever
practice courts. Well, this pair who need photos taken are Martina and Salima actually need to concentrate here. It's just the sort of time in a doubles match when you've just got, when you're set and you've got a break and you know,
yeah, it's easy to be complacent, isn't it? Absolutely.
Well, I think it's easy to get tight because, you know, it's not like you've got bullet serve, so you're going to have to really think and play each point out. So up to Salima Sfar to get some good serves in with the new balls.
Serving set and 4-3 then, Salima Sfar.
That's lovely.
Crisp.
Perfectly played point. I mean, that is very good. Everything is in front of her, and she said any number of excellent backhand volleys.
Rock solid, so assured at the net, Martina. Nothing's changed there. I wonder how often she practices to keep that level.
I'm sure she plays plenty, but she's got so many other television commitments, and that'll do.
14.
Well, as hard as Marion and Eva try, they just cannot get through the wall of Sfar and Navratilova at the net.
Yeah, you're so right.
So robust, haven't they, throughout?
There's another excellent backhand volley.
Navratilova, Miss Farr lead 5 games to 3. Well, second set.
Pummeling in 85% of first serves as well, the leaders in this match. That's remarkable. Although, of course, they're taking a bit of pace off, as sensibly they should.
You think? You don't think they... You think...
Well, maybe not.
I'm not sure they can.
Maybe not.
You know, as you get a little bit on, you know how to place the ball, you know how to hit it, but you just cannot really crack it. So you go with as hard as you can and pretty confident getting it in.
Love 13.
Right. Just bear that volley in mind. It's a classic way to hit a backhand volley.
Marion really upping the ante
15,
there.
30.
There was an injection of pace on that one. Martina a little greedy in her response.
Yeah, she'll be pleased with that.
15-14.
Well, it was a timely cross, and it's generated 2 match points on the Bartley serve.
(30-14).
One saved.
Juice.
Well, we have got a match on our hands here. We can hardly believe the tiebreak we've just watched between Maria Sharapova and Coco van der Wey. Bear in mind, Maria Sharapova took the first set 6-3. She was 5-3 up in the second. Coco van der Wey has come back into the match and she's won the tiebreak 7-3. Almost all of the points went against serve, and Coco has just started to boss the 2004 Wimbledon champion around. And Anne, what a treat for the centre court crowd, and what a display of composure from the 23-year-old American. Dead and buried in this second set. The match was over. Not anymore.
No, not anymore whatsoever. Coco van der Wey has really been able to rise to the challenge. She's freed up. She hit some cracking forehand winners in that tie break. Really went after it. She's been able to play with better depth. There's her coach, Craig Carden. Everyone's on their feet, and now both players are actually off court on a bathroom break. So there'll be more than a few minutes before we see some more play.
This is extraordinary exasperation on the face of Maria Sharapova. She must have and legitimately thought, I'm in love with the Coco. Well, I'm sure there'll be a few more wanting that T-shirt, even if she doesn't win this third set. But I'm sure Sharapova must have been thinking about, OK, this is job done, straight sets. I've got to go away because next up is Serena and Victoria Azarenka, and I play the winner. And all of a sudden, with more than 2 hours on the clock, she's been drawn into a real battle against an American who will have absolutely nothing to lose when they both return for the deciding set.
Yeah, well, the momentum is all with van der Wey. She struggled with her first serve percentage. It got better as that second set went on, but it was really her forehand. There were a total of 19 winners, most of which came off that forehand wing, that did the damage in that second set for Coco van der Wey. Sharapova, I mean, the turning point really was at 5-4 when she went out there to serve for it, lost her serve to love, really wasn't in that game whatsoever, and Coco just seemed to grow in confidence and take everything on. Sharapova was all of a sudden the one on the back foot the whole time, really struggling with her depth, and van der Wey took advantage.
And I guess when you look at Coco's path to this, her first Slam quarter-final, well, it was her first fourth-round match, so it really is turning out to be a great week and a half for the American. Pliskova 11th seed, Sam Stosur 22nd, Lucy Safarova in the fourth round, the number 6 seed. Coco's got nothing to lose. It's Sharapova who's coming back out onto centre court, the first of the two players. And, well, if she didn't think the American would pose a huge threat before the match, she certainly knows that she's in a tight contest now. And Coco, she's been wearing her heart on her sleeve in this match, and I think that's one of the reasons why the crowd have really got behind her. Once again, we've seen an overwhelming favourite take a very commanding lead in the first set and be significantly up in the second, only to find themselves dragged back. If this third set is half as good as Heather against Serena, we're in for a real treat here.
We are. There's a big if, but you can't really count Maria Sharapova out of this match at all. She is such a fighter, one of the best competitors out there. She will dig her heels in and she will really knuckle down. And I think the start of this third set is so crucial for both women. Whoever can get their nose in front will do their absolute best to maintain that.
Well, it's only the first set that Maria Sharapova has lost in this year's championship. She's had a pretty good path. I think she'd only conceded something like 23 games across the first 4 rounds, and it certainly looked as though she wasn't going to concede a set when she was 5-3 up. But the tiebreak has gone the way of the American, and we have what we hope will be a thrilling 3rd set to come. You just can't take anything for granted at this year's championship. It's turning out to be a superb fortnight for women's tennis.
It is indeed, Rob. Just some amazing passion from Coco Vandeweghe, getting the crowd involved and pulling her through. Well, it's not just women's tennis on the cards today, it's also juniors, of course. And this is court number 17, the second round of the boys singles in progress between Lee Duck-hee from Korea. He's actually the number 2 seed, you can see there. We actually met him a bit earlier this morning. He was out on court number 14 with Novak Djokovic practicing. And he is playing Mark Polmans from Australia. Now, Polmans actually won the first set in a tiebreak. He came through 8-6, so he took that first set 7-6. And Polmans is actually now a break-up in the later stage of the second, 5-4. So he's serving to try and take this match. He is love 15 down to Lee Duck-hee, who is interesting to note, Adam, actually struggles with a bit of a hearing difficulty. And he plays tennis incredibly well despite his disability.
Yeah, remarkable. I think he was born with a hearing defect. He wasn't fully able to hear. I don't think he's completely deaf, but he learned how to play the game, loved the game, showed an aptitude for the game. His quality is amazing, and he was just able to keep on playing and raised up his level and keep pushing through the levels of junior tennis. And now, as we said, he's the number 2 seed here at the championships. I watched him a couple of times last year. He was playing in the boys singles as well here last year, and it's absolutely amazing considering that he can barely hear the ball, but he's able to completely see the way that it bounces and play through this, and the quality is amazing. And it was brilliant to watch him this morning when we were watching him knock up with Novak Djokovic, and obviously a fabulous opportunity for him. I think that came about by the fact that Djokovic's fitness trainer Gerhard Phil-Grich, who's worked with Djokovic for a little while, knows Lee Duck-hee's coach and his father, and so he was able to set up that hit with Djokovic. But he's got 3 break points here on the Polmans second serve. So 3 chances for Lee to break back and take it to 5-all in this second set. But really a remarkable story.
Well, absolutely. He's doing his best here to stop Polmans taking this match in 2 sets. And it's interesting to note that he, with the disability, and he's done just that, he's broken. So it's 5 games all now in the second set, and it will be Lee Duck-hee to serve, and he uses impact noises to gauge where the balls are landing, apparently, the vibration of the balls, and he keeps a close eye on officials. So some wonderful stories here throughout the championships, as per usual, but one of the biggest stories earlier on today was who would do it. Novak Djokovic, Kevin Anderson, undecided. They came out on court for a 5th set, and it was Djokovic that came through 7-5 in the 5th, and he's just been to the press centre to talk to the media.
The feeling, and how was the night knowing that you have to come back and try to finish it today?
It was a very difficult match, one of the most difficult in my Wimbledon career, that's for sure. I thought Kevin played exceptionally well throughout the entire match. Maybe he dropped his level a little bit in the 3rd set, but other than that, he was serving very efficiently, very powerful serve. Also high percentage of her serves. It was very difficult for me to read because he has a same toss for every direction. So with that kind of serve and the aggressive round strokes, he's a very, very tough opponent on any surface, especially on grass. So 2 tie breaks. I thought I was close to win both, especially the second with 4-love. Again, double faulted in some moments. He took his chances, served well, came to the net. He was just a better player in both sets, and he took the advantage of the opportunities, shorter balls. I backed up because he was just so aggressive that naturally I was a little bit more passive, but I was hanging in there. I was just trying, even though I was 2 sets down, to stay calm and mentally strong, and believe that I can come back, which I did. And then, obviously, the 5th set today was very frustrating, very tense.
I didn't have basically any chances in his serve until that 11th game when he made 2 double faults, and I made a couple of good returns from the forehand side, and that was enough. Again, when I was serving for the match, I had to come back from love 30. So all in all, until the last moment, till the last point, I didn't know if I'm going to win or not. I was just trying to be very active and come with the right intensity, and that's all I could influence. That's all I could focus on, because he was playing on such a high level. I could just hope that I'm going to have some opportunities, which I had.
Novak, could you clear up something for us today? I think it was the 6th game. You won the point, then you had this kind of explosion of anger. I wasn't sure if you were shouting at Boris Becker, the ball girl, yourself, or the wall.
It was, as I said, a very, very intense 5th set today. Because he was winning his service games so easily, it puts an extra pressure on my service games, and that was maybe one of the turning points, that game, where I won that very close point on 30-all or juice, and I took out everything I had, not on anybody but me. I was looking to the box, but I was talking to myself. So, yeah, I mean, as I said, our emotions are present, always going through ups and downs, and it's particularly frustrating when you're playing somebody that serves this well and doesn't give you any look at the break. So, but you know, it happened later on.
That was a reaction I would expect from someone who'd lost the point, though. That's the bit I can't compute.
Yes, well, I was trying to get myself, you know, motivated, because I was not showing much emotions yesterday. I was just trying to keep it together. Sometimes it's just good to scream and let it all out, because that's the way I work. Somebody else is different.
So does my wife.
Gentleman in the head.
Novak, speaking of tough matches, speaking of tough matches at Wimbledon, what do you remember most from facing Cilic in the quarterfinals a year ago?
I remember we played very close 3 sets. I played very well the 4th and 5th. He got a bit tired and was not serving as well in those 2 last sets, but he had an exceptional season last year, the best of his life. Played very well at the Grand Slams, and of course winning US Open. It's crown of his career, and I remember him mentioning earlier this year that he wants to focus mostly on Wimbledon, on grass. That's where he feels like he has a best chance aside US Open. So he's been playing on a high level. We meet again in the quarterfinals, and I know him very well. We played many matches on different surfaces, and I'm going to try to obviously do a few things differently than I've done this match in terms of return and my positioning, and hopefully I'll be able to get more balls back, because he does serve very well too, and I think he's going to try to rely on that element in his game. But again, it's a best of 5, and I hope I can play as well as I will prepare.
Novak, were you annoyed that it went over to today? Did you think it could have been finished last night? Because it's an added risk, isn't it, if it goes over to another day?
It is, but I didn't argue much. You know, I expected that decision to be made, and for us to continue today, the 5th set on the same court. A few days ago, Monfils and Simon played the 5th set on the center court and played 4 sets in court 1, but that was an exceptional situation because they played on Saturday and Sunday was no match day. So I didn't expect them to get us on the center court and play 5th set, honestly. So I was already in my mind the next day.
No, sorry.
I'm sure you didn't mean to do it, but according to the photographers, there are pictures of this ball girl looking quite shaken up by your reaction towards her. After what happened in Miami, will you try and maybe find out who she is and make amends?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. There was nothing towards her, so maybe she was just afraid of my screaming there, and I was pretty close to her, so I'm definitely gonna try to apologize to her if I did something wrong.
The lady in pink.
Just last month you went through the experience of having to play in back-to-back days going to the final. What did you learn from that, and how did you feel then compared to now? And just do you think it's going to help
Can you just repeat? I didn't hear the first
in
part.
Paris, you had to play also.
Also back-to-back, yes.
So do you think that that experience helps you now, and now you're in it again, and you've gone through the emotional?
It's I don't think it's too much a matter of really experience. It's just how your body reacts and how it recovers. In that particular scenario, I played 2 sets with Andy the next day, and then I had to play finals the day after. Here, I played a set today. I think I'm going to be fine for tomorrow. I think I haven't spent too much energy throughout this tournament. Of course, this match was by far the toughest I had so far, and let's see. I'm confident I can feel good.
Novak, I'm sure you're pretty aware that today, 30 years ago, your coach won the first title here. Was it maybe in the back of your mind that you might ruin his big day today with a loss?
I didn't know it was today, but he's going to have a glass of wine, I'm going to have a glass of water, and we celebrate this nice milestone.
And the ladies there.
Today, the Serbian captain made the nominations without you in the team for Davis Cup. Is that a confirmation, or is just a formal thing he has to do today?
It's there is a possibility that I'm still going to be on the team. There's a possibility, but it's still not final, as he has by the rules permission to change the team a few days before the match starts. So it's even though I'm not in a team that he entered, I still maybe be there.
When you start talking to yourself, as you said before, is it usually a bad sign, or sometimes can be something that helps you to react and do better? And
I think it's just generally the what I've mentioned before, the effort that I try to make to get myself more energized, more get the right intensity, and just get myself more involved in the match. Felt like maybe I was a bit too flat, and with the serves that were coming my way, I couldn't do much with that. So I just tried to get myself moving and kind of stimulate all the body and brain functions.
Gentleman standing up.
After you left here last night, was it difficult to wind down and get to sleep on time, and how did that all go?
Yes, well, it's not easy because you don't usually experience these particular situations where you play 4 sets and you still are not. The match is not over. You have to come back the next day, and there's not much time really to recover. And of course, as we finished around 9 o'clock in the evening, it takes, for a professional athlete, usually a lot of time for adrenaline rush to settle down. So it takes hours and hours to really be able to fall asleep and recover and so forth. So I hadn't. Let's say that I haven't had a great night, but again, what it matters that I managed to survive this day, and we move on.
Do you know about what time maybe you fell asleep?
I don't know. I don't know, but it wasn't before midnight, that's for sure.
Novak, I understand you, in the last week or two, you've done a promotional video with a young British player called Jonathan Gray, I think, recently, and you were quite encouraging of him yesterday ahead of his match. I just wondered if you could just, say a little bit just about him as a young man, as a player.
Yes, well, I've met him one of the advertising campaigns that I did for a sponsor, one of my sponsors before Wimbledon started, and I met him on the court, and he was the player I was hitting with, and he seemed like a very nice guy, and we had a nice chat. He also talked with my team, and he asked for advice, and you could say that he was quite curious to find out more, and you can see that there is a big desire from his side to succeed and to get to professional tennis. So I'm happy that I saw him play in a junior tournament. I don't know what he is, if he is still in the tournament or not. He lost. Yes, well, but I wish him all the best, and he's a very nice guy from Leeds.
So fresh off the here 5 minutes ago, he tells me, Taylor Fritz, the American here who's taking part in the junior men's tournament, and he has just beaten a Japanese guy, Sori Fukuda. Is that right?
Almost.
Almost. How do you pronounce it? Go on, give me a little insight.
Sori Fukuda.
Sori Fukuda. There we go. I can't pronounce names, so there we are. Thank you for you're number 1 seed coming into this. So does that put a bit of pressure on you?
Yeah, of course. When you're the number 1 seed, you want to do well, and a lot's expected of you. So you just got to go out and compete as well as you can.
I mean, as a youngster, how do you deal with that pressure? Do you have someone helping you with that?
Well, not really. I don't really mind the pressure. I think I play pretty well under the pressure. The main thing is just there's definitely a target on my back because I'm the 1 seed, so I have to watch out for everyone.
So you've obviously got off to a really good start here. I mean, for those of you who don't know you, obviously, a junior, still progressing through the ranks, etc., etc. Can you just talk us through your game, your strengths, to describe your game, really?
I play as aggressive as possible in most situations. I have a big serve that I rely on a lot in situations, so grass is really perfect for my game, and that's pretty much it. Just aggressive.
Well, you were a semi-finalist here last year at Wimbledon, so you know what to expect. I mean, is it a favourite place of yours then, if saying that you like to play on grass?
Yes, grass is definitely my favourite surface, so this is the tournament I've been looking forward to all year, like Wimbledon. It's the one tournament for me, so.
Are you here with your family this week?
Yeah, my whole family's here.
We're coming down to support you because you're from America, obviously.
Yeah, my whole family and my girlfriend came.
Perfect. And how long have you been here for? Have you been here last week as well for the first week when the seniors were playing, or have you just flown in recently?
I've been in England for like close to 4 weeks because I played the ATP in Nottingham 2 weeks ago, and then played another junior tournament before this, and then so I've just been hanging out since then.
Have you been watching any of the matches last week? Did you get to watch anyone in particular?
Not too much, to be honest. I don't really watch too much tennis.
Oh, what sports do you like to watch?
Pretty un-American to me, but I like to watch soccer.
Sure.
And obviously American football.
Mm-hmm. But in the tennis world, who inspires you? Who is your favourite player?
I love Roger Federer just because of you can't not like him, and then I also like Raonic just because of the way he plays. I like that kind of a style.
You just mentioned Roger Federer there. Rumour has it that perhaps you hit with him in the past. Is that right?
Yeah, just once earlier in the week, maybe about a week or two ago.
How did that come about?
Not sure. It was set up through just set up, and I didn't question it. I'm happy for it.
How nerve-wracking was that, though? That Roger Federer is going to start hitting with you.
I just had to not think about the fact that Roger Federer was on the other side of the net and just hit, and I did all right.
Well, we know you haven't warmed down yet, so we'll let you go and do whatever you have to do, maybe an ice bath, a massage, and we wish you luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
I love Wimbledon, don't you, Mum?
Today is the only day all the players play at once, because that's why it's called Manic Monday, because everyone plays on the same day.
It's nice to live here and to be involved in it, and there's all the buzz that goes on around
I love it. It brings out the best of Britain. Loving it.
with Serena and Venus.
That must be so hard playing your sister.
I love the family rivalry.
It's so cute because they have matching rucksacks. My dad has to buy me and my sister the same thing, so it's equal. So I wonder if they have the same squabbles.
100%, I will do.
If I was to play James, who would you support?
James has always beaten you.
What?
I feel really tense now.
Game, set, match.
Now, do you think they're going to hug? Wow, that's really nice.
Such love, isn't it?
Would you go for a big squid?
She's in the zone.
She looks as if she's going to the moon.
This girl apparently is the only girl that could possibly give Serena Williams a run.
That'd be
good. That'd be a good one to watch.
Yeah, really nail-biter, tense game.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to predict whether Azarenka will beat Serena.
Has that got money on her?
No.
But you would have if you had.
I would, but I have no money. I spend it on holidays. Does that actually work?
Yeah. Do you want to hold my fingers so you can try? Yeah.
Yeah, should be an interesting one.
Have you got anything?
No.
He's such a diva. Look at him.
What's he doing now? What's wrong with his feet?
Why is he changing his socks?
Yeah, I think his feet must be really sweaty.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I would take him over my knee and give him one hell of a spank.
Some men just need a cuddle, you know?
I remember this match, Murray and Federer.
Oh, my heart's already going just thinking about it.
The British public took him to their hearts then.
Yes, they did, yeah. So do you think it's Murray Mount or Henman Hill?
I kind of grew up with it being Henman Hill, so I think of it as Henman Hill.
Heather Watson had done really well this year. It would have ended up being Heather Hill. They can't keep changing its name.
Why can't you call it Murray Mountain? I suppose it's not a mountain.
And we left and about 10 people fitted into the space that we'd been in.
No, but there were 10 skinnies, weren't there? Oh,
This is married today. Yeah.
Is that a wedding ring? That's sweet.
I love that because it just shows his sensitive side. He wants her to be with him on the court, but she can't because that'd be ridiculous.
That lad's tall, crikey.
Pavlovic's a giant.
6'11", I think I read.
He's lobbed it!
It's like lobbing the Eiffel Tower.
I feel like there should be a thing where the other person gets to wear heels during the game.
Oh, so to make it equal?
Yeah. Hello! He's waving at us.
Jimmy Carr said he liked my jacket. Like a jacket? With his big eyebrows.
Oh!
Yes, he's done it.
High five.
Yeah, Kim's pleased.
High five.
So exciting. I mean, quarterfinals, semi-finals, then final. It's going to be absolute nail-biters the whole week. I know, literally.
Well, once again, this match just never fails to excite us. It's been incredible. Sharapova 3-0 up, and all of a sudden, I'm just glancing over my shoulder. She's saved one break point against her serve. Someone's trying to come in the booth. Sorry about that. It's so exciting. They're trying to gate crash our position on centre court. You're going to need to get us security. This is crazy. Anyway, anything can happen in live TV. So Sharapova has saved 2 break points. It's back on juice. She's 3-1 up. And there's a pattern to this. Just when we think Sharapova's got this match and this set in particular totally nailed, suddenly Coco manages to find a way back in.
Yeah, there have been so many ups and downs throughout the course of this match. Coco's game is always so dangerous. You've got to always be on your guard. She's got big, heavy strikes that you can't underestimate. I mean, I'm telling you, I've played against her. She whacks it. She really whacks it, and you feel the force of it when it comes straight back at you, as does Sharapova. They're both trying to hold their ground on the baseline there, and it's a battle of who can really get the depth on these strikes, who can get the first big strike into the corner. And so far, Sharapova's prevailed in this final set. Although, I've spoken too soon. Coco Vandeweghe has just broken the Sharapova serve again. And again, she's flapping her arms up and down, trying to get the crowd behind her. She's working it pretty well.
Amazing. So all of a sudden, we once again have a game on our hands. Sharapova, 3-0 up. Now it's 3-2, and Vandeweghe will come out when they've had this break with over 2.5 hours already played. She'll come out with an opportunity to draw things level at 3-all. Wow, what a game that was. Sharapova saving 2 break points there before being pegged back to juice. And the other point that's important to make here, and we were talking in between, as she fires up the crowd again and the corner are getting excited, and why wouldn't they? This is superb tennis. 2.5 hours of non-stop entertainment. It's gone this way and that. Coco seems lighter and fitter than she was a couple of years ago. You can tell by looking at her, she's a big, strong, powerful woman, but she's also clearly done a lot of work on her fitness.
Yeah, she has. She's definitely speedier around the court. She's getting to a lot of balls that she wouldn't have got to a few years ago. Sharapova's tried to use the drop shot. Coco van der Wey has surprised her by getting to some of these shots. And yeah, overall, fitness-wise, all that hard work has clearly paid off. I mean, she has unbelievable sporting genes. Her mother was an Olympic swimmer, competed in the backstroke at the Olympics back in 1976. Grandfather was a basketball player at New York Knicks. So, you know, she comes from a strong sporting background.
It's a colourful past, and she's adding to the Van der Wey family legacy. Right, so as it stands, Sharapova took the first 6-3, then Van der Wey took it to a third with that tiebreak. She's serving 2-3 down in the third, but crucially, we're back on serve. Has this American got another twist of drama yet? Over 2.5 hours played, and we still can't take our eyes off this match for a second. But do us a favour in the studio, send down a burly security guard, because we've got all sorts of people trying to get into our commentary position because they want to watch the drama that's unfolding behind us.
I've got Adam, Rob. I'll send him down. Just give me minutes, because first of all, we've got to reveal some breaking news from court number 1. Garbine Muguruza managing to get the job done much quicker than centre court, coming through after this match point. It's looking like she's about to take it in straight sets, and a long rally on such a key point in this battle against Timea Baskinski, but unable to make that return. She has done it. Garbine Muguruza, the first Spanish woman to reach the semi-finals here at Wimbledon since 1997. She matches that record set by Sanchez Vicario. What a huge achievement for the 20th seeded lady from Spain. She reached the quarterfinals at the French Open last year, but this, the furthest she's ever progressed in a Grand Slam. She's just 21 years of age, and she comes through 7-5, 6-3, Adam, to book her place in the semi-final, and her opponent will be decided on the next match out on court number 1 between Madison Keys and Agnieszka Radwanska.
Yeah, it's a magnificent performance. She's taking advantage of that slightly weaker bottom part of the draw to make it through to the semi-finals, but that shouldn't diminish what she's achieved here. She's shown it for the last year and a half or so. Her career's been bubbling in the upward direction. She put in some good performance, played a good match against Serena Williams last year, and she's had some good results since then. And so we know what she can achieve, we know what she can do, and brilliant to see her really stepping up to the plate. And this is the first Wimbledon Championships where she's really shown what she can do on a grass court, which for the Spaniards, both in the women's and the men's side, we haven't seen too many Spanish players other than Rafael Nadal really show what they can do on a grass court. So good to see Muguruza showing us what the Spanish women can do on grass.
Well, and of course, she reached the quarterfinals at Roland Garros this year as well, so back-to-back appearances there. She's now into the semi-final here in her third main draw appearance at Wimbledon, and sad time for Timea Baskinski as she leaves the court. She made the semi-finals at the French Open. She's had quite a story about how she had real issues with her father and then chose to leave the game and then came back and is making huge steps this year. So one semi-finalist and only one so far in the women's draw is decided so far today, and it is already after 4 o'clock. Remarkable day's tennis we're having. Garbine Muguruza through to the semi-finals, and we'll keep you posted on who she'll be playing as the action develops later on. Well, as always, we're very happy to welcome in our social media reporter, Catherine Whittaker. Once again, huge reaction, I'm sure, to Garbine becoming the first Spaniard since '97 to make it into the women's semi-finals here. But as it's only just happened, I'm not sure people have had a chance to get too vocal on social just yet.
Well, there's lots of people picking up on a couple of things she said a few years ago. In fact, Wimbledon, obviously, the Wimbledon account have been tweeting, obviously, that fantastic stat about her being the first Spaniard since 1997. That Spain has had a women's semi-finalist, and also lots of people quoting back at her what she said in back 3 years ago when she first played on grass. Only 3 years ago that she first played on grass for the very first time. It was up in Nottingham, and she said she found it really weird, and 3 years later she's into Wimbledon semi-final, and that picks up a little bit on a general feature of tennis. I think it's been more so on the men's side. I mean, there was a period in the 90s and the noughties when lots of the Spaniards barely even bothered to come and play here at Wimbledon. They were very much considered themselves clay court specialists. Moya, Ferrero, Ferrer even, it's taken him quite a long time to come and play on the grass and really embrace it.
They famously booked their flight tickets for the Wednesday because they knew they were either going to be out on the Monday or the Tuesday.
Exactly.
But they don't do that anymore.
Exactly. They wouldn't even book into a house. They would book into a hotel because it wasn't worth their while. They would, even if they were challengers at the French Open, semi-finalists, finalists at the French Open, they would come here and think, you know, I'm not even going to make it through a couple of rounds. And yes, the grass has gotten slower since the last 10, 15 years, and I'm sure that's helped. But I also think players now, there's so few players that are specialists on one particular surface, on that everybody can play pretty much on any surface, and Garbine Muguruza, a prime example of that, and it's fantastic to see, I think, for Spanish women's tennis.
Well, Mats was summing it up earlier today, wasn't he, when we saw the reaction from some of these ladies this morning from yesterday, and just the emotion of making it through to the quarterfinals, and Garbine Muguruza was the one that fell to her back in absolute delight, and he said, you know, this just shows how much Wimbledon as a slam means to these players, and how perhaps it is the one, if they had to pick all four, that they would most like to win, and therefore you can't really overlook the grass court season, as short as it may be, if you ever want to be a contender here, and she's a prime example of that.
Absolutely, and I wonder if that extra week, you know, gives the grass court season the space it deserves to breathe, really, doesn't it? It makes it into a proper season somehow, having that extra week, and I think that will help as well. Bring out the best in players like Garbine Muguruza, who wouldn't necessarily pick it out as her favoured surface. Something else that lots of people are picking up on, we've obviously got this huge drama going on out on centre court with Coco van der Wey and Maria Sharapova. Lots of people picking up on the time that Maria Sharapova is taking between points. Now, the men's game usually gets the biggest criticism for this. Nadal and Djokovic famously do take their time between points. Nadal has his little routine, doesn't he? Goes to the back of the court, and Djokovic does all his ball bouncing, and they get majorly criticised for the time they take between points. Well, Maria Sharapova is being criticised at the moment on Twitter quite a lot for the time that she's taking in between points. Chris Clary from the New York Times thinks that some of these Sharapova delays between first and second serves, that's the interesting thing. With Djokovic and Nadal, it's in between points, but the criticism with Sharapova is she does her routine of going to the back of the court, turning her back to her opponent. She does that actually between first and second serves. But it's hard to say that it's been putting Coco van der Wey off, though, because she's been playing so brilliantly for the past set and a half.
Well, has she been warned? Can she be warned for a time limit?
Absolutely, yes. You can be given a code violation, and in fact, on the ATP side, it has been hugely cracked down on. 5 years ago, you would never see a code violation for a time warning, whereas now you do see them.
The umpires are really up on it now.
Every now and then. If you ask John McEnroe about it, he's all for having a time clock on the court. Just have a clock counting down the time, and then it's not a problem. So, I mean, that's one way to deal with it. And it's I mean, there's no doubt the game has slowed down a bit, but then you look at the likes of Nick Kyrgios, and Nick Kyrgios is a nightmare for editors on the TV because he plays so quickly, you can't get replays in between a point. He can hit a fantastic winner, and then before you know it, he's back in position to hit a first serve again. So it's one of those debating points in tennis that just keeps coming up, and people like to revisit it, and until someone comes up with a solution like the time clock, I guess it just will be one of those topics.
I suppose if you flip it round, though, and look at it from van der Wey's point of view, if she is managing to clearly force Sharapova to take more time, she could take that as a positive view, couldn't she, and say, look, I'm ruffling a former Wimbledon champion, I'm making her take more time, she's obviously having to think about what I'm doing, so really she could take a positive look at it, couldn't she?
Well, and you know, van der Wey's using her own tactics as well. Anyone that watches will see her amping up the crowd, and good on her. We just had a break together down in the broadcast centre cantina here, all three of us actually, but I was commenting to Catherine how good, you know, this is her first ever experience on centre court. She's playing a former Wimbledon champion, and she is just lapping up the experience. She's getting the crowd in her corner, and she's just enjoying the moment. She's relishing it, and we've seen that from people in the past out there. If you can get the crowd on your side, in fact, Djokovic a little bit last night was really reacting to the crowd when he was trying to come back from winning those 2 sets. So she seems to have got the crowd on her side. I don't know if social media is weighing more to her side, watching the two do battle out on court, but she's treating the situation well.
There's certainly a lot of support for her out there, and I think People are really pleased to see somebody that's going out there and isn't intimidated by Maria Sharapova. Serena Williams and Maria Sharapova in particular are such intimidating presences, I think, on the court, and they have that locker room intimidation as well. And to see someone like Coco Vandeweghe go out there in a completely likeable way, you don't feel there's any arrogance or attitude there. She just is behaving like this is where she belongs, and I think whether or not she wins that match, that's really positive for her future. And there's a lot of positivity out there for her, which is nice to see.
Well, Rob mentioned how this Wimbledon Championship so far is doing wonders for the women's game, and I think you've just put the nail on the head there, Catherine. Even if she doesn't manage to come through this match, a bit like Heather Watson, she's made a huge stride in her career. Having said that, she was quoted before the match today as saying she didn't see this run at Wimbledon bring a breakthrough in her career, just a stepping stone. And Matt said, you know, that's a real telltale sign of where this lady expects to be. And I think many people would never have heard of Coco Vandeweghe before this week or last week.
But they certainly have now. She's really made her mark, and as I say, win or lose this match, it's really nice to hear somebody aiming high. And as I said with Heather Watson, you want, if she does go on to lose this match, you want her to be gutted, you want her to be disappointed, you want her to think that she is capable of winning matches like this. And looking at her attitude, it seems like she does.
Okay, well, we'll shortly be visiting the second ladies quarter-final, due out on court number 1, and here it is. It's a very different entrance to that of centre court, but it's still a huge stage that awaits these two athletes, and it is the young 20-year-old American who leads the way, Madison Keys, who faces a former finalist here from 2012, Agnieszka Radwanska. Interesting to note that Madison Keys is one of 3 American women in this year's quarterfinals. That's the most that they've had for 11 years. But Agnieszka Radwanska will feel that she still has business to do with these championships, having fallen at the final hurdle 3 years ago. Now, Adam, we see Madison walk on court here with headphones in. This is something we see more and more from players, from male and female, I have to say. Victoria Azarenka, who'll be taken to court, centre court after the Sharapova-Vandeweghe match, often does the same. Serena does the same. Nick Kyrgios does the same. Often there is a sponsorship deal that goes with it. I don't think that's the case in Madison Keys, but some people just choose to listen to whatever music they prefer to get them in the zone ahead of a big match.
Well, she does it. As you said, Azarenka does it. We've seen Nick Kyrgios does it. He has his headphones permanently clamped around his, around his ears, around his neck. Dustin Brown was a big one for wearing headphones. It reminds me of a story a little while ago. A man who's now working for Live at Wimbledon Radio, Barry Cowan, the former British player, when he played a 5-set match against Pete Sampras here on the old court number 2, the graveyard of champions as it was known. He eventually lost that match, but it went to 5 sets, and he's a big Liverpool fan. And he had a Walkman back in the day when there was Walkmans and tapes and everything. And at the change of ends, he would always put his headphones in and he'd listen to "You'll Never Walk Alone," which is the famous Liverpool song. And eventually, I think Catherine will probably be able to correct me here, but they got rid of that. They then changed the rules so that you weren't allowed to listen to music during the match.
So
you can come out with it on. So Kyrgios and Azarenka and all the other players we see coming out with the rap music or whatever it is they listen to blaring out in their ears. But once the match has begun, they can't then listen to it because they thought that there was then an opportunity, perhaps coaching or playing a tape of a coach saying something or whatever. But that reminds me of Barry Cowan, a really interesting story. And whenever I see him in the press offices and talk to him about it, it's fond memories for him. He couldn't quite get it done against Sampras, but yeah, good memories.
It's a great story, wasn't it? And just that whole I mean, poor old Barry Cowan, that's what he's famous for now. He's famous for almost beating Pete Sampras. I mean, it was an incredible story at the time.
I wonder if he's still got it. He must still have that yellow Walkman he had, yeah.
It's interesting though that you say you point out now that listening to music or whatever it is during a match isn't allowed, but you are allowed to take notes onto the court with you. And we saw Vasek Pospisil during his last match, one of the 2 5-set matches he played yesterday. He was referring to, he got his little book out at a lot of changes of ends, and he referred to it. And of course, the Williams sisters as well have got out, have taken out notes that their father Richard has written on them. And you always see the cameramen trying to get over the shoulders of them to try and see what the notes are. So you're not. The coaching rule is a complex one, isn't it? Because you're allowed those notes, you're not allowed audio input, you're obviously not allowed to receive any indication from your box, but the lines are getting a bit blurred, aren't they? Because frequently people's teams, people from members of people's teams, coaches or whatever, will indicate to a player whether they think it's worth a challenge. For example, on a line call, that's one area where it seems to be a bit of a grey area where coaches are allowed input, but it's an interesting one.
Okay, well, Radwanska does lead the head-to-head 3-0. They've played each other on grass just once before, and it was at the 2013 Wimbledon Championships. In the third round, Radwanska came through in 3 sets. We will keep you posted as to how that match develops on court number 1 as we find out who will face Garbine Muguruza in the second half of the ladies' semi-finals. Well, let's go straight over to Rob Walker for some more breaking news out on centre court.
Yes, thanks very much, Cara. Well, a brilliant, brilliant effort from Coco van der Wey. But at last, Maria Sharapova has taken it in the third set. Coco had the break. Remember, she was 3-0 down. She managed to claw it back to 3-2 and would have resumed with an opportunity to tie the match at 3 games all. But Sharapova managed to break straight back, and she's just sealed the match 6-2 in the third set. So in the end, Anne, the number 4 seed showing her class, but all credit to the 23-year-old American. No mean feat to take a 5-time Grand Slam champion deep into a third on her first experience of a major quarter-final.
Yeah, Coco van der Wey performed really well, hung in there, made a match of it, despite being a set and 5-3 down. It's really endeared herself to the crowd out here on centre court. But Sharapova showing her class, showing her experience. Both players took a bathroom break at the end of the second set, but Sharapova came out strong at the start of the third, and van der Wey was never really able to get back into it, despite getting one of the breaks of serves back.
Well, the American just ranked inside the top 50. Sharapova, incidentally, will be guaranteed to return to world number 2, just behind Serena, irrespective of what she does in the semi-final and possibly even the final, but she'll be delighted to be back in the last 4 at Wimbledon, and Coco surely will be closing in on a place in the top 32. Good to see the Chelsea pensioners getting a signature or 2 there, but Sharapova can now go away and prepare, and she'll have one eye on our next match on centre court. Massive challenge if it's Serena, but equally if it's Victoria Azarenka, it's quite easy to write her off. We mustn't forget that she's a double Grand Slam champion, and she's come right back to a really good level, having lost most of last year, or many tournaments last year she missed through that left foot injury. So a great chance for Azarenka, but what a matchup that would be. Serena and Maria have had some epic ding-dongs here over the years and could have another one in the pipeline.
They could, and I'm sure Maria Sharapova will keep an eye on the match. I'm sure her coach will be keeping both eyes on the match. You know, Sharapova, I'm sure, will probably be getting in the ice bath, focusing on her recovery now, making sure she's fit and loose for the semi-final. I mean, it's been some time since she's been in the semi-final of Wimbledon, and she hasn't been at her best, but the fact is she's managed to win despite not being at her best. And whoever she plays, whether that's Serena, whether that's Azarenka, it will be a tough match. And I'm looking forward to this Serena-Azarenka match because they've had some epic battles. Azarenka was a set and a break-up at the French Open just a few weeks ago. Match points a few weeks before that in Madrid she had against Serena. Wasn't able to close it out. Back on grass, Azarenka trying to find that form again of what took her to world number 1 and those Grand Slam titles. She will always be a dangerous opponent for anyone, and Serena has always struggled against her. For Maria Sharapova, I don't think she minds who she plays. I mean, Serena is a tough battle, tough ask for anyone. I can't really say it's been a rivalry between Sharapova and Serena since Sharapova hasn't beaten Serena in over a decade or something like that. And there's something about Sharapova that really gets under Serena's skin, where she's able to really raise her game and play some incredible tennis. But right now, for Serena, it's very much the focus here is on Azarenka, what she needs to do out there, mentally how strong she needs to be. She needs to stay calm. She needs to stay focused out there. She can't have too many emotional highs and lows against someone like Azarenka. And equally the same for the Belarusian too.
And I guess just briefly talking back about Maria Sharapova, she has got to sort out that double fault ratio. She needs to, if she's going to stand a chance of getting through to another Wimbledon final, she hasn't been there since she finished runner-up in 2011, she has got to get on top of those double faults because there are just too many for her to be in a position to win Wimbledon again this year, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she was in double figures, double faults there against van der Wey, 10 of them. And I said earlier as well, I mean, she leads the double faults count for the ladies singles event. She's hit more than anyone else in the tournament. Can't afford to do that in her semi-final. Will need to raise her game if she's to have any chance to go further, whether she plays Azarenka or Serena Williams, because both those women are a different level to what she's played against so far.
Okay, great stuff. Thanks very much. And so Sharapova is into the semi-finals and she'll face either Serena or Victoria Azarenka. That one coming up next on centre court. Would it be greedy for us to hope for a match of even close to that level of drama? It was over 2 3/4 hours in the end, and we're in for a long afternoon if this next one goes anywhere close to that. It's been a superb day for women's tennis, and it could be about to get even better. Come back to us later for the updates.
We will do, Rob. Thank you. As you say, what a belter of an afternoon so far. And we've only had one match on centre court. And of course, it's the third match currently starting out on court number 1 following the conclusion of the Djokovic-Anderson 4th round. And then Garbine Muguruza beating Timur Bashkinski. So plenty more tennis still to come on this second Tuesday of the 2015 Wimbledon Championships. And our reporter Rachel Stringer has been out catching up with the famous face.
So next to me here is a man who's much more known for his footballing prowess than anything tennis related, I guess. Is Didi Hamann, who's played for Bayern Munich, City, Newcastle and Liverpool, and that famous Champions League win back in 2005. Let's quickly talk about that. How much do you remember that?
Well, I do remember it. Obviously, it's 10 years now. It goes to show how quick time goes by, because I don't know where the last 10 years have really been. But no, we always look back. We had the 10th anniversary. We had a big function in Liverpool on the 25th of May when it was 10 years to the day. So yeah, always nice looking back.
Good to see some of your teammates like Steven Gerrard, Javi Alonso.
Yeah, no, most of them were there. Unfortunately, these two couldn't be there because Stevie couldn't be there and Xavi was still involved with Bayern Munich, but the rest was all there. So no, it was good to see the boys because, you know, we shared some great moments together, and unfortunately you don't bump into each other every week or every year.
And during your footballing career, did you ever get a chance to come to Wimbledon, or is it just since you've retired?
No, it's my debut. It's my debut. It's the first time. I've been in England a long time. Been to Ascot for the first time this year, and obviously now I'm finished for a few years. You get more chance to do that. I always wanted to come here because I love tennis. I love especially Wimbledon because I think it's probably the best or the biggest Grand Slam of the year. So yeah, it's my first time here.
Making the most of your retirement then, and who's most impressed you, I guess, since you've been watching?
I think Roger Federer has been very good. Obviously, I won't get to see the men today. I think Federer has been playing really well. But as you've seen with Djokovic today, the best players always find a way of getting through. And it'll be for mouth-watering semis if all the favourites do go through. Yeah, it'll be some semi, and Murray, you can never write him off after having won it before.
What did you think of the German Dustin Brown? He made lots of headlines early in the week.
Yeah, it was great to beat Rafa, and I don't think anybody expected it. But the thing is, if you beat a player like Nadal, you would like to really progress another rounds or two, which unfortunately he hasn't done. But I think it's been the case for many Germans. We've never really had a top player or top 10 player in the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe since Tommy Haas and Kiefer have peaked. It's unfortunate there's a lot of, I think, top 80, top 100 players. Unfortunately, no one in the top 10, but I think potentially there could be a few in the future.
Well, a few years back, and 30 actually, you did have a champion, didn't you? Boris Becker won here. Do you remember anything of that? Did you watch that match?
Yeah, I did. I was 11 at the time. I watched it with the family, with my brother, with my sister. And yeah, I think what I recall, it was a baking hot day in Munich, and yeah, the city or Germany stood still because nobody expected him to get that far. He got to the final, played against Kevin Curran, South African big serving player as well, serve volley player. And yeah, you didn't see anybody because every now and then in the break we went out on the balcony, but you didn't see anybody out there. There was no cars, there was no pedestrians on the road. The Germany basically stood still for the 3 or 3.5 hours when Boris played. And that was the case very often when he played because, you know, he was really one of my favourites and one of the country's favourites. And he played so many big matches, and it all started with that game 30 years ago when he won that final.
Do you follow Becker's career now and coaching Djokovic out there?
Yeah, I do. Obviously, it was I wouldn't say a surprise, but because he's done his media work, and for Djokovic to take him on, I think showed a lot of faith and confidence in him, and he's done ever so well since he took over. I had a brief chat with him before. I think he was quite relieved to get through that 5-set against Anderson today. And yeah, it could be another Wimbledon for Djokovic. Unfortunately, he fell short at the French Open, one that's eluded him so far. But he's such a talented player, and with Nadal and Federer coming to the end at some stage, I think he'll make the career Grand Slam at some stage.
Just ending on this one, Diddy, I just want to say, I know you're in Liverpool for quite a few years. Have you got a bit of a Liverpool twang going on there?
I'll leave that to other people to judge on that.
Let's see what you guys think. I think he has. I'm not sure what you guys think back in the studio. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, thank you.
Right, this is the scene in the clubhouse as it stands. The two players, Serena Williams and Victoria Azarenka, have just made their way from the locker room, and here they are coming out onto centre court for the second of the quarterfinals to be played on centre court today. So Serena Williams, who had to battle past, as you remember, Heather Watson a couple of days ago, or a couple of matches ago, I should say. And then, of course, she beat her sister Venus yesterday as well. But this is going to be interesting. Matt's 19th meeting between these two, 16-3 in favour of Serena Williams. But everybody remembers that match not so long ago, not only at the French Open, but before that in Madrid, where Victoria Azarenka had match points at 40-love, where she served for the set. And following a couple of points, served 3 double faults back-to-back and was unable to close out the match. But this is going to be intriguing. And does Victoria Azarenka have, do you think, what it takes to put out the world number one?
I do. I really do. I think the long match ahead of these two coming out, I think that's going to favour Victoria Azarenka. I think Serena is a little bit of a slow starter, and for her to hang around and only go on at 4:30, second match after one, is pretty late, you would think. So she's been ready to go on since 2 o'clock pretty much when she woke up this morning, and I think Azarenka is, even though she hasn't beaten her in Madrid, I don't think she has that many fears about Serena. She's played 2 really close US Open finals against Serena, lost in 3 sets both. She's won 2 out of the last 7 meetings, and 5 of the last 7 have gone the distance, 3 sets. So, and I think all the players know when you get into a 3rd set, there's a lot of luck involved as well. It's a bit of a risk-taker's paradise, really, in the 3rd set. But I don't know. I think Serena, obviously, yes, she got a wake-up call against Heather Watson. How well is she playing? It's hard to say. So, yeah, she's...
Well, she's bopping away, Victoria Azarenka.
And I think she seems very happy at the moment, Victoria Azarenka. She's very upbeat, and there's really no pressure on her because Serena is still at the top. Maria Sharapova is still pushing from behind. There's some young players coming up, and really, no one's really talking about Victoria Azarenka coming back to the top of the game. So this is a good opportunity for her, I think we're in for another treat, because that first match against Sharapova and Vanderwey was a great match. Bit unexpected, but great women's match.
Yes, it certainly was. And as you say, Victoria Azarenka in good form at the moment, a former world number 1, a 2-time Grand Slam champion herself at the Australian Open. And I think many people think this could go the distance out here today. We're also alongside Craig O'Shaughnessy, our expert analyst, who's been looking in depth at all the different players' strengths and weaknesses. So what do you think both of these players bring to the table today? And what do you think they'll try and expose with each other's game, Craig?
Well, Victoria is hoping to see a lot of second serves. You know, Serena's first serve, she can hit her target, she hits it big. You're completely on defense to start the point. So if Serena misses enough, particularly say a 30-all, a 30-40, misses some of those, Victoria should be stepping in, attacking it with her feet. You want to return the serve deep down the middle to the forehand, not so much to the backhand. Serena drops the racket on the backhand, which makes it tougher to pressure. So the racket goes up more on the forehand, and you know, in general, you're going to see more early errors in the middle of the court from the forehand from Serena. It's not so much about going wide and going near sidelines too much early. Go middle, bring the ball back down the middle, and then the winner will come more on the 2nd or 3rd shot.
When you say she drops the racket head, are you talking about in terms of the swing of the shot?
Exactly, it's in the backswing. So when she brings the racket back in her backswing, the racket just generally drops down low. You know, some players will bring it up a little higher. Leighton Hewitt brings it back very low. You know, there's a lot of different styles that you'll do with a 2-handed backhand, but it's just tough. You can see there, it comes from a ready position and drops down a little bit. And
what you're saying is that's tougher to break down because she does that.
Exactly. It's simpler. And it's also what makes Novak so good in that area as well. You know, some players will bring it a lot higher back there, and it's really the size of the backswing and the time that it takes to prepare. So a lot of times when you're returning, even though an opponent may have a better forehand in a rally, if they have a bigger backswing, you can rush that and target that, and you'll have a different objective with the return than you will in a rally.
Wow, that's very interesting. And Mats, what was your backswing like?
No, I mean, the backswing on both sides, I mean, is in relation to the ball that's coming at you, for sure. If it's a high shot, then you tend to bring your backswing up a little bit higher. Let's say if you're going to hit the ball sort of chest high, then your backswing comes just above your shoulders. If the ball is going to be hit around your knees, then your backswing comes around your waist. But the length of the backswing is pretty much the same. All the players loop it these days. But I think with the extreme grips that most of these players have, and I really think that Serena might have even gone a little more extreme on the forehand side. Her forehand is better when she has time, but it's harder on the forehand side to absorb power because you want to try and add something on it. And I think it's a little bit of, hey, you're going to go with my forehand, I'm not going to just get it back in play. I'm going to add a little power to it, so it's a little mental game. Whereas on the backhand side, everybody with two hands, they're happy just to sort of half block it back, maybe add a little bit of topspin with the left hand as well as with the right hand. So yeah, absolutely, I think it's right. And I think it's interesting how Coco Vandeweghe in that last match, how she went after Sharapova's serve and drilled her return right back at Sharapova's feet. Has to do with Sharapova's high toss and sort of landing into the court. So if Azarenka can do that, that would be really a play that I would agree with. It's not easy to execute, but at least you have a plan, and now she has to commit to that in the return part.
Yeah, and she likes to stay very close to the baseline, Victoria Azarenka, doesn't she? That's one of the major strengths that she brings out onto the court.
It's a strength most of the time, and sometimes it's a weakness, as we saw with Novak Djokovic in the French Open finals against Stan Wawrinka, because the reason he can be hit through by Wawrinka is he stays too close to the baseline sometimes, and he doesn't fall back and hits a couple of defensive shots. So Azarenka is very aggressive. It's hard on the grass court to be up there, but again, she has to get most of the first strikes in so that Serena can't dictate the rallies with the first shot. Because once Serena dictates with the first shot, she's too good, too confident, and too smart to start missing on the third and fourth shot if she is in command.
Okay, so the return of serve is going to be very key today. Craig, what are the other tactics that you think might be worth looking at?
Yeah, I think Serena's first serve is going to go wide a lot in the deuce court. She's going to want to pull Victoria off the court, and it's the primary pattern for a lot of the players because in general about 30% of serves are unreturned. So you've got to deal with 70%. And when that ball comes back, if you pull an opponent off the court, you're creating holes. And in the deuce court, pulling them off to the forehand, you'll never really hurt the forehand more in a match situation than off a return of serve, pulling them wide. You open up the primary pattern now through the ad court and make your opponent have to hit a backhand on the run. And also, once you've done that a couple of times, hitting behind them opens up as well. So a lot of times in matches like this, it's like Pavlov's dog. Is that I'm going to go here and I'm going to ring the bell there again, I'm going to ring the bell there again. And once you condition your opponent's mind to expect the strategy, that's where you go with the secondary pattern. And quite often you see easy winners hit to the strength because they've done a really good job of conditioning the opponent's mind to the weakness.
Wow, I've never heard that theory before. That's fascinating. Matt, what do you make of that?
Yeah, well, that brings back a lot of memories, Annabelle.
I'm sure you're expert at it.
Matt was a master.
Yeah, well, there's the stats of these two. 38 aces from Serena Williams, 13 to Azarenka. What else have you picked out on there, Matt?
Well, the next line, 20 double faults from Azarenka and only 8 from Serena. I mean, there's nearly a whole set of tennis, even more there in points between the two. So again, the serve is very important. Azarenka, I don't know if she necessarily needs to go for the first serve to go for 3 points. I think she can put the first serve in play, try to get a high percentage, and then hope that Serena overplays her return. Because often Serena looks to really, really dominate the first return that she hits. And obviously, if you hit a second serve, it's easier for her to do that. So it's hard to get to get 3 points as in an ace against Serena, because she anticipates well. She's so strong out wide. So I think a percentage play sometimes to the body that sort of jams her up, and now you can get her on the run.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because the mindset for Azarenka, I guess, she cannot afford to pull back on that serve too much. She's going to have to go for it out here today. She, you know, there's no point just dolly popping in a few serves because they're going to get chomped up, as you say, on the return of serve. So maybe she might have to risk a few double faults, do you think, Craig?
Well, you know, the first thing that she needs to do is start with her patterns of play, where she likes to hit it, and then adjust to what Serena's giving her. So one thing that may work, and it may only work for a few games or a set, is that let's go for the corners and let's serve big and try and protect the second serve a little bit. You know, I agree with Mats completely. The forehand jam is probably the best place to serve against Serena. I've seen a lot of her matches where she's obviously returning and standing 100% inside the baseline on seconds, but I've seen recently through the clay season where she's taking 100% of the first serves standing inside the baseline. So anyone that stands up in the court cuts down angles, and it makes it, you know, it's very difficult to ace Serena because of that. So the more you stand up, the more you must serve at somebody, and it's really a bit better to the forehand jam than the backhand jam against the world number one.
Okay, well, as the match is about to get underway, you can, of course, continue watching it on BBC or ESPN, and we will bring you full analysis after that match with Craig. But in the meantime, Craig, I believe you're going to give us some analysis on Djokovic's win over Kevin Anderson earlier today, the resumption of that match. Of course, he came through 7-5 in the fifth set. So, well, where are you going to start? Key elements.
Well, I thought the first two sets were the best two sets I've ever seen Kevin Anderson play. You know, he was magnificent. And around the end of the evening, when we went off air and we finished up for the day, I'm like, you know what, I'm going to go to the hill and I'm going to sit up with the crowd and I'm going to enjoy this and soak this in. I first met Kevin Anderson actually at Orangi in 2004 when he was competing in the juniors. And then we started doing some work together in 2010. And I follow him very, very closely. He's a good friend, and you know what, his game is improving. He's doing extremely well. I want to start at the beginning of 2010. He goes into the Australian Open, qualifies, is the very first match on Rod Laver Arena. He plays Andy Murray. He loses 6-1, 6-1, 6-2. It wasn't a good start to that season, but you know, it was, to qualify is always good. Kevin was around 150 in the world. He came to Dallas for a $50,000 challenger. His first round there was against Bobby Reynolds. Bobby was coming off wrist surgery, had been out for 6 months. It's indoors. Kevin should have won that easily. Somehow, some way, Kevin loses 7-6 in the third set. I talked to him after. I said, listen, let's have breakfast tomorrow morning before you leave. Let's just catch up. So we go and have breakfast, and I sit down with him like, Kevin, tell me about the match. And he's like, well, you know, I kind of played well. My forehand was fine. My backhand was okay. I served all right. Just all generic noise, things that you know, from sitting and watching the match, he never hit on any of the specifics. So I said to him, Kevin, you don't need to be good at everything, but you've got to be good at something. And, you know, I kind of got his attention. And I said to him, Kevin, there's only 3 things that matter in your life. And again, he's around 150 in the world. I go, serving, returning, getting to the net. So I'm going to rate you on all 3 of those. I'm going to grade you, kind of A being excellent all the way down to F failing. So I said, Kevin, the first area of serving, I'm going to give you an F. He's like, come on, you know, I served some aces, I held serve. I'm like, you know, the subtle things. Where does my opponent think I'm serving? Where do I want the ball to come back? What is the score? Where is you know, where's my favorite serve? Where is my percentage serve? I go, these things you're not putting into play. You're not setting up for later in the game. Returning, I give you another F. He's like, come on, I did well returning. You know, I broke a couple of times. You know, the big thing with Kevin with his return game is that he has a huge backswing on his forehand ground stroke that was identical to his serve. So indoors, he was actually backing up against Bobby, landing almost all second serve returns in the service box. Easy F. Lastly, approaching Kevin, you get another F. He's, you know, I go, this is simple. You came in, you know, 7 times in 3 sets. So I go, not only do you not know the 3 things that matter to you the most, you're failing at them at the moment. So he started turning white. I said, you know, eat some more breakfast. And we progressed. I said, you know, who's coaching? He was like, well, no one. You know, my dad travels with me. And I'm like, well, what do you and your dad do? It's like, we do one drill. My dad brings a chair out to the middle of the court. He puts a bucket of balls on the chair and he feeds balls to me and he runs me side to side. And I go, well, why does he do that? It's like, well, it's great. I get a great workout and I get great rhythm. I said, Kevin, you will never do that drill again for the rest of your life. Your job is to destroy rhythm in a match. So we started working together. He hired a full-time coach in Louis Voslo. I went to quite a lot of the events with him, filming matches and doing strategy. And 12 months later, instead of coming back to Dallas, he goes to South Africa and he wins the South African Open and ATP 250. So the three things that I saw out here against Novak, those first two sets, was full commitment to the serve, full commitment to coming forward. He returned extremely well. He was so poised, and he was so incredibly close to winning that match, and he's really headed in a good direction. So we've got a few clips I believe we're going to have a look at. And I'm interested, Matt, your comments. You've obviously seen him progress over the years, and how do you see his development?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously he's always developing. He's a very serious guy, very serious professional, but he's definitely going for the serve more. He's got a huge serve, and it's very consistent when he goes for it. And I think that when he goes for it, it makes it easier for him to take advantage with his forehand. He mustn't just put the serve in play, because his forehand and backhand, they're not really good enough to stay in the rally for 3 or 4 shots. But I love the way he played in the first couple of sets. The fact that he came forwards. When he was up here, he said he's trying to come forwards. And sometimes he served and volleyed, and most of the time he went for aces. But there was something much clearer about his game plan. He went for the forehand, like I said, to Novak's backhand, inside out really hard. And then he would follow that up and make Novak have to hit a passing shot. And he's a big guy, and I agree 100%. John Isner needs to play like Kevin Anderson played in this match as well. And I know Justin Gimelstob is coaching John Isner, and he's trying to tell him exactly that. And when you see Justin Gimelstob stand up every time John Isner served and volleyed out here against, help me out, he lost to Marin Cilic, exactly. And he served and volleyed. Every time he won it, and Justin Gimelstob would stand up. That was the only time he stood up, because that's the play. It doesn't matter if you're a good volleyer when you're that big. You have to just make sure your opponent knows I'm coming forwards. That would automatically scare them. So yeah, I think that if Kevin Anderson keeps this up, he's going to be a threat all the time. Not for the lower ranked players, because he's already beating them, but for the bigger players, because they are now afraid of him.
Yeah, I agree. 40 aces in the match. 25 went down the tee. The taller players tend to gravitate to that a little more. 15 wide. In the deuce court, 15 aces down the tee and 7 wide. Ag court, 10 tee and 8 wide. So it was a very good mix that kept Novak guessing.
Were you surprised how much he troubled Novak out there yesterday and today, though? Because I think everybody felt that even though he got that first set under his belt, then he got a break, then he got broken back, that suddenly the momentum was going to swing once again, but he still kept that foot on the gas, didn't he?
What impressed me the most was the pop on his shots, particularly the forehand. You know, when I first started working with Kevin, he was hitting too many backhands in the middle of the court. And I said, you know, hit more run around forehands. And he's like, well, I really like my backhand. So I showed him the stats. I'm like, you know, 2 out of 3 around 68% of all winners from the back of the court are forehands. So we got him moving around, and he's doing better with that. But the ball is exploding off his racket now. Before, you know, you've got 3 parts to a swing. You've got backswing, contact, and follow through. And one of the 3 will tend to dominate. And Kevin was a backswing dominated player with the forehand. All the action was there, not much action at contact, and then the follow through kind of sprayed. He's tightened that up. All the action is now at contact, and the ball is really popping.
He's definitely been a player that a lot of people have said in the past he gets very tight, he gets very nervous, and it's the forehand side that will break down more than the other side. But has that kind of gone away now, do you think, or is that still the tendency when the pressure's on? Because it certainly held up in this match against Novak.
Yeah, it did. One of the very key elements was keeping the left hand on the racket more. So, you know, he's a tall guy.
Backswing.
Exactly. So, you know, your left hand, you know, for a right-handed player, does a number of things. It keeps the racket away, it keeps the racket head up, it changes the grips, it holds the weight of the racket, and it prepares the racket back. And Kevin's keeping his left hand on longer, which is reducing the excess size of that backswing. For a guy that's already 6'9", to have a huge backswing on top of it, it's so easy to rush. So a lot of the keys with Kevin's forehand is really, it's not his right hand, it's his left hand.
Wow, what do you think of that, Mats? Because
you're
a little bit like that,
Andre
aren't you?
Agassi used to do that. He used to hold on very long, and that was sort of a more modern way to hit forehands that Agassi did And now the guys are doing that more and more, that's for sure. So yeah, I like tightening everything up a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think the reason why players get tight, like Kevin Anderson, I'm not sure you say that players are saying that. I think that's because their game plan is not as clear. And they don't know how they're going to win these matches. And when your game plan is clear, the closer the match gets, the less tight you get, because the clearer the game plan is to the best players, to Djokovic and Murray. When it gets close, well, they're completely clear on the tactics, and now it's easy for them to just commit to it because they know this is percentage-wise the right way to play. And I think the lower-ranked players, they tend to be all over the place, and then they win one match one way, they win another match another way, and now they don't know which one am I going to choose today. Whereas Novak doesn't win any, he wins them all in the same fashion. I mean, he drives his opponent crazy, he takes the backhand early, and he spins the forehand a little bit. So it's very important to keep it as simple as possible, and it's very hard to play against somebody who's predictably as dangerous as Kevin Anderson can be. It's easy to play against somebody who's unpredictable because you don't know what they're doing. So you just, well, I don't know, I'm just going to hang in there. And that's what Novak and these guys are so good at. They just hang in there because they believe their opponent is going to mess up at some point. And Kevin Anderson didn't really do that. I think he got a little tight in that third set, got back in the fourth, and then today it looked like just another yesterday's first two sets. So yeah, I really thought he had a good chance to win. And to say that Kevin Anderson has a good chance to win against Novak Djokovic in Wimbledon, that means that Kevin has raised his game another level, that's for sure, because Novak is at the same place every single day of the whole year.
Yeah, well, he took him love 30, didn't he, on one of the service games out there today, so I'm sure Boris Becker must have been panicking a little bit in the players' box. OK, well, we've talked about the serves and the forehand and what have you, but the net play today?
Yes, well, in the first two sets where Kevin won, he was very much committed to the net. He came in 27 times in the first two sets. In the last three sets, not quite as much, only 22 times in the last three sets. I would have liked to have seen Kevin a little more committed to that today and really get in as much as possible. But when he did it in the first two sets especially, it was magnificent. The set that he lost, that third set where he lost pretty badly, he only came in 3 times. So, once again, the more Kevin comes in, it's the more front court pressure he can apply. And, what are you going to do there? That's very difficult for Novak. It's a mid-court forehand. You can see that racket staying on. I like that play. Much better than letting that ball bounce. Yeah, so the commitment, the numbers are there. 27 times in the first two sets he wins. 22 times in the last 3 sets he loses. Today, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more. I like to think of it and coach it in a manner as that you get a 50-50 ball. Maybe I come in, maybe I stay back. Kevin must come in 100% on those 50-50
Yeah, no hesitation and not even thinking about it. Just actually just take the bull by the horns and get in. Yeah, easier said than done. I was going to say, having analysed everything that Kevin's been doing out there, was there anything that you think was a mistake by Djokovic in terms of his tactics out there?
Well, it's very difficult against the first serve. Maybe he moves around a little bit more. I don't think, he could have done anything different there. He did well against Kevin's serve. So the second serve percentages for Novak in the first 4 sets, he won 70% of his second serve points. In the 5th set today, he was 64%. Against second serves, Kevin only won 43%. So Novak did well there. And today, Kevin only won 27% of his second serve. So, Novak ticked the box.
Pressured him.
It was more just an urgency. It was almost like in those first couple of sets, Novak was going, he'll wake up soon. He'll come to life fairly soon. So I think the only thing is that Novak kind of was on a little bit of cruise control. It's like instead of really trying to jump on Kevin early and put this away a little bit earlier, because Kevin kind of got better and better at the start and certainly had chances to put it away yesterday.
Yeah, I know you mentioned it was 27% on those second serves for Kevin Anderson. I think we've got some shots of Novak really breaking down that second serve of Kevin Anderson out there.
Exactly, yes.
So let's take a look at this.
Yeah, so the little step forward, the backhand return is so good. Now, this is where the reason Kevin doesn't have such a high winning percentage on second serves, look at him here. He's an east-west player. And Kevin's game is all built around going north-south. It's all about going forward. But as soon as the second serve is hit, Kevin's movement is side to side, and that's exactly what Novak wants. These kind of points here, Kevin should have come in on that. That was a 50-50 ball. Now he's on defense, and really here Novak's got him on a string, and it all starts from the second serve. So I would even like to see Kevin serve and volley on it. Like well, he did come in on that, but a lot of times too against Novak, don't come in so wide. Come in more down the middle to the backhand, or even pull one down the middle to the forehand side. Yeah, a little bit more there. Got to put that ball away. That wasn't big enough. And now Novak extends. You know, that goes straight down, and Kevin's kind of just falling behind the 8-ball in that kind of rally. So as soon as the second serve's hit, Kevin can still win points there. So I did an analysis when Sergei Stakhovsky beat Roger Federer here. So Sergei served and volleyed on every single first serve for the entire match. He mixed it up on second serves. His winning percentage was higher serving and volleying on second serves than it was serving and staying back. I think Kevin can take notice of that and try and implement that in his game.
Yeah, I think we've got the penultimate game where Novak finally broke through for Kevin Anderson. So let's take a look at what happened here.
A great middle return.
A little bit shorter, perhaps, on the ground strokes.
Exactly. And this is where Novak just, you know, it looks like a 50-50 rally. It's far from it. Novak's got full control here. There's not a lot Kevin's can do. And again, he's getting Kevin side to side.
And then missing the first serve. Oh.
Matt, it seems to me that when you look at games where players get broken, there oftentimes seems to be a double fault in that game.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
And here we have two.
And there we actually have two. Most probably trying to paint the corners there a little bit too much, I think, in the serve. I mean, at this stage, you got to play the safer serve in a way, but do it with a very aggressive tactic. So, so even though he did serve and volley there, but that was at 15-40.
Yes.
So it's an easy return for Djokovic. So if you're going to hit that slicer, you most probably want to do it on the first point, because we know from the IBM Insight statistics that you've come up with as well, is that Djokovic, when you pressure him on his forehand, he doesn't absorb power as much, and it's easier to force errors from the forehand. Well, what a better time than the first point in that game to hit a slice serve to Djokovic's forehand. He's likely to put it back in play. Now you have the other part of the court open. But when you go to the weakness, which is the forehand return at 15-40, no pressure for Djokovic. You can't go there then. You don't go to the backhand on the first point, because that's his strength, and he likes the pressure on the backhand. It's going to make you play every single time. So you got to go to, you really have to play what you like to do, but also you got to look at what your opponent doesn't like to do, and that's what you need to do on the big points. And the first point is the biggest point in every single game, especially on grass for the server.
Yes, it certainly is. Well, having got that breakthrough after such patience throughout the course of this 5-set thriller, then here's the final game from Novak Djokovic.
We got fantastic depth there. I mean, a serve and a forehand. See, Kevin's feet weren't set. You know, and that's, again, it's just a commitment. And there's that forehand return that's a little bit too big there. So all struggling here with the return game.
You also see how safe Djokovic is serving there. He's not taking any chances. There's no double faults coming. I mean, there might be one long, but certainly not sideways. And we saw Kevin, he hit one sideways where he's trying to hit the second serve to a certain spot. He hit it from so high up. Kick serve just somewhere in the middle of the service box would be fine. So Djokovic is a very, very smart, high percentage player, though.
Does it impress you, Matt, the fact that, you know, when we've seen him in matches like this, and let's face it, his back was up against the wall for the majority of the match, wasn't it? And quite a stressful night's sleep, I'm sure, as well. But he has this amazing ability just to sort of take it on the chin, as it were, just ride out the storm. And he does remain what appears to be very, very calm in a very stressful situation.
You know, I really think that he's so much of a perfectionist that I am sure that he looks at the statistics and he looks at the head-to-head, and he hadn't lost a set to Kevin in the last 4 meetings. He lost the first one, the last 4 he hasn't lost a set, and Kevin actually never got into 5 games in one of the sets. And I think Novak, like you said, Craig, goes in, whoa, what's happening today? Well, this is unusual, but why should this day end any different than any other match against Kevin Anderson, which is, he is on fire, I'm just going to hang tight, I'm going to force him physically, which he did, because the reaction in the third set and the fourth set was probably also quite physically tiring for Kevin Anderson, because when you're doing something that is so precise and so committed, you want to take a little break. Why do you do that? Maybe you're physically a little bit exhausted too, and I think Novak, he knows those facts before he even starts.
Yeah, so many times. Oh, go on, Craig, what are you going to say?
At 2 sets to love down, I think there was no doubt in Novak's mind that he was coming back and winning this in 5.
Yeah,
definitely.
How much do you think a match like this actually strengthens Novak during the course of the championships, or do you think it slightly weakens him, the fact that he's not now going to get a proper full day off, even though Boris told us, well, he's had 2 days off over the weekend? What do you think?
I think it's going to strengthen him, but I think it's also going to strengthen Marin Cilic, because he's been watching it, and like we said, all the players know, oh, Djokovic, Kevin Anderson, that's not going to be much of a problem. Well, it was a huge problem, and I think Marin Cilic and Goran Ivanisevic, they're going to go and say, well, hold on, he hasn't played 5 sets, he hasn't lost a set to Kevin Anderson for 4 or 5 years. Why is he's not playing that good? So Cilic is a really good returner, especially off of second serve, because he's a big guy. He's a good server. He's got a really good second serve, and he can stay with Djokovic from the baseline. So I think that Cilic will take a lot of confidence in the fact that Novak went 5. Novak will take a lot of confidence from the fact that he survived it.
Yes.
Is he going to play better in the quarterfinals? Well, he better. He better, because Cilic is not a better player than Kevin Anderson necessarily, but he has accomplished much more, and therefore he might think he can beat Djokovic.
Yeah, so Marin Cilic will be studying those tapes overnight, I'm sure, before the quarterfinal matchup tomorrow. Well, thank you very much for that, Craig. I know you'll be back for some more analysis after Azarenka and Serena Williams. OK, we're going to head out to court 4 now and catch up with Adam. Let's find out what he's overseeing.
Yes, we're here by court number 4, enjoying a really interesting juniors match at the moment between Tommy Paul of the USA, who's down the far end, the 7th seed in this one, who reached the final and then won the Roland Garros Junior Championships about a month ago. He beat the #1 seed in the final there, Taylor Fritz, and he's playing against Juan Jose Rosas from Peru. And Rosas is a member of the Grand Slam Development Fund, so the junior tournaments are administered by the ITF, and that's a program that's set up by the ITF to help players from nations that may not have quite as much money and be able to help their young junior players. So it's a fund that's set up to help them. And Rosas is one of those players. There's a group of players who go around, they play all of the Grand Slams, so they get to play the Australian Open, then they go to Roland Garros in Paris, then they come here to London to play in Wimbledon, and he'll be heading off later on in August to play at the US Open in New York. So he benefits from that funding, and several really big name players who are currently playing or have retired have benefited from the Grand Slam Development Fund. To name just a few, Azarenka, who's of course in quarterfinals action today. She was a former Grand Slam Development Fund player. Jarkko Nieminen, who we saw beat Leighton Hewitt in the first round of the men's singles, he's also benefited from that. And some Grand Slam champions. Li Na, she was the lady who, before she retired, had great success, of course, winning the French Open, but she was formerly in the Grand Slam Development Fund team as well. And Marcos Baghdatis, who was here playing at Wimbledon last week. So it's a really great thing that helps out some of these younger players, and we're enjoying this match. And a man who has benefited fully from that money, Rosas. He went down in the first set 6-4, but he's battling back in the second set. He's just taken that game and he leads 3-1 in the second set against Paul.
There we go.
Thank you very much for that, Adam. Of course, so many of the new young rising stars out there in the junior competition, and for anyone who's got a ticket down here, well worth going to watch some of the juniors in action. Well, that's the scene overlooking all the courts here at Wimbledon. It's been a very mixed day. We've had sunshine, rain, showers, wind, you name it, we've had everything. And coping with it all, Fabrice Santoro, who was out there this morning or this afternoon. You were with Greg Rosetsky, weren't you, in the Legends event?
Exactly. Hello, Annabelle.
Enjoying
Hello, Matt.
yourself?
Nice to see you.
Welcome to our studio. Now, Fabrice, just give us your overview of what you've witnessed in these championships so far. Have you enjoyed it?
Before the tournament, I think we thought that top players will move comfortable in the draw, and that's more or less what happened. Andy was under control, same for Roger Federer. It was more complicated today, I mean yesterday and today for Novak Djokovic. Stan Wawrinka, we expect him in the quarterfinal at least and he's there in the quarterfinal, even if he's not as good on grass, and he can be on clay on hard court. And two good surprise on the French side. We have two guys in the quarterfinal.
Yes, that's right. So who's impressed you so far with the type of tennis that they've been playing?
On the French side or for any
No,
player?
just generally.
Any player? I think Roger Federer, I mean, almost 34. The way he's controlling the match from the first point to the last is just amazing. It was never, not even a breakdown in the first set of any match. I mean, he was controlling everything. And tomorrow against Gilles Simon is going to be an interesting match, even if I think he will make it.
Yeah, so what do you think? Why, something seems to have clicked with Gilles Simon at the moment. We know he's had a lot of injury problems during the course of his career, but it seems to be on the up again. What do you think he's doing well at the moment?
He's a very smart player. I mean, he can find a solution against any kind of player. In the Queens a few weeks ago, he beat Raonic on grass. And yesterday he beat Berdych. It's a completely different style of tennis. And he can always find the solution to beat any player. And the way he destroyed Berdych yesterday, 6-3, 6-3, 6-2, is just amazing. I don't think many players in the draw can beat Thomas Berdych this way.
Yeah, because it's very subtle what he does, isn't it? He sort of gets a lot of balls back into play. He's like a road runner at the back of the court, but he doesn't have enormous weight of shot or power and big serving. But what is it that he does?
He's not playing with as many shots as Roger Federer or Andy Murray, of course. But what he does it very well. He's playing well cross court all the time. He's going down the line.
Only when he knows.
Yeah, when he knows he can make a difference in always the same kind of ball, a bit higher ball. He goes flat down the line, and also he has the quality of his ball is different because it's very flat. It's sliding, a little bit after the bounce. It stays very low, and this is not easy on grass for his opponent.
Yeah, it's slightly better. His best surface in many ways, grass. The way the grass courts are playing today. But what else is there? Because I mean, how quick is he? The way he moves on the court. I mean, is there anyone that is quicker? I think Djokovic maybe covers more court because he's maybe more flexible, but Gilles is so fast around the court.
He's very fast. He reads the game very well. He can play 3, 4, 5 hours, no problem at all. And it's very complicated to beat Gilles if you play left and right only. If you make him move up and down, then it's a different story. But moving side to side, I mean, he's so strong. He can play hours and not missing one ball.
Yeah, so what in terms of the tactics against Roger Federer? Does he have the game to beat Roger Federer on a grass court, do you think? Or what is going to be the biggest problem that he faces when he takes on Roger?
I'd like to answer yes, he has the game to beat Roger on grass, but I think it's going to be, I don't know what's your opinion, but I think it's going to be very complicated because compared to what Berdych showed on the court yesterday, Roger has the backhand slice, more option. He has the backhand slice down the line, short cross. He's going to make him move up and down a little bit more. So I think it's going to be a tough match for Gilles, but hopefully it's going to be tight.
What about his serve, Gilles? Because it seems like to me he's also improved the serve. Because I remember 4 or 5 years ago, there wasn't much of a serve there, even when he was in the top 10. Now it feels like he's doing a little bit more. He gets a little more free points, and he's hitting the ball a little bit harder. Because against Roger, you're not going to break him. He hasn't dropped his serve once. He's held 58 times, 2 break points down, and Gilles Simon is a great returner. But what about his own serve? What do you think? Does he high percentage first serves? Does he need to go for first serves and hope for free points?
I think he will go for first serve, even if Roger attack his second serve, he will try to go for a big first serve. But I guess Roger will try to turn around to hit a big forehand early in the point, or chip and charge sometimes to make Gilles going for a passing shot quickly in the point. So it's going to be a very interesting match. I mean, we are lucky to have 2 French guys in the quarterfinal, and I'm waiting for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's so long. Oh, go on, Matt.
No, I want to know how do you extend? We know that if Gilles Simon extends the rallies past, I think the number is 9. Is it 10 maybe? He wins nearly all of them. How do you do that against Federer? Because Federer, first of all, is not going to allow that to happen. But at what point do you think Federer is going to get a little shaky, hold back a little bit, and then get himself involved in long rallies? Because that's what Gilles Simon, he has to get Roger to be a little passive. How do you get Federer passive? Is it only about the score, or is it a certain shot to his backhand that can make him a little shaky?
I don't think Gilles will put every ball on Roger backhand. I think he will go mainly there, but he will go also on the forehand side. Can we compare a little bit the match Roger is going to play tomorrow against Gilles and the one he played yesterday against Bautista Agut? Even if I think Gilles is stronger on grass.
For sure.
But still, he's a kind of player. Roger will have plenty of time to set his game, to chip and shot if he wants, to chip short if he wants. He will have many options and a lot of time to build the point.
It's wonderful hearing you both discussing what Roger Federer brings out onto a court, because it does seem as if he is exceptional in the amount of choice that he has in his repertoire. So why do I guess Dimitrov has been the most closely associated as being as similar to Roger Federer. People keep saying baby fed or whatever. But why do you think, because I know France really encourages that sort of creative flair in tennis players, but why will we ever see another Roger Federer type tennis player? Is he just one of a kind?
Clone? How do you say clone?
Can you clone them?
Any clone in the history of the game?
Yes.
I'm sure they're doing it in Switzerland.
Yeah, they can do this?
I'm sure they
I think it's about the coaching of a sort of a variety of shot making when they're juniors, and is that what France tries to do? Because you have so many flair type players that break through, but then it's one thing to play like that, but it's quite another to kind of harness it, isn't it?
In France, we are known for having very kind of players who can play many shots on the court, which is not the case sometimes for Spanish players. But if you look at the end, how many Grand Slam titles Spain won and how many France won, they are far in front. So maybe sometimes it's better to have 2-3 shots, but do it perfectly, than to be medium in every kind of player.
Yes.
But Roger Federer is not medium in every kind of player.
No.
He's strong in many shots.
Areas, he's one of a kind. We've asked you about Gilles Simon. You must just give us your thoughts on Richard Gasquet, who's also playing some fantastic tennis. We had him here in the studio the other day. He was very charming. He's very shy, isn't he? But he said actually his personality comes out more when he's in front of a big crowd. So what are you expecting from him?
Richard, Mats knows Richard very well, and he has so much expectation in France since he's 10 years old. And because he had so much pressure on his shoulder, he was playing so many matches in his career not to win, but trying not to lose. You know, he was a bit, scared to lose, so he was
restricted,
not taking the opportunities on the court. He was playing too defensive. But what he showed us in this Wimbledon is just wonderful, because from the first game on every match, he was very aggressive. He was coming to the net. He was hitting not only this top spin backhand cross court forever. He was going down the line also.
And is that unusual for him?
Yes, normally he's playing his wonderful one-hand backhand cross-court, which is great, but he's not making many points. And now he's going a lot down the line, and I think he will need these shots tomorrow against Stan.
But he can beat Stan, don't you think? I mean, he can get, because Stan, does he have a weakness? It will be on grass, and on grass it will be the return of serve, because it's very difficult for him to have time to hit his return. So I've noticed, if you hit a serve, a very hard serve, Stan is very good at returning it. But if you hit something not as hard, maybe somewhere around 115, 117 miles an hour, he tends to get in the middle of hitting or chipping or and that's where Richard serves. He serves around 120. He doesn't serve much harder than that.
You're right, because Stan is great when he's not only doing opposition on the return. I mean, and his opposition on the big serve, especially on the backhand side, is great. Forehand is up and down. It's more difficult for him. And of course, when a player mixes serve, one slice, you said 120, one kick, and then he doesn't know what kind of serve will come. It's more difficult for him.
Yeah.
But also, I think that Stan is unbelievable player when he can control the rally, when he can use his strong legs on the ground, and use then the power. So once again, Richard will have to be very aggressive to put Stan in a defensive position, not able to use his power.
Every time I ever hear analysts talking about Richard Gasquet's game, they talk about his court positioning and why he's so far behind the baseline. Has he moved up the baseline, or is it just his thing that he wants to play so far behind it?
I think it's...
Did they say that in France about him as well?
No, but the thing is, it's tough to accept to go in and miss when doing almost nothing, you are already 15 in the world.
Right.
Yes.
We have two players like this in France, Richard and Gaël.
Right.
Gaël can be he can be 12 in the world if he's not injured without doing anything almost. Just playing with his power, his physical abilities and his serve. But then if he wants to go to top 8, top 5, he has to be defensive sometimes and then aggressive. But it's tough to accept for this kind of players.
So you, go
Now,
on.
do you think Richard though is there now because he's 29 years old? It looks to me like he's getting closer to, I don't know, accepting. I mean, close to not accepting that he hasn't maybe done better, or that there's more inside of him. I mean, he's made 2 semi-finals of Grand Slams, so he's had a really good career. But again, he's most probably underachieved a little bit. But he's got the game. Looks to me, when he was here too, he was, I don't know, it was the most relaxed I think I've ever seen him.
He was really relaxed.
Yeah, and he was laughing and smiling and talking a lot, and it looks like he's, I don't know, somehow relaxed a little bit. And I am now going to spend 3 years going for it a little bit and see what happens. Because how many years do you need to be 15 in the world?
I mean, clearly Richard now is more mature, more confident, is more relaxed on the court and out of the court. And as you said, I mean, next year he'll be 30 years old, and this is what he has to go. I mean, 2, 3, 4 years. He's going to play maybe in the next 12 Grand Slam. He has to do something very big. So it's probably now or never, of course. I think he can make it tomorrow against Stan.
Yeah.
I believe in his chances.
Yeah.
More difficult for Jill against Roger. But Richard can do it, and he's going to be more and more relaxed, I think, when he will advance in his career.
Yeah. And being a Brit, I've got to ask you who you think France are going to put in their Davis Cup team.
Ooh. On Friday, on Saturday, on Sunday?
I have to wait a little bit longer.
No, on Friday, the first day of
Oh,
singles.
I see. I thought you were going to wait till after you've seen them both play.
On Friday, I will say Joe and Richard.
Joe and Richard.
Joe Tsonga and Richard Gasquet.
And Richard Gasquet.
That's Murray and James Ward. Let's put them out there, yeah.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
And in doubles, I would say maybe Joe and Richard. It depends on the score.
Really? In the doubles?
It depends on the score.
Really?
Same for Great Britain. I mean.
Yes, they've announced their team today. Did France announce their
this
team
morning.
today as well?
It's
Yes.
Tsonga, Gasquet, Simon, Mahut,
Wow.
and Herbert number 5.
How exciting.
I think, I mean, I would say Tsonga, Gasquet, but if, for example, Simon wins tomorrow, then I mean, I would change my mind probably.
Yes, but the wonderful thing is you have so many options.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the same for Great Britain. I mean, probably Andy and Ward on Friday, and big chance to see Andy on the court Saturday, I think.
Yes.
Depending on the score, yeah.
Depending on the score, depending on the length of the first match on
Yes,
Friday.
that's
But I
right.
think Andy will have to play doubles.
Yes, yeah, it's going to be absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, I have to ask something. How unfair is it that you playing with Greg Rusetsky anyway? Because you have the best returner as clearly in your age group, and then you have Greg Rusetsky, clearly the best server. So how do you get to pick the most fit British player?
With the biggest
Fabrice?
serve.
And how does he get to pick you? Where does this come from? You guys are
you
not
know, it's a kind of, we had a meeting, you know, in the committee.
I mean, you're
here.
so opposite. You're the 2 most opposite players that's ever played the game.
Complementary, yes, it's very good, huh?
Who's that?
The lefty big serve and
Well, you coped with Richard Krajicek's serve today.
What?
Didn't you cope with Richard Krajicek's
Exactly,
serve
I mean,
today?
but I'm not happy with Greg today. He lost his serve 3 times.
Oh, did he?
I told him after 2 times, if you lost your serve once again,
Yeah, you're
you can
buying the
forget
beer.
my name on your
Yeah.
mobile phone. And he did it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I've also got to ask you, because didn't you collect rackets? Am I right to think
I
of
did
that?
it when I 10 years ago.
Oh,
20
not
years ago.
anymore.
Not anymore, no.
Oh, I thought you were going to open up a little sort of racket museum.
No, I mean,
No. Have you had a look at the museum here?
it's wonderful.
Oh, it's amazing.
Amazing,
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, so you haven't donated any of your racket collection there?
I would be proud if they asked me.
Yeah.
You know that they're calling Monica Niculescu the Santour of the women's tour.
I
Have you
saw
heard
her
that?
on the court yesterday.
Yes.
And have you seen that forehand? What
That's
do you
right.
think?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing, though, no?
Yeah, it's good to see players like this. It's good, you know, in tennis you can see every kind of physique. I mean, when you see
Yes.
players with 170, another one like Johnny Snell with 210, the same. I mean,
I'd like to have
different
seen you
style.
against Ivo Karlovic.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember a match here against Ivo. It was training. Hey, how are you?
Yeah,
Nice,
no, it's
Fabrice.
absolutely fantastic, isn't it? We've seen such an array of tennis, of different types of shots out there. There's so much more creativity in the sport, isn't there?
Exactly. I mean, there is space for any kind of player, I think, in this sport. Of course, today, if you have the power, it helps. But still, if you are smart, I mean, Gilles is not that tall, he's not that strong physically, but he's smart, he knows the game, he's always picking up the right shot. So at the end, he's in the quarterfinal of Wimbledon.
Yes, and you're in the legend, so who are you next up against?
We're going to play Gonzalez Costa and then Grosjean Ferreira.
Fernando Gonzalez is back.
Yeah, but I'm waiting
We might
to
have
be.
to come and watch Mats.
Yeah, I'm waiting to be 45 to play with Mats.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, then
That's a good
well,
idea.
by that time I'm going to the 55. Yeah, so I'm going to make sure I miss Fabrice. Yeah, there's too many
Oh,
nightmares.
Fantastic. It's been such a pleasure having you here.
Thank
I'm
you
going to
so
ask you
much.
for
I really appreciate it.
a
Thank you.
quick prediction for who's going to be holding the trophy at the end. Oh, everybody goes quiet when I ask that.
If it's not
the French, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you're really
It's
thinking
tough,
about
huh?
this.
It's really, I think it's really tough.
It's not coming instantly.
No.
A lot of the people think Novak. The first choice
lots of people have said Novak.
Okay, so I pick up
Think
Andy.
about it,
Andy.
Yeah.
But you're having to think about it.
Why Andy?
I mean, why this year? I mean,
let's say that in the semi-final will be Andy against Roger.
Right.
Yeah.
If it goes over 4 sets, something like a long match, I will pick up Andy.
Over the long haul, because Rogers lost a few more 5-set thrillers recently. Do you think?
I mean, I dream that Roger can make one more Grand Slam.
Yes.
Many people said last year it would be last year in Wimbledon or never, but 12 months later everybody said it's now or never.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying anything anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's tough to say because this player is doing things nobody did before. I mean, he's so fit. He's always happy to go and practice in the morning. Always happy to compete.
Yes.
And when you look at Roger on the court, it looks like he's
just cruising.
enjoying more his to be on the court than some players playing juniors.
Yes, I
and
agree.
that's just amazing.
Yeah.
So I pick up Andy.
Okay.
What about you?
I was picking Andy right from the start, actually.
Yeah, I
haven't you?
picked Andy from the beginning too. And
Have you changed your mind halfway through the
Well,
tournament?
it's hard to not give Roger more of a pick. I mean, he's played the best tennis of all of them up to this point, that's for sure. And after the Gilles Simon match, we're most probably going to keep saying that he's still played the best tennis of all of them, because I think he's going to win that match pretty comfortably. And then it's hard to say. You can always, well, he's had a good draw, but you can't say that. So it's hard to say. But Andy Murray, I think, if he keeps it up, I do agree with Fabrice for once.
Yes.
but first of all, if he plays Andy in the semi-final, it has to be a comfortable win for Roger tomorrow. What it could be. But you know, with Gilles, you can play sometimes 3, 4, 5 hours. I mean, long match. And it has to be fresh. It has to be fresh to play Andy in the semi-final.
Yes, fantastic. Wonderful to get your thoughts and views. That was absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much,
Thanks for your invitation.
Thank you. Best of luck tomorrow. We might have to head down and watch you, I think.
Thank you, with pleasure.
I look forward to it. Okay, we're going to head out and about now and catch up with Rachel.
So as we know, week 2, it's all about the juniors here. And I'm joined by Sophia Zouk, who just beat Charlotte Robillard-Millet. Is that right, Sophia? She was laughing at me. I couldn't get the pronunciation off camera, but she's just told me how it was. So how did you feel out there? Oh, wind is going up here. It's fine. We can carry on going.
So it was really good. I really had a pleasure to play this match. I really loved the Wimbledon and grass, so I felt myself really comfortable here.
And yeah, obviously you just said you like playing on grass. I mean, how is it to be at Wimbledon?
It's a lot of experience, a lot of like pleasure. I was sewing like Maria's playing yesterday, so I came here in a court and I feel like my confidence comes up when I see a lot of stars and the futures. So you're like, oh my God, I never saw them. I just saw them on TV, and you can't believe that you're seeing them in live. So you're like, oh my God. So you come on the court and you imagine how they're playing. So you have a lot of pleasure.
And you're talking about Maria there with great passion. Does she inspire you?
Yeah, that's cool.
Who is one of the players that you really look up to on the women's tour at the moment?
Maria,
and she's playing at the moment, I think.
No, she's finished.
She just won. I knew off camera she was just winning. Well, that must take great confidence from someone like her who's done it all, that you can maybe go on to emulate her one day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's dreaming to go on the center court of Wimbledon. It's the part of your work.
And I mean, who have you brought here this time to Wimbledon with you? Have you brought your family with you? Have you got some friends here supporting you?
Yeah, my agent, my mom, because I'm all the time traveling with my mom, and my father's brother and grandmother are there staying home in Moscow. So we come back to them all the time.
And so obviously you're quite new, you're quite young. Can we just tell our viewers, what to expect from you? What's your game like? What do players who play you have to watch out for?
I don't know, because I don't say to myself that I need to watch out this player, because I believe in myself that I can, if I play my good game, I can win. So
You said you're enjoying playing on grass here. Is that your favourite surface?
yeah, now yes, because I'm the first time on this year by the grass, so the first time at Wimbledon.
And what are your strengths, do you think, in your game?
Like on the grass, I feel all my shots, so I don't really know which is like my ground strokes.
And who else would you like to watch here at Wimbledon? If you could watch anyone, if you could watch someone on centre court. We've spoken about Maria Sharapova, but how about someone from the men's game, perhaps?
Maybe Djokovic. Oh, he have a perfect game. So I saw how he was practicing. So I was like, oh my God, he's playing so good. Even in the practice, they have like a classic game. So.
And I saw in your notes that you also really like Eugenie Bouchard. Obviously, she was a finalist here last year. I mean, if you could make that progression, she won Junior Wimbledon a few years back and now has progressed and is doing great things, albeit a little blip this year. That would be something that you're looking towards in the future.
Yeah, because I love also the Eugenie Bouchard. So when I was in the Roland Garros, I was dreaming to see her, but she lost in the first round, so I didn't. And I was hopefully that she will play good here. But no, she lost also the first round, so I was no.
But we're hoping that isn't the same for you. Sophia, good luck in your next round. I'm sure you'll do very well.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Bye.
Lovely.
Celebrate 80 amazing years on centre court. Robinsons are bringing a taste of the championship to tennis fans, giving you the chance to win fantastic prizes like a VIP day at Wimbledon. 8 giant tennis balls have been hidden around Britain in the Great Robinsons Ball Hunt, each in a location proudly associated with Wimbledon history, and those who find them are in with a chance of going home with a tennis gift to savour. Ball 7 was discovered in the heart of Birmingham's famous Jewellery Quarter as a tribute to the craftsmanship shown in the creation of the 2 magnificent trophies, and they're as stunning today as they were the very first time they were presented here at Wimbledon a mere 129 years ago.
For one weekend every year, they are seen around the world. A sparkling tribute to an age of fine craftsmanship and the city which flourished around it. Birmingham's Jewellery Quarter was home to the thriving industry which created these 2 works of art. The men's silver gilt cup and famous pineapple cover as magnificent for inscription as it is decoration. The stunning rosewater dish serves its own inspiration for every ladies' singles champion.
Over the last 80 years, Robinsons have been here to share the memories, and this year you could be here too. Join the Great Robinsons Ball Hunt for your chance of a VIP day at Wimbledon. There is no finer place to be for tennis.
Difficult to believe, but we're already at day 7 of the championships. It's Manic Monday, and it's easy to see why. After yesterday's pause in proceedings, all of the remaining players were in action in the round of 16. And for us, the overwhelming feeling was one of intensity. Emotions always run high when Serena meets Venus, and the unpredictable Aussie Kyrgios didn't hold back during his incident-filled defeat to Richard Gasquet. The most intense moment of the day, though, had to be for Murray, who faced an epic struggle to break the serve of 6'11" Croatian Ivo Karlovic. The tension was unbearably high as the first set went to the wire. Our atmospheric measurement showed the crowd was absolutely engrossed by every single point. Our superfans' heart rate soared to a peak as Murray edged the first set 8-6 in the tiebreak. Murray eventually triumphed, making day 7 not so manic after all for all of those who experienced the elation as he came through to win. Make sure you join Jaguar on day 8 as we capture all the feelings that make the championships the greatest Grand Slam of them all.
I am a corner of a green and pleasant land. I am the gateway to a great city. I am as natural as the grass beneath these feet. I am a wonder of science. I am old. I am new. I am known across the world. I am global in scale. I am every single detail of every single piece of me. From each sweep of the broom at day's end to the sweetest stroke of day's play. I am home to those who shine in the light, and home to those who prepare the way. I am every day of the year, but those days serve these days. My fortnight in high summer. Other days are countdowns to these moments, my moments. I am Wimbledon.
Well, welcome back to our live at Wimbledon interactive studio, and it's been a fabulous day at Wimbledon here today. Women's quarterfinals and some men's doubles has been played today as well, so I'm delighted to say we can welcome into our studio now Jamie Murray and John Pearce, who had a fabulous win today. You're into the semi-finals for the first time, both of you. Congratulations. What's clicked with both of you?
Everything.
Everything. Sounds good.
The rain stayed away and the sun's been out this time. It's been good.
Yeah, what about you, Jamie? What are your thoughts on how you've been playing and what seems to be working well?
Well, today we played a really solid match from start to finish. I think the two matches before that we were a little bit in and out. But you know, we managed to get through over five sets, which was big for us, because I think the last 2 years we played here we lost in 5 sets both times. So it was nice to get over the final hurdle in that case. I think today we served really well. In particular, I didn't really give them many looks on the return games, because both those guys are well known for the returns. And you know, we're looking forward to playing on Thursday and trying to get into the final.
Nice to see that pretty much every seat was filled there. Nice to pick a Brit to play with.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
I get 2 home slams now.
Yeah, exactly. But that makes a big difference, I would think, for you. I mean, you don't play with the crowd support the whole year, so to have it here must make a big difference.
Yeah, it's huge for us. I
Huge,
think
yeah.
you know, a lot of times we're on the road, we're not necessarily playing in front of huge stadiums and in front of a lot of people, and you know, for us to play here, play big courts, but you know, say a lot of people come out to support us, and today was pretty packed again. So yeah, it's more inspiring to get out there and try and play some great tennis.
Because sometimes it's nearly more important when you're playing doubles, I found, when I was playing, because there's shorter points and you need to be more fired up, because things happen with singles. You sort of get, you know, it's you and the other guy and you don't care who's watching, but doubles is all about inspiration and spontaneity.
Momentum can come from anywhere. It can come from a little shank, or you can just couple of reflex here or there. The points can change so quickly, and that's a key thing we found today. We just kept the momentum rolling, and we kept on top of them today.
We had Leander Paes in the studio earlier today, and he's obviously spanned across many, decades, exactly. I think we were saying, what was it?
Centuries.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 19th back to
into his 7th Olympics, I think you said earlier today. But he was talking about volleys and how it's progressed and come on. In your time, both of you out there on the tour, what have you noticed the changes in men's doubles? Because it seems every time I watch it, there are so many different things going on. It's almost like gambling out there in terms of what you do. But I'm sure there's a real art to some of the techniques and things that you do.
I think a lot of the intricacies have gone out of it, actually. I think a lot of it now, your kind of modern doubles players, like big serve, take a big cut on the return. A lot of guys staying back now on their serves and you know, wailing away at forehands. That's not my style at all. No. Completely opposite to that. You know, but John, he can trade with the guys. I mean, he's got a great forehand. He's got a big serve as well. You know, and I think you know, it's probably not like you used to see doubles like 10, 15 years ago. But, you know, we've had to adapt to that as well. You know, we're always going to work on our reflex, because the ball's coming so fast at you these days. You get such little time to react. Like John made a couple of great steals today off big shots, and in the match yesterday as well. You know, things like that. You know, that's what you got to be good at. Try and defend those balls as best you can, because you know, these guys will stand there and hit all day at you.
But is it easier to play the old-fashioned doubles, like you say you like to play on grass?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Because the guys, I mean, you know, it's like you've got less time on the return. You know, it's on clay, the ball can kind of sit there, and you know, guys running around, and yeah, the ball's shooting through more, so guys got less time to kind of load up and you know, give the ball a smack. So. And also, like me being lefty, can use my lefty serve more. It's like swinging around a bit. Yeah, so I think for us, it's grass is a good surface. It's not my favourite surface, but yeah, I actually prefer playing on clay. But but grass, you know, with my style is better. Yeah,
I think grass is tricky. It's difficult for balance, isn't it, and movement around the court. It's a real art in terms of how you play on it. I mean,
I got to ask you something, because when I played doubles here, it was so different because it's 5 sets from the first round through. And he was even though grass is sort of risky and there's some gambling involved, it's like, wow, great, we got to play 5 sets of doubles. You have so many opportunities compared to what you're used to on the regular tour and even in the other slams. So how do you guys, do you like the 5 sets for doubles?
I love 5 sets doubles, I think we both do. I think all the doubles teams do, because I think I don't think many doubles players enjoy the scoring system that we play on the regular tour, and I think a lot of them would probably like to change that if there was the opportunity. But over 5 sets, like you say, the best team wins. And like you said, things can be going bad, and you've got plenty of time to turn it around. And we managed to do that in the second round. The other guys who played yesterday, we were up 2 sets, they came back, we managed to get through. So there's always time, whereas in the tournaments that we play on the ATP
it's such a penalty shootout, isn't it?
One guy gets hot, I mean, that can change the match. And all of a sudden break by himself, hold serve, and bang, things have changed without you even realising it, because one guy's got streaky and...
if you win one set, then you just got to win one tie-break, and anyone can win a tie-break.
Do you think it will ever change again if the guys put enough pressure on the powers that be that they might change the scoring back again?
I don't know, honestly. I mean, I know they changed it because they want more singles guys playing doubles, and they wanted to try to put more doubles matches on bigger courts, but that didn't really happen, I don't think. Although singles guys obviously play doubles a lot more. The money's good in doubles as well now, so those guys got more incentive to play. But if I had my way, I would play 2 normal sets and a champions tie break, or best of 3 sets with sudden death deuce.
I see. So more 3 sets
rather than have both. Like, that would be my
because actually
preference.
it's quite hairy, isn't it? It's a penalty shootout.
Like we were playing Queens the other week, and we were dominating, weren't we? We didn't lose a point on a serve the whole second set. We get to like 6-5. The other guys played one good game, they broke us, then we lost a tie-break, and 10 minutes we were out of the tournament, that was it. Having been ahead the whole match, whereas that wouldn't happen here.
The fact that you're having to play 5 sets here, do you have to delve into a different part, sort of emotionally, as it were, and the focus is so different, isn't it, in terms of your concentration to keep up that level over 5 sets, as opposed to with the total opposite in terms of what you just said with the scoreline every day. So that must be taking you into a different place.
I feel it's just a lot more ebbs and flows. I mean, you watch the singles matches, there's guys, momentum changing, shifts here and there and everywhere, and you've got time to see things evolve. And I think the same thing happens over 5 sets. You've actually got time to make plays happen, set certain plays up, and just see what happens over a course of a full 5-set match. It's not just like a shootout. You can get hot and one thing can work, and then that'll get you the job done on that day. But over 5 sets, you got time to take those things away and then adapt and change and really just almost play a little bit of chess out there.
I thought you were going to say something.
I think for us, it's a big change because on the regular tour, our matches are kind of an hour to an hour and a half max, and super intense from start to finish. Whereas here, obviously, if you're kind of bouncing around for 5 hours, that's pretty tiring to do that. So, you've got to conserve energy a bit, and, like John said, there's so many changes of momentum, and, I guess in terms of like your energy as well, like I think you got to know when to kind of conserve your energy, or emotionally as well. I think you got to deal with that differently as well. Whereas, in the course of an hour, you just got to sprint start and just keep going and going.
You're playing these guys behind us here in the next round. So how much would you watch them, and what do you, because in singles you go and watch, you know that your brother's forehand might not be as good as his backhand. We know that, but then you look at tendencies, right? It's easy in singles. In doubles, I always found it hard to, I know the one guy has the worst backhand than the forehand when they came to the net, but what else do you guys look at? Are they playing good as a team right now, or?
Yeah, I think I like getting out and watching matches because you never know what you might pick up on, and in doubles, I think it's a lot more tactical than singles. We have like our set plays that we like doing. I'm sure those guys as well. Whether it's serving to a certain place and your partner moving to a certain spot on the court.
Do you know all those set plays from all the doubles teams?
A lot of the top ones, a lot of the ones they want to do. It's just a matter of whether they're doing them well that week or not. And as Jamie said, he enjoys going out and watching and actually picking up, seeing whether some guys will be doing some things really well that week, and other things not so great.
I think the biggest thing for us is knowing where a guy likes to serve, probably his better return or his weaker return. And if Yeah, so say the guy serving wide, does his partner like to cross, or does he stay, or whatever, that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Are you both big signallers behind the back?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Because somebody told me that even now on the men's tour, that they have scouts out down the other end watching the signals and then having somebody pass it on down the other end.
I don't think that's true.
I've never experienced that. Let's put it that way.
Max Murray, he told me one time he was playing in the French Open and he was playing two guys, not going to name them, but they were playing I formation a lot, and the guys they were playing against kept avoiding the guy at the net, and they were like, how do they keep doing this? Yeah, and then they realised that they had a guy at the back of the court giving them, this one. Yeah.
That is hilarious.
That's not legal, obviously.
I know, it's quite funny.
Yeah.
Just give us your thoughts on the singles that's going on. I mean, what happened today? Novak Djokovic coming through against Cilic. That was quite a win, wasn't
Kevin
it?
Anderson.
John, what do you think?
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Oh, you
Against Kevin Anderson,
you haven't seen it. Okay.
Okay, came through 7-5 in the fifth against Kevin Anderson today.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And am I right in thinking that Andy's not allowed to watch your doubles? Is this right?
If people were just asking us that now, you can watch.
I've heard of it.
Not
he never watches me play. I lose plenty of times when I'm watching, so he can't be much of a jinx.
I'm more than happy for him to come out and call him.
Okay, so it's not a superstitious thing. No, somebody said it to me, and I thought, oh, okay, I'll ask him. But you don't know anything about it. Okay, well, let's give a score update on the women's. Oh, in fact, I've got to go back one here. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, well.
Because Serena Williams is in a spot of bother out here, actually. 6-3 to Victoria Azarenka at the moment over Serena Williams, but Serena Williams is 2-1 up. I've got to ask you, Jamie, of course, the Davis Cup team was announced today. You're in the team. Excited?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it'll be a really great tie, I would imagine. I mean, France got a really strong team, a lot of great players. We've obviously got Andy, who's doing great, and Wardy. I think it was really good for him that he had a good Wimbledon here because he hadn't had so many wins leading up to the tie. So I think it'll be an exciting weekend. I think we like our chances to win. We know we'll have to perform really well if we want to do that, but I think it's pretty a lot of motivation there to try to get to the semi-finals of the Davis Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Well,
Excellent.
thank you so much for joining us here today. And when are you next on tomorrow?
Thursday.
Thursday, so you get a day off.
Earned a day off.
Day off. So how are you going to spend the day off? What are you going to do? Bit of practice and what else?
Bit of practice, put the
Ice
feet up.
bath.
No, I won't be going to another ice bath.
An ice bath? Oh, really? You don't go for
No,
two in a row?
I've already done 2 in 2 days.
Okay.
Have a day off tomorrow with that, I think.
Right,
Gotta save the
fantastic.
pump a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy it, and thank you so much for coming up to talk to us, and very best of luck in the next
Thanks
one.
for having me.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Okay, well, we're going to head down to a press conference now where Garbine Muguruza came through earlier today against Tamara Baczynski, so let's hear what she had to say.
Well, I feel a lot of, fans from Venezuela also, because I was born there and I, kind of practiced when I was little. So it's good to have, 2 countries behind you.
You have a big following?
A big following?
In Venezuela? You got a big fan?
Well, I don't know. I hope, yes. Yeah, I hope so.
Distinct question in English.
Are you surprised that this came here, Wimbledon? I mean, you've obviously made the French Open quarterfinals twice before. Grass had never been, I guess, your best, so you're all surprised that your first semi-final, and maybe more, is at Wimbledon.
Well, first of all, I'm very happy to be 2 semifinals because I lost 2 times on quarterfinals. But yeah, I'm surprised that my first semifinals is in grass. But I think I'm playing really good. I think the surface helps me. So, yeah.
How did you find it playing out there today?
Really good. I wake up this morning thinking I have to play. Sometimes you're like, oh. But today I woke up and I said, I want to play the match. I feel good. I'm enjoying, court 1, a lot of people. I was just having fun.
How did you find being out on the big court? And secondly, yesterday Caroline Wozniacki said there are too few women's matches on the big courts here. Do you agree?
I like to play on big courts because it's extra motivation, and I like when people lives, they feel what you feel when you're in the court. I feel like really good. And the second question is?
Yesterday, Caroline Wozniacki said there are too many men's matches on Centre and 1 and too few women's matches. Do you agree?
I didn't even look the schedule, but well, one day it's like this, maybe next day it's going to be the opposite. I don't know.
What does the opportunity to make history mean to you?
Well, I don't want to think about this because I don't think it's going to help me right now, to have these things in my mind. I just want to, get ready for my next match and play like today or this week, all these matches, and not thinking about history or Spanish or, all these things that are not tennis today, tomorrow.
So many great players have been on center court at Wimbledon. Billie Jean King, Martina Navratilova, Steffi Graf, many others. Who are some of the people that you have admired most who have played at center court at Wimbledon, and what are your images of them?
I have to say that it was a man, not a woman. But I've never seen so many matches in Wimbledon. I don't know why. I don't know. But I remember a match of Ivan Isevich. It was a final. And I don't know, I remember this match like it's very special because it was very tough and I had fun watching it. But I don't actually see a lot of matches in TV.
What does center court at Wimbledon mean to you, though?
I played once in center court, and center court is special. It's the biggest court here in Wimbledon, and it's weird. It's like silence. There's no brands on the it's different, but it's good.
Apologies if you've been asked this question before, but what did Antonio Banderas have any words for you when you met him in the dining room?
Well, I just asked him, but what are you doing here, And he said that he actually likes tennis, and I didn't know. And he was happy to be here. He was watching Nadal match. And well, I was telling him that I was a big fan of his movies, and he was telling me that he just made a movie, and he was explaining me what was the movie. I was like this, Antonio Banderas. Yeah, I was so nervous in the beginning.
Who are the great players in women's tennis history who have had an impact on you, and what are some of the things that you've drawn from them?
Well, Williams sisters, obviously, because when I was 10 or 11, they were number one, and now they're still number one. So I think they changed a lot, tennis, and I learned from them, also from Maria and Hingis also. But I always like to take little parts of every player and try to, do the same things.
Can you be more specific? What are some of those little parts, and who are the players?
Yeah, well, you see Williams sisters, the power, the aggressive, the confidence they have in themselves. And you see Maria, she has a very good mentality, and she's very focused during the whole match. Or Hingis, she's like very talented. You just take a few things and make your perfect player.
You beat a couple top 10 players in the earlier rounds, and now they're in the quarterfinals in the bottom half. There were no top 10 players left, and so does that influence your thinking about going into this match and the next match with the opportunity of playing somebody who's maybe hasn't won a Grand Slam before and doesn't have that much to their name?
If they're in this round, it's because they won these top players. Yeah, you have the good part that maybe is new for them also, but you have to be also have the respect as they were the best players, because if they won, it's because they're playing good and they also won the title. So you have to be, calm and.
Here we go.
So Garbine Muguruza, a winner earlier today, and she's into her first Wimbledon semi-final. Well, I'm delighted to say we can now welcome into our studio Thomas Enquist, who's here playing the legends, a winner today, and of course a former world number 4 as well. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so just tell us how you're enjoying the championship so far.
I'd say it's great. It's always an honor to be able to come back and play on these courts.
that you can never have too much of. So I mean, it's just a special feeling to come back to Wimbledon and to be lucky enough to be able to actually play still on these courts is amazing.
Yes, and everybody always says, Thomas, you always keep yourself in great shape, you're still fit, you hit the ball so well, so you're enjoying your tennis as well.
You obviously did not look at my match today.
No, I had a good scout out there telling me.
Okay. No, we had good fun, you know, and we played also against Goran Ivanisevic and Ivan Ljubicic today, and I mean Goran is very, very likable guy, and then the people obviously here in Wimbledon love him, so it's a special atmosphere always when he's on the court, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, now you two must know each other unbelievably well.
Yes, we do know well, unbelievably well. I would say we know each other pretty well. Yeah, I want to ask you about the Swedish coaches. I know you coached a little bit on the tour. You helped Fernando Verdasco, and now we have Jonas Björkman, Stefan Edberg, Magnus Norman still in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
2 Frenchmen, we said. There's 3 Swedes in the quarterfinals. Yeah, so why? Why are the Swedes? Why are we so popular as coaches? Seriously.
Can I give 2 answers?
Yes.
The first answer is that it's actually a lot of, if I can call it, old players who's actually back on the tour. If you also go back to it's a lot of French coaches old French players on the tour. It's a lot of Spanish. Both Goran and Ivan Ljubicic, who we played today, also coaches on the tour. You know? So it's very popular for players to choose players, old players who has retired, but they can relate to, who's been in their situation themselves and you know what they're talking about. And tennis is such a mental game.
Yes.
And when you come in a certain stage of your career, when maybe the technical part is not as the most important anymore to learn, it's probably a good idea for a lot of players to choose a player who knows how they're feeling and can help them maybe with more the mental aspect or maybe a game plan and things like this than just the typical tennis traditional coach. You know? That was the first answer.
Yes.
Second answer is I think that the Swedish mentality, I think a lot of people look for us as a coach because it's pretty calm.
Calm. I was going to say it's
pretty
a theme,
structured and steady, if I can use
Why
the word.
is that?
It's
Is it
the
just
same every day.
Yes.
Is it just a cultural thing in Sweden that you are just brought up to be calmer and more polite on the court? I don't know. Because all of you, I can't think of one Swede that explodes and loses their rag.
No, I mean it's pretty calm. Most, I mean, having role models like Björn and Mats Wilander here, and that's what we saw, and that's what we obviously try to copy. But I think it's calming as a player as well, maybe to have somebody who doesn't go up here when you win, and also when you lose, maybe don't panic or show too much emotions. So I think. Then also, of course, it gets a little bit like if somebody's doing well, that then maybe some other players wants to try the same tactic.
Yeah. What about Oh, go on.
No,
Mats,
what do you think of the Andy Murray and Ivan Lendl? They didn't last very long, but obviously Ivan Lendl helped Andy Murray win 2 Grand Slam titles, which is why he was hired in the first place. Is that going to be a tendency that they learn from the former players in 2 years? Okay, I know everything I know now that I didn't know before, and then the ex-players are not really that interested in traveling for 5 or 6 years?
Good point, I would say.
Yeah, because we called it the other day, and you didn't, I'll take the blame. Babysitting. They're not interested in babysitting, and I'm not saying they're babies, but that's an easy term, because a lot of it is just go through the motions, you work as hard as possible. Is that what's going to happen?
I think so, and also maybe sometimes you will see some shorter relationship, because exactly what you say, an ex-player most likely would maybe not be, he would not be afraid to say the truth.
Right.
And he wants obviously to do well, and he's competitive, but he might not need the job that badly that he's afraid to lose the job.
Right.
So he will be able to tell the truth,
factor, isn't it?
and then the player might not like it, and there can be arguments, and you can also see that some coaches would maybe not stay that long, but at the end of the day, that's exactly what a coach should be able to do, and that's what's tough in tennis, because a football coach, he's actually deciding the team, and he can put the star on the bench if he wants to, which a tennis coach is actually the tennis player who is the boss. So he's actually choosing the coach, and that's the relationship is a little bit hard, but I think it's important that the coach, especially with the top guys, that you have that what can you say, attitude, towards your players, that you are there to tell the truth, even sometimes it's not so funny to hear.
What do you think is the biggest thing that Magnus Norman has brought to Stan Wawrinka's game? Because clearly it's had a huge impact, because since he started working with him, Stan's tennis has gone in one direction, hasn't it? It's just won his second Grand Slam. So what do you think he's brought to his tennis?
A structure, I would say. It's this everyday work, Magnus is so good at this, to come every time he goes on the court, every time he puts himself into something, he's 100% dedicated.
Right.
And he has been able to get Wawrinka dedicated about his tennis. I mean, we all knew how incredible talented he is, and he's probably the biggest shot maker in the game, but he was maybe not as structured as he needed to be. He was not as dedicated as he needed to be, and Magnus got him to be that. And
so just more hours on the court, is it, and more in terms of fitness?
More the right hours, I would imagine.
Right.
I don't maybe think that he maybe practice more. That I don't know, to be honest with you, but I definitely know how Magnus works. I know him really well, and he's very dedicated, and it's the right hours. It's the right dedication to every practice and every match and so on, and that pays off in the end.
Yeah, methodical approach.
What do you think of the next one, Stefan Edberg and Roger Federer? What can anyone possibly bring to Roger Federer? And how surprised are you that Stefan Edberg is coaching, first of all, between two Swedes?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, very surprised in the end, but at the same time, I think also nobody in the world can turn down that job. You know what I mean? I think it's, without knowing, but I can imagine that Stefan was very curious. You know, also, you know what I mean, just to get close and to. I mean, Rogers is obviously the best player we ever had in the game. But that's what without again knowing, but what I see in this relationship is that I think that he has brought the joy back to Roger Federer's game, the motivation. I think that Federer is actually enjoying playing when Stefan is watching. And I think that has, you can see that when he plays a 250 tournament, or if he plays on the Wimbledon center court, he enjoys, he's always motivated to play when Stefan is watching. And I also think that obviously he has helped him with the net game, and, they have, I know that they have worked on his serve a little bit, and I know that the philosophy of the game, of course, they have worked on as well. But I think definitely that Roger is enjoying playing when Stefan is watching, and I think that's important as well.
Because Stefan was a big idol of Roger's, wasn't he, when Roger was coming through? So do you think he's brought, obviously short up-tempo tennis, we're calling it, where he's shortening the rallies, but has that enabled him to have more longevity in his career, do you think? Because he's not playing these long, drawn-out rallies, what we were seeing a couple of years ago between Rafa and Djokovic. I mean, his points are pretty short now, aren't
they? I think that's definitely something that they have worked on. That's definitely something that they have worked on, and he's finishing also much more points at the net.
Yeah.
And he's going for earlier attacks than he did before. You don't see him shipping that many backhands back and forward.
Yes.
He turns the ball down the line much quicker. Before he could stay longer in the cross-court rally, and this is definitely intentional.
Do you think that he's under pressure, Stefan, to bring this 18th Grand Slam title, the last one that everybody's talking about, which I'm not a big fan of talking about because he's won 17, doesn't need another one. Do you think he's playing to win another Grand Slam?
I think so. I think he definitely
he knows he can, but that's not why he's playing.
I think he plays because he loves it.
Right.
It really, that's what's it's so for me, that's what's so great about Federer.
Yes.
With everything he has achieved, every time he goes on the court, it looks like he still enjoys it. And that for me it's fantastic.
Yeah. What about Jonas and Andy Murray? Were you surprised by that appointment, or you think it's a good one? What do you think of that?
I think it's a good one also. I mean, it's Jonas has played so many matches, both singles and doubles. He's been part of everything. He has the routine. I don't know exactly.
Andy said he wants on the return of serve and also on the volley. He said he wants some help with that, and that's what he's looking for out of his
you
game.
could definitely see in the French. I was thinking that he was definitely more aggressive on the opponent's second serve, and that's something I can believe that Jonas brought into the game.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. So, who's going to win then? Put you on the spot before the quarterfinals.
I think Djokovic pulled it out in the end. And I think a match like this he had now, coming back from 2 sets to love, it's like one of those matches that would help him when you get through one of those matches. I think before the tournament I thought either Djokovic or Andy Murray. Now when he had that match on coming back from 2 sets to love, I think if I have to say something, it would be Djokovic.
It's amazing how a lot of ex-players think that it's important to have a tough match, but at the same time, the locker room, Marin Cilic is looking at it. Well, hold on, he plays 5 sets with Kevin Anderson. He hasn't lost a set to Kevin Anderson in 5 years. maybe he's not playing as well. So, I mean, it's a fine balance, having a tough match, showing you are not playing your best, but then coming back and playing better.
Yeah. It's also, it comes up to matchups also, you know, when they have played what is in today's game, when it has been the same players in the end of the tournament for a decade almost, you know, that if you look at the head-to-head, they have played so many times. You know? It's not anything, it's like 8-4 to somebody, it's 26-17, it's like they have played so many matches together. So when they're coming out on the court, it's a lot of things that have happened in the past. It's in the tournament before, it's like it's not there anymore. Now it's the Murray-Djokovic matchup. Now it's a Nadal-Federer matchup.
Right.
And I think that history has much more to do than the match if he has played 5 or 4 sets against an opponent earlier in the tournament.
Yeah. Lastly, when are you back on court? Tomorrow?
I hope so.
Yes. Yeah. Who are you playing against in the next one?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is not a question that you must ask a legend.
Okay.
Very often you can't even ask a Legends player if they won or lost.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
it's just
it was more. Did you have fun?
Yes.
You had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
It sounds like you had fun today.
Yes.
Well, we've had fun having you here in the studio, so thank you so much for joining
Thanks
us.
for having me.
And very best of luck, whoever you play tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to head straight out to Rob, who's going to give us an update because he's watching out on centre court.
Yes, thanks, Annabelle. Great to hear from a legend there. And there are 2 legendesses. I'm not even sure if that's a word, but that's what they are out there behind me on centre court. Victoria Azarenka, twice Australian Open champion, lost 2 US Open finals to Serena Williams, but she's played brilliantly in the first set, 6-3. First serve percentage of 83%, but it's dropped to just over 50% of first serves in the second set. I'm just looking over my shoulder because Serena, crucially, has managed to get a break and she's held her serve there. So Serena leads 5-2 in the second set. They had 2 absolutely epic games, both on the Azarenka serve. The first of those, Azarenka managed to draw level at 2-all. 6 times it went to deuce and she just managed to hang on. And just to give you an indication as to the ferocity and the length of the exchanges, the first 4 games in this set alone took 25 minutes. Serena then held for 3-2, and then crucially, 3 times it went to deuce, and Serena got the break, 4-2, and she just held there. She saved 2 break points to hold serve to go from 4-2 to 5-2. So it looks very much as though we will be heading towards a 3rd set here. Remember, on paper, Serena led 16-3. Victoria Azarenka had never until today taken a single set off Serena on grass, but she really took it to the American world #1 right at the beginning of the match. But the reason Serena has got back into this, apart from the fact that she's a great champion, the first serves in from Victoria Azarenka have plummeted from 83 to 57. So Azarenka will come out now serving 2-5 down in the second set, and if things do go according to serve, then it will be Serena Williams who will have an opportunity to take us into a 3rd set. There's a little bit of needle here. There's no love lost between the 2 of them. They are both multiple champions. Of course, we focus, and rightly so, on the 20 Grand Slam titles that Serena's won. But Azarenka's had 2 of her own. And remember, she had a torrid year last year. I think she only played about 9 tournaments because she had so many issues with her left leg. It meant she arrived at the Australian Open at the start of this year unseeded because she'd played that little tennis. I think even though she's 2-5 down in the second, from what we've seen of her overall in this match so far, she's coming back right towards her very, very best. So even if Serena takes it to 3 sets, we could be in for another epic. Could it possibly be as good as that match we saw Maria Sharapova win in 2 3/4 hours? Well, possibly. Serena's in the driving seat here to level things up at 1 set all, and it's turning out to be another cracking quarter-final here in the early evening sunshine on centre court.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yes, it looks as if that one's going the distance out on centre court. What a fabulous match that is turning out to be. Now it's time to find out which stars have been watching over on centre court as well.
Well, with Katie McLean and Emily Scarlett, first of all, do you enjoy what you saw in there in centre court today? Are you enjoying the experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal. I've personally never been to Wimbledon, so massively grateful to Wimbledon to invite us and to have the opportunity to come and watch some phenomenal athletes play.
And seeing Maria Sharapova play out there, I mean, a great match, first of all.
Yeah, fantastic tennis. Like Katie said, I've never had the opportunity to be here, and it's just unbelievable to be here and see athletes like Sharapova, how intense she is and how much focus she has is really impressive.
Well, it's a big event to look back on, first of all. I know it's sometimes since the World Cup, but a big event to look forward to in the Olympics. But first of all, have you enjoyed, well, a year or so since becoming world champions?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's been a bit of a whirlwind. You mentioned it's been nearly a year since we won it, and Paris is phenomenal. And I think for all the squad, the fact that we eventually did it and to bring that title home, and it's just been something that we've been able to enjoy. And obviously, rugby has had such a growth with the Olympics, but it's been phenomenal just to enjoy that experience.
And life's changed, careers changed off the back of that, because, sorry, we're attacked by a bee there.
Yeah.
Because, were you both teachers as well, but then you become a professional rugby player, so that the women's game is changing a lot.
Yeah, it's becoming huge in terms of the Olympics and sevens, and we've been very fortunate to have the opportunity to go full time, which I honestly didn't think would ever happen in my career, which is fantastic for us in our development, and obviously looking up towards Rio, which is going to be a phenomenal spectacle.
Yes, what about, how does the selection work for that, first of all, as well? Because obviously it's a GB team. England have gained qualification on behalf of the home nations, but how will selection work for that?
I think for us as players, it's just about staying in form, and I think the kind of political surrounding it, the GB side is something that higher up they'll be kind of discussing and negotiating and just decide on how every sport has a different model. So hockey and football have all had different models to potentially what we will use. So as players, we're not aware yet, but all you've got to do is stay fit and get decent form and put your hand in the ring for it.
One of the great things about the Olympics, though, is you come here and you see the women competing at the same place on the same playing field at the same time as the men. And the Olympics, of course, the women will in the sevens completing the same venue, the same event as the men. So I mean, that's got to be good for the women's game.
Oh yeah, it's going to be huge. It is on that level platform with the men. Obviously, same stadium, same kind of timings and things. So yeah, it's going to be great to be out there in Rio alongside the men.
Right, so let's just spend a brief moment talking about the men's game, because the World Cup coming up later on, and I know you'll both be tipping England to go all the way, but that's an awful group though for England to try and come out of.
Yeah, it's a World Cup, isn't it? You expect it to be difficult. I think the thing for the boys is they've obviously beaten all the sides in their group. Obviously, Australia in the autumn, Wales in the Six Nations. I think they've just got to take them bits of confidence, because they'll make a massive difference coming into those tough games in, October?
Yeah, Emily, predictions.
Obviously, England-New Zealand final, if it works out that way.
I didn't hear Scotland there.
No, I think they'll do really well. But I think they'll just fall a little bit short. Let's go third, fourth playoff, shall we?
Excellent. Well,
yeah.
We'll take that. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I've now been joined by Brad Gilbert, who's coached several players in the past, now working mainly for ESPN. It would be great just to look ahead to the men's quarterfinals with you tomorrow. And of course, it was Novak Djokovic that came through earlier on alongside Kevin Anderson. First of all, what did you make of the challenge that he faced against the big South African?
Well, the first week, Novak was just rolling. And then Anderson played tremendous tennis. I still can't believe he won that second set breaker last night from 4-0 down. But when they stopped last night, you got the feeling if they would have played it through, that Joker would have crushed him last night. But Anderson came out today and really tested him. But to me, Joker will get better because of that match.
Well, he's now reached his 7th consecutive quarterfinal. Andy Murray's done one better than him because he's reached his 8th consecutive. But just a sign that Novak Djokovic is playing as well as he ever has on the grass here at Wimbledon.
Well, how about 25 consecutive quarterfinals that he's made overall? Cilic, who played the winner of it, what's he thinking? He's 0-12 against Joker, and he was 5-1 against Anderson head-to-head. He's thinking, come on, Anderson, win this. But to me, I obviously think that what happened at the French Open, everyone was expecting Novak to win it. And, how quickly would he be able to put that behind him? And I think that that's where the coaching now, where Boris is going to have to, do his best coaching. How do we put that past him? How do we focus on re-upping and winning this tournament?
Well, and Marin Cilic would have been interesting, actually, wouldn't it, to see his reactions watching that 5-setter between Anderson and Djokovic. But, of course, he came through for his first taste of Grand Slam success at the US Open last year, made it to the quarterfinals stage as he has last year and this year at Wimbledon. Do you think he can challenge Novak more than anyone tomorrow?
Of the 4 quarterfinals, there's no doubt that the battle of the one-hitters, Wawrinka-Gasquet, is the most open match. The 0-12, sticks out. And to me, Cilic, didn't start his year until Indian Wells. He had been, struggling physically. And I think getting to the round of 16 helped turn his year around, second year in a row of quarters. But the big thing is tomorrow, Wednesday, I'm a weather guy. I check the weather all the time. I go to all the different sites. It will be by far the windiest day of the tournament tomorrow. We will have wind in the high 20s. So wind is an equalizer. But still, if Cilic has any chance, he needs to have a great serving day. He needs to channel his Goran Ivanisevic, his coach. He needs to be able to drop 25, 30 aces and figure out what didn't happen in those 12 and what can happen tomorrow differently.
Well, you mentioned the Wawrinka-Gasquet match, the second of the men's quarterfinals. Gasquet, of course, never been to this stage since reaching the semi-finals in 2007. Many people wouldn't have picked him to perhaps reach this stage this year, but a fantastic comeback against Nick Kyrgios yesterday. And he seems to be playing some great tennis, but so tough to come through against, as you say, Wawrinka, now a two-time Grand Slam champion and playing with a new confidence.
Well, the Stanimal is a different guy now at 30 years old. What's amazing in that matchup, one's 30, one's 29. And they've only played twice. They must have played in a couple hundred tournaments together, but only twice. And the biggest thing for me, you know, I'm a numbers guy. I look at things. Before the match yesterday, Gasquet 17 times in his career had gotten to the round of 16. 15 times he lost. I feel like when Gasquet plays against, you know, the big three, when he plays against Federer, when he plays against Nadal, and you saw him play Joker at the French, I think he has a defeated attitude. Against Animal, I think he'll have a better attitude and think he has a better chance, and he'll want to do as much as he can, backhand to backhand, forehand to forehand. He's got a sneaky serve. I think of the four, if you're going to tell me where an upset's going to come from, it's that one, because on the bottom half of the draw, you can bank it. Murray's playing Federer Friday, second match on. You can write them both in straight sets. That's 100%. I already got it written in my program, and I guarantee you it's the second match on Friday. No question about it. Jamie Murray in the semis, the doubles, Andy Sam in the singles. I don't think two brothers have ever been in the semis of two different events in the open air. Period. They're semis.
You've called it. I love it from Brad Gilbert. Well, you mentioned Andy Murray, and I don't think he would ever have expected to be facing an unseeded opponent in the quarterfinals, which he now does in the shape of Vasek Pospisil, who's had an unbelievable championships. Of course, tasted success here last year, winning the men's doubles titles alongside Jack Sock. But do you think for Vasek, his time is done once he faces Andy?
Well, the scheduling makers I call him the popsicle, did him no favors on Monday. The guy plays a five-setter, he's having the tournament of his life in singles. He wins in 5 sets. For some reason, they throw him on in the doubles. Then he has to play Andy's brother, Jamie Murray. Almost came back from 2 sets and loses 8-6 in the fifth. So he has to play 10 sets in a day. He had to play 5 sets on Saturday to win his singles against Ward. In a possible 20 sets of tennis, he's played 19 in the singles. I just don't see how he's going to have anything left. Not to mention his best shot is his serve. He just faced Dr. Evil. I'm sorry. Popsicle is no Dr. Evil in the serving. He's had a great tournament, but all good things come to an end. Andy Murray playing way too good at the moment.
Okay, and you think Roger Federer is going to come through over Gilles Simon in the final men's quarterfinal? Perhaps I'm surprised that Gilles Simon actually beat Thomas Berdych. Federer may have been eyeing him up for a quarterfinal clash, but interesting to note this is the 13th quarterfinal appearance for Roger, a first at Wimbledon for Gilles Simon, and you think the experience from the Federer camp will prevail?
Just like I written in the draw. Yeah. It's just guaranteed. I guarantee I'll drop and come back here and give you 50 push-ups so we don't have that semifinal matchup. But Simone, I call him Simon, says it wasn't really much of a surprise to me that he beat Berdych. He was 6-4, now 7-4. But Roger, he's in the quarterfinals. Does he ever lose serve? He hasn't lost serve in like 100 and something. He's on a roll. Fed fans are ecstatic about the way they play. When they get excited, they go get a new sweatsuit. They go get a new outfit, get ready for his matches. He's playing great tennis. I'm not sure the guy ever ages. He doesn't even sweat. Why does he even need to sweat? He's playing fantastic. Him and Murray, that's a matchup I'm looking forward to Friday.
Yeah, Roger Federer hasn't been broken once in these championships yet so far. Okay, so you're calling an Andy Roger semi-final, bottom half of the draw. Who are you calling top half?
I am going to go this Stanimal to complete his career semi-finals at all 4 slams, and he's going to play the Joker. Rematch of the French Open just a few weeks ago.
Okay, and I'm holding you to those 50 push-ups, by the way.
I'm really going out on a limb. I'm just going chalk. I'm going that 1, 2, 3, 4 seeds. That's a really rough prediction.
It's hard to go against it, though. I do get you. So if Roger Federer doesn't win tomorrow, Brad's going to do 50 push-ups for us. Also, I love the nicknames, Brad.
Yeah,
love
pleasure.
it. Brad Gilbert, thank you so much.
Well, always good to get his thoughts and views. He is very, very entertaining. He has strong opinions, Matt. So what was the most interesting thing that you think he picked up on there in those men's quarterfinals coming up tomorrow?
0-12, Cilic and Djokovic, and there's not really a big chance there. I think that Cilic was very close last year, but I mean, he's a numbers guy, Brad Gilbert. It's strange that he's a numbers guy, but when he was playing himself, he was really not about the numbers, because he would wear people down and grind people down and winning ugly. And I guess in his book, Winning Ugly, I guess there is a lot of numbers, but it's hard to say when you're a sort of a finesse player like he was, even though he didn't hit drop shots and angles. So it's like he said, it's hard to not pick the four that he's picking. I think it's interesting that he said that Stan and Wawrinka and Richard Gasquet is the most open match of them. I think that's interesting that he thinks Richard Gasquet has that big of a chance, I'm not sure. I mean, he's very often right, Mr. Brad Gilbert. I would love to see him try out and do 50 push-ups. Yes. I'm sure he'll do it, but I'd like to see him in a little bit of pain, because he put a lot of players through a lot of pain when he was a player. I know he beat Boris Becker at the US Open once, and I think he played close matches with John McEnroe, and they were tearing their hair out because of the way he played. But not much. He's just a you know, he kind of thinks tennis the way most of us do, and doesn't believe in big turnarounds in the head-to-head meetings. So I'm going to go with his 4 predictions, I think.
Yeah, he thinks the wind is going to be quite a factor tomorrow, because wind is supposed to, I mean, it was pretty windy today, wasn't it? But it's supposed to be picking up tomorrow. But he said it's a great leveller. But then I guess Andy Murray is one of the great wind players, isn't he?
I think it depends on, I agree that it's a great leveler, but it depends on who it is. And Andy Murray with wind is great. Novak Djokovic, I think, would be great. The guys that have good hands, a lot of options, and move well definitely do better when it's than the taller guy. No one really likes the wind, but it can be the great leveler, but it also can make the better player, because they're able to do more things, they can use the wind to their advantage. And I think that what he means by that is that Marin Cilic is able to hit through the wind. Djokovic is going to struggle a little bit, and therefore it's going to be closer. But I have a tendency to think the other way around. I think that the better players, they use the wind to their advantage, and the bigger and not as good a player like a Marin Cilic, I think will be harder for him. But again, it's all up to the serve of Marin Cilic. That I 100% agree.
Yeah, and I guess Roger Federer loves playing in the wind as well, doesn't he? With the sort of options that he has available to him, he's one of the best wind players out there, would you say?
He is. It's just tough on grass, because there's a lot of variation in the bounce on grass. Sometimes it's a little lower than you expected, sometimes it's a little higher than you expected, and when you have the wind added to a slightly imperfection in the bounce, and on clay it's tough too, because there's a slight imperfection in the bounce, and that's just natural. On hard courts it's much easier. So on grass, it's very difficult to play on grass in the wind.
Okay,
it's starting now, actually.
It's starting now, just right on cue. And my hair is always a great barrier or barometer of how windy it is here at Wimbledon. Well, let's just give you a very quick score update, because it's all happening out on centre court, as you heard from Rob not so long ago. It's into the 3rd set. Serena Williams is a game up in that final set, and Madison Keys is down 4-3 in the final set against Agnieszka Radwanska as well. But it's time for some social media. Catherine, I know it's been going crazy out there, so what's going on?
It's been going crazy. Well, obviously lots of attention on the 2 women's quarterfinals on court at the moment, and lots of people commenting that it's just great to see these being such close matches. Obviously, again, emphasising the depth in the women's game at the moment. It's really great, especially as there's 4 new quarterfinalists at Wimbledon this year. Great to see them performing so well on that big stage. So lots of comments about that. But seeing as we had Jamie Murray and John Peers coming up to our studio, I thought I'd share with you a bit of what's been going on with social media surrounding them and their route through to the semi-final here for the first time, which is really great to see. And Judy Murray, mother, of course, of Jamie and Andy, has been tweeting. She says, look who's in the semi-final of Wimbledon, at Jamie Murray and John Peers. So she was out there watching. And it actually reminded me of a really funny Twitter exchange that Judy, Jamie and Andy Murray had a couple of weeks ago at Queen's, because Andy Murray met Chelsea football manager Jose Mourinho at Queen's for the first time, and he was delighted. And Judy tweeted the special one with my special one. Here we go. I can show you a little picture of that on here. the special one with my special one, and it's a lovely picture of the two of them together. And the response was, I think it'll pop up in a minute. It's worth waiting for, trust me. And Jamie responded to that, "Thank you, Mum." To which Andy responded, "We all know you're the number one son. Best presents at Christmas, bigger bedroom, blame everything on me, etc." And then Judy Murray responded, "You got the hamster and the goldfish though, and the close encounter with the snake." And then Jamie responded with, "Times have changed. Now your bedroom is bigger than my apartment and I'm no longer the favourite son." Sad face. I mean, what an amazing dynamic that family must have. I mean, Judy Murray being, of course, she's the mother of 2 Grand Slam champions. Jamie Murray, of course, mixed doubles champion here with Jelena Jankovic back a few years ago. So really interesting family dynamic they must have. Must be very difficult, especially with Andy Murray being the younger brother. I wonder if there were difficulties earlier on in their career.
I think there were. I think there's been some open chat about that in the past. I think they used to get quite sort of, I don't know, hot under the collar about certain things. But actually, in fact, in many ways, I remember Jamie winning Wimbledon in the mixed doubles before his brother Andy did. And that was quite an interesting moment.
Yeah, no, definitely won the Grand Slam before.
He did. It's a very, I mean, I think it seems that they've managed it extremely well, that dynamic. As I say, I'm sure, well, as you say, I'm sure it took some working through at the beginning. There's Andy Murray with Jose Mourinho. Jose looks slightly less happy about that meeting than Andy Murray does. But I think that's sort of his perpetual facial expression, isn't it? I don't think Andy was taking that too personally. Bizarrely, that's probably the biggest smile that Andy's ever pulled in a photograph, and he's with somebody slightly less enthused than him.
Yeah, actually, Jose was very, very warm and complimentary about Andy at Queen's, wasn't he? Saying how much he admired what all the players in singles put out there, because he was saying how in the team sport, in his sport, in football, so many players like to hide when things are not going well, and he was saying how there's nowhere to hide in singles matches, and he was very admiring of what Andy was doing.
He was. He compared it to sort of a constant penalty shootout. He said he had constant admiration for the pressure that these players are playing under every single point. He said, you're right, he was very open and honest. He said there's so much to hide behind in football, and in tennis there's absolutely nothing to hide behind. And he was keen to draw attention to how much there is for football, for each sport to learn from other sports. And he particularly thinks tennis has a lot to teach other sports, because it's that combination of the physical and the mental and the skill side of it, isn't it? It's sort of the optimum. It requires the optimum of all of those things. So it really is the ultimate physical test. A few other things to bring you up to date with on social media. Andy Murray has been talking about his brother Jamie's success, and actually in his column on the BBC Sport website today, he was talking about why he didn't get out there after his match against Ivo Kolovic to go and watch Jamie and John in the doubles, and he said it's because he thinks he's a jinx on his brother Jamie. He says, "I feel like when I watch Jamie, he loses." So he actually refrains from going out to watch him. I wonder if that would be the case if Jamie were to get to the doubles final, because that of course would be played on Saturday. Yes. Andy could potentially, we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but Andy could be potentially playing in the singles final on Sunday. It'd be very interesting to see if Andy would be out there watching his brother in
what was
action.
even more interesting was when we put the question to Jamie when he came here, he had no knowledge of it. Breaking news though, Catherine, because Agnieszka Radwanska has just beaten Madison Keys to make it through to the semi-finals for the second time. Well, actually, I think it might even be the second time in her career. And a terrific match it was too. She won the first set 7-6, dropped the second 6-3, and her experience has taken her through in that final set by 6-3. So it's been a very difficult year for Agnieszka Radwanska, but she's certainly found her form in the last couple of weeks, and that is a terrific result, Matt.
Yeah, that's going to be a very emotional win, I think, for Agnieszka Radwanska. We don't often see her being very emotional. She's pretty calm on the court, but when things are going really the wrong way, suddenly she takes advantage of a pretty good draw at Wimbledon and is in the semi-finals with a good chance against Garbine Muguruza to get to another Wimbledon final. So what a great way to capitalize on a good draw. I mean, the experience, again, speaks for itself when it comes to Aga Radwanska.
Yeah, so her fourth win against the young 20-year-old who was the youngest of the quarter-finalists, Madison Keys, but still been a great experience for her, of course, as well. She's been a semi-finalist at the Australian Open earlier this year, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of Madison Keys. But it's Agnieszka Radwanska who's going to wave to the crowd, sign a few autographs, and she's got to be pretty happy with her day today, making it through to the semi-finals once again. Remember, she was a finalist in 2012. fact, maybe she was in the semi-finals one other time, because I remember that match she lost to Sabine Lisicki, was it, in 2011, where everyone felt that was perhaps the year which she could have won Wimbledon, when in fact she ended up losing and Bartoli went on to win it. But maybe that was one opportunity for her ultimate Grand Slam title that slipped away from her match. Remember that one?
Yeah, definitely. Marianne Bartoli beat was it Flipkins in the other semi-final.
Yes, that's
yeah,
right.
so there was a good chance for her there. But again, I mean, she's. It's more for me. It's more important that she's back, because she belongs in the top of the game, and she's fun to watch against the best players in the world and against the younger players, because she is able to make them worse and make Madison Keys think a little bit more today than she had to, and eventually she started missing and making a few unforced errors, a few too many, and it's great to see that finesse and cleverness and experience still pays off in the women's game.
Still has its place in the women's game. Right, Catherine, we interrupted you. I'm sure there's lots more to talk about.
Well, a bit of breaking news, actually, quite sad breaking news, in fact, from Milos Raonic. He's tweeted that he's heartbroken that he won't be fit to fight alongside the Canadian Davis Cup team against Belgium. He says he'll work hard to come back healthy. He, of course, had a problem with his foot, I believe a trapped nerve in his foot, which he had surgery on shortly before the French Open, ended up having to miss the French Open. Apparently came into the grass court season, he said, feeling fit and healthy. Lost, of course, in the third round to Nick Kyrgios, and at the time we didn't think injury had played any part in that. We thought it was just, you know, Nick Kyrgios won fair and square, but he has since been for a scan on his foot, and he does seem really devastated by that, because he talked about earlier in the year the Davis Cup this year for Canada being a real target for him for the year, especially with Vasek Pospisil doing so well. You'd have to say that they've got a strong team, especially with, you know, Daniel Nestor in the doubles as well. They would be a formidable, they'd be in with a good chance of winning the Davis Cup, and he's clearly really disappointed. He's a very, very hard-working player, Milos Raonic, and he's incredibly ambitious. So I think this will really be tough for him to take, especially as it seems like an injury that sort of keeps coming back and plaguing, which is kind of the worst injury. So tough for him, and it's a disappointment, because a lot of people were tipping him to reach the semi-finals here again, and well, we wish him the best, and we hope he'll be back soon.
Yeah, because he told me in Queens that his foot, even though the surgeons had done the job and it had worked, that actually there was still scar tissue there, so he was feeling pain from the scar tissue, not necessarily the nerve problem, but it's a hard thing to play through the pain. So I don't know quite where it's at now, but it's a bit of a nightmare.
Well, obviously not ideal, but fingers crossed that those surgeons can get working on him again, and he can be back, because I think tennis needs him.
Yes.
Absolutely. A couple of more things on a slightly lighter note. Coco van der Wey might not have beaten Sharapova today, but she is winning something. Well, just at the moment she is anyway, because the BBC, if you'll remember last year, they were doing the Keepy Uppy Challenge in honour of the World Cup. Well, this year they're doing a similar thing, but with a cricket bat in honour of course, the Ashes series starting tomorrow. If any of you don't know what cricket is, it's a very big thing in England, and lots of the rest of the world have no interest in it whatsoever. But here is Coco van der Wey being absolutely brilliant at keepy uppies with a cricket bat. Look at her go. She scored 26, which is the highest score for any of the women, beating Agnieszka Radwanska and beating Sabine Lisicki and Jelena Jankovic. But look at Michelle Gasquet there, leading the way for the men.
Wow.
So that's what she's been up to.
Yeah.
So obviously a multi-talented lady.
But she loves every sport, doesn't she? When she came here to the studio, she said she loves cricket, football, rugby, anything that's going, and she likes to be competitive. So it doesn't surprise me that she's just done that.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's great seeing them do something a bit different. And speaking of which, see, I've got my prop set up. Here is Andy Murray doing a bit of old school keepy uppies. This was on the practice court earlier. Look, he's quite good, isn't he?
Oh, he's very good at that, yes.
In fact, the whole team's quite good at that.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, she used her stomach.
That baby's going to be born with serious hand-eye coordination, isn't it?
It's going to have the sound of hit tennis balls all the way through its life.
Multi-talented tennis players everywhere. But I mean, that's the thing. Tennis, as we were saying before, tennis requires sort of the optimum of every kind of skill, doesn't it? Or most tennis players could probably have been professionals in another sport, couldn't they? How many tennis players have there been that have had to make a choice at some point in their sort of teenage years about which sport to go for? So many of them. I know Rafa could have been a footballer. Goran Ivanisevic had the choice about whether to be a footballer. There's countless examples of that. So of course they're multi-talented.
Yeah, fantastic. Is that it? You're done?
I mean, I mean, social media
No, you're
is
never done. Social media, you
is
go
never
on
done. If you want more,
for weeks, and there's so much stuff.
if I can update you on what's going on the social hill, if you like, which is the question at the moment is, will Vika Azarenka win another Grand Slam title? Hashtag yes or hashtag no. The hill seems to say 100% no. So if you're on the hill and you're a Victoria Azarenka fan, I suggest you get tweeting to rectify that result, because I'd say that's probably a bit unfair just at the moment, as the world is saying 78% yes. So tweet at Wimbledon with hashtag the hill, hashtag the world, and hashtag yes or hashtag no. So particularly if you're on the hill and you want to come out in support of Victoria Azarenka, I suggest you do so, because she needs you.
Yes, thank you very much for all of that. Always fantastic. Thank you. OK, well, we're going to head straight over to centre court, where Rob is standing by with the former British #1 Anne Keothavong to give us an update on Serena Williams' match with Victoria Azarenka.
Thanks very much, Annabelle. Well, we've witnessed the true desire of a champion from Serena Williams. She has fought her way back into the match. Azarenka was totally dominant in the first set, winning 6-3. Serena took the second 6-2, and get this, 7 successive games from Serena Williams. From 2-2 in the second set, she raced 3-love up in the third, 3 consecutive breaks of serve. Azarenka just held on to her last service game for 3-1. Serena's then taken hers very quickly, 4-1. So there is a little glimpse of light for Victoria Azarenka in that she has just held serve for the first time in a long time. But, Anne, Serena's turned the screw.
Yeah, well, even in that game she had to really save a break point there. Serena very much on track here to go through to the semi-finals. She's looking pretty confident out there. She's walking around the court with purpose, and she looks like she's going to be tough to stop right now.
How much of this is a mental issue for Victoria Azarenka? Because we saw that first serves in statistic plummet from the first set, something like 83 down to the mid-40s. It's now rectified itself a little bit. But there's a pattern here of her playing well early on against Serena, getting herself in a match-winning position, but not having the composure to pull it through. Is that mental, or is it down to Serena's battling qualities?
I think it's both, actually. I mean, it is a mental thing. Whenever she's up against Serena, she has a game that really troubles Serena Williams. This is the third time they've played this year, and the third time it's gone all the way to a third set. But you know, a couple of months ago, back in Madrid, Azarenka had match points against Serena, threw in some double faults and completely blew it. At the French Open, she was a set and a break up, wasn't able to close the match out. And here again, she won the first set, served great in that first set, but then first serve percentage dipped ever so slightly in that second set, and it cost her. And you can't afford to make those types of mistakes against the world #1. Your level has got to be so high right from the word go throughout the course of the match if you really stand any chance of taking her out, because we've seen time and time again Serena Williams fighting back in 3-set matches. She's such a great competitor. She finds a way, even if she's not playing her best, she manages to turn matches around. I mean, she did it last week against Heather Watson. I mean, she was in better form against Venus Williams, but that's always a tough match between the two sisters to play. And again, she's showing us exactly why she is the best in the world.
And some of the exchanges between the two players have been amazing. They have been rattling the opposing players' baseline. It's been scintillating to watch. So Azarenka hasn't completely capitulated. But as we speak, it is 4-1 to Serena Williams in that third set. So Azarenka has to hold here. She has got a couple of game points, but that will mean Serena's coming back, serving 4-2 up. It is looking as though at this stage, as if the world #1 is still on course for the non-calendar year slam. She has turned the screw on Victoria Azarenka, and Azarenka's got to produce something very, very special to turn this around. It's been another brilliant, brilliant match here on centre court, but Serena is edging closer to a semi-final with Maria Sharapova.
Thanks very much, Rob and Anne. Yes, it sounds like a terrific contest, that one, but I have to say at the moment it looks as if Serena Williams might just scrape through. She's leading currently 4-2 in that final set. Now we're going to head out to Adam and see who he's caught up with.
Well, delighted to say I'm joined by BBC commentator, former player Dan Lobb, to preview the men's quarterfinals for tomorrow. We'll start at the top of the door. Novak Djokovic won that 5th set against Kevin Anderson. He's taking on Marin Cilic. Marin Cilic's not got the best record against Novak Djokovic, has he?
No, you could say that, Adam. Yeah, it's 0-12 for Cilic against Djokovic. Had a good game with him last year, took him to 5 sets. I think he was 2-1 up. Djokovic came through, and yeah, I expect exactly the same kind of result. Probably a little bit easier, actually, for Novak this time round. I haven't been overly impressed with Cilic, but hugely impressed with Djokovic. Anderson's been in good form. Loves this surface, and I think he was good for that 2 sets to love lead against Novak, but yeah, I think Novak's just playing his way into the tournament, so yeah, I fully expect the #1 seed to come through against Cilic.
Despite that positive record for Djokovic against Cilic, could something that helps Cilic, the fact that Djokovic may have to play 3 days in a row, fatigue at all an issue?
I don't think so. We've spoken a lot, certainly in recent years, about Novak's fitness. He's supremely fit, and I can't remember the last time that he really struggled on court physically, so I don't think that's going to play a part. If anything, actually, Cilic, when I commentated in his 4th round match against Dennis Kudla, looked a little bit jaded, so it may work the other way. Cilic may not be up for the fight.
Next one down, Wawrinka against Gasquet, France versus Switzerland, and 2 supreme one-handed backhands.
This could be, for me, the match of the quarters. Yeah, I'm just a single-handed player myself. I wasn't anywhere near as good as any of the players playing here at Wimbledon, but I'm a bit of a purist when it comes to that and this sport. So I love seeing single-handers do well and go deep in the tournament. And these two have got 2 of the best single-handers in the game. But Gasquet has just been playing brilliant tennis. And that's all court tennis as well. When he makes that transition, comes up to the net, he's got very solid, very impressive volleys, and he could cause Wawrinka some problems. And Stan's another one of those players. Maybe you say the same for Djokovic. He's just playing his way into the tournament, and a lot of them think this is where it really starts in the second week. On Wednesday quarterfinals, this is when it gets down to the nitty-gritty. But yeah, that could for me be the match of the quarterfinals. I wouldn't know. I couldn't pick a winner there, to be honest.
And the ominous thing perhaps for Wawrinka is the fact that Gasquet's shown a lot of bottle. He showed it against Kyrgios, that people have accused him in the past. We saw it when he played Andy Murray in that famous match on centre court, that he just doesn't quite get it done when the pressure's on. But he has done this week, hasn't he?
So far, yeah. He stepped up to the plate, didn't he, against Kyrgios, to sort of avenge that defeat last year. Was it 9 match points he lost out to the Aussie? So yeah, he's showing some grit and determination, and Gasquet is one of those players who you might say has underachieved in his career, but there was a huge amount of pressure. He was such a brilliant junior. I mean, yeah, maybe he just hasn't handled it particularly well, but yeah, he's not even 30 yet, so he's still got some years to play. And as we've seen this year, a lot of the guys are starting to find their feet and the top form 28, 29, 30. So yeah, I think Gasquet's still got a lot to prove to himself and others, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does it this week.
Vasek Pospisil, Andy Murray. Pospisil's already knocked out James Ward, so he's got 1 Brit to his name already. Is he going to make it too?
No.
Simple answer.
One word answer. Pospisil's another one that might be struggling physically, and the weather could play a part in that. If it's hot, I haven't seen the forecast for tomorrow, but he does struggle in really hot, humid conditions.
He played 10 sets yesterday, because he played singles and then his doubles match straight afterwards.
Yeah, but you know what? I think the fitness might be the least of his problems against Andy Murray. Andy's looking great. Tricky match against Karlovic, as it always is for anybody. And, Andy's just looking so relaxed, so confident. He's been there, done that, got the T-shirt, Wimbledon champion a couple of years ago. So, that should be Andy, in straight sets even for me.
Gilles Simon, Roger Federer, a bit like Vasek Pospisil. Gilles Simon's someone who's come on and really surprised everyone, hasn't he? Because he's not been known for his best grass court tennis anywhere near here before.
No, it's a bit surprising that, to an extent, because he's got the kind of game that can adapt to any surface. He's had some good results on clay. But, yeah, perhaps not produced the results you might expect, given the fact that he's been a top 10 player in the past, in years gone by. He hits a very flat backhand, and he's fit. Gilles suffered from injuries over the years, but he's fit and in good form. That's a great win for him over compatriot and good friend Monfils.
And then Berdych as well followed it up.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that was emphatic, wasn't it? Berdych didn't play the best match, obviously, but yeah, that's going to go a long way, I think, confidence-wise. But hey, getting past Federer in a quarter-final at Wimbledon, good luck.
And Federer, a player who's full of confidence. I mean, that performance against Bautista Agut, I know he's a Spaniard who aren't known for the best performances here on grass, but he's a player who's tricky to beat, isn't he?
Well, no, these are as close to hard courts as they've been for some time, I think. We haven't had an awful lot of rain this week. There was some rain today, but that's not going to make a big effect to the courts. It's been hot and dry. The balls are bouncing high. So, those hard quarters, the clay quarters, even those Spanish guys and South Americans, they can be just as tough as on this surface as they are on other surfaces. So, Roger's obviously in good form.
OK, good stuff. Thanks, Dan, for joining us on Live at Wimbledon.
So that's the thoughts of Dan Lobb on the men's quarterfinals, and as you can see, it's turning into a beautiful evening with some sunshine overlooking all the courts here at Wimbledon. It was a very grim, sort of threatening day earlier on today with lots of grey clouds and lots of wind and a little bit of rain, but it's absolutely stunningly beautiful here. It's been a fabulous day, Matt. Lots of tennis to pick out from, but it's plays of the day. So what have you got for us today?
Well, we got pretty much a point from each of the 4 quarterfinals, except we only have 3 points, of course. So one's missing, it was an interesting day on the women's side. Of course, Serena Williams and Victoria Azarenka are still out there.
Yeah.
But the other 3 matches, I thought they were good. They were close, and they were fun to watch. And there was contrast of styles in all 3 of them. So let's see if we have some interesting points coming out of it as well.
Okay, let's take a look.
No, well, you can, but you're going to guess wrong, because when I see your reaction, you thought it was 3, and yes, 3 was great.
Yeah.
But I like Coco Vandeweghe because I think she's a breath of fresh air. We've had her up here, I think, twice, and she's been so nice, happy to play tennis, and it's. I mean, I'm so glad that she's
You're
finally.
a new fan.
Yeah, well, I mean. She plays a crazy brand of tennis, but it's really fun to watch when she plays well. And I think she's played really well in this tournament. I like the way she has big swings, big loopy swings. And then this, I never knew about Coco Vandeweghe. She's a really good athlete and she moves well. And then the reaction, she really embraced the atmosphere on the center court. She's never been out there. And she goes up against Maria Sharapova and she plays 3 sets against Sharapova. I think that's something that needs to be part of that little highlight package.
Yeah, it seems as if she's in that category of somebody who bursts onto the scene with a lot of power, big serve, big weapons, quite a lot of rawness, but actually suddenly it's sort of all coming together at the right time.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it really has something to do with hooking up with Craig Cardone as a coach right now. He's worked with Martina Navratilova, and he would have learned a lot from that. And to actually be working with Craig Cardone, I think is great. Now, you just hope that some of these younger players, once they have success, that they hold on to their coaches and give these coaches a chance and not split after a year or 2 years. We know the big split of today was Grigor Dimitrov and Roger Rashid.
Yeah,
and maybe it's time, but maybe not. So you gotta give these coaches a little bit of time because they're not there for the short term. They're there for the long term, and they're trying to build and help build a player to be their best at some point in their career. This is not a rush job. It can't happen overnight. So hopefully Coco Vandeweghe holds on to Craig Cardone, I think, for a little bit and give Craig a chance. And he's already done such a great job.
Yes, absolutely. Her first Grand Slam quarter-final here at Wimbledon, so we wish her well for the future, and of course we'll probably be looking forward to her at the US Open, I'm sure. Okay, let's go out and about and catch up with Adam.
Well, a mixture of blue skies and clouds above the All England Club. The sun is just starting to poke through those clouds and it's turning into a lovely evening as we get towards 7 o'clock on Day 8 of the championships here at the All England Club. We're enjoying some brilliant matches on the outside courts and also on the show courts as well. We're above court number 2 at the moment, where there's a men's doubles match going on at the moment between the 3-time Wimbledon champions, the irrepressible Bryan brothers, down there playing against the partnership of Rohan Bopanna, who's from India, and Florin Mergia from Romania. This was a to-be-announced match, so it wasn't given a court at the start of the day, and they go on whichever court comes available later on in the day. So the spectators here on court number 2 have lucked out a little bit, seeing the 16-time Grand Slam champions down here on court number 2, and they've been treated to a really entertaining match so far. 7-5, Bob Bryan and Mike Bryan took the first set, the top seeds here, but they're having to battle pretty hard here in the second set. Their opponents have got the break. They lead 4-3, and they've got 3 points here at 40 love to go up 5-3. There'll be a game away from the second set. Bopanna and Mergia have had a good championship so far, some very, very close matches, but they've only dropped 1 set en route to the quarterfinals. As for the Bryans, they haven't dropped a single set so far, other than in their 3rd round match against Steve Johnson and Sam Querrey, their fellow Americans. They came through that one 6-1, 5-7, 7-6, 6-3. The Bryans, as we said, 3 times champions here, but they haven't won here at Wimbledon since back in 2013. They lost in the final last year to Jack Sock and Vajek Pospisil, and they haven't won any Grand Slam titles so far this year. They didn't manage to win a title at the Australian Open or Roland Garros, so they're looking for their first Grand Slam title of 2015, and we're really enjoying this match down here on court number 2.
Thanks very much, Adam. That was absolutely fascinating watching those Bryan brothers in action. And here's some breaking news out on centre court, because Serena Williams has just beaten, I have to say, her very good friend, as you can see by the warm handshake and the hug at the net, her good friend Victoria Azarenka. And you said, Mats, was it 5 out of 7 matches? So this is 6 out of 8 have now gone the full distance, but it's Serena Williams who comes through 6-3 in the final set, watched on by her sister Venus, who of course she beat yesterday as well. So a very, very good women's quarter-final, but once again it's Serena who just has the edge.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell the way she served that game home. She hit 2 aces at love 30 down, serving at 5-3 in the 3rd set, Serena, and it's just amazing how she's able to hit the spots in her serve. She is as true a champion as you can ever be, Serena, and I really have to say I love the hug at the end that Azarenka was willing to give Serena, and vice versa, because obviously they're fierce competitors, and Victoria Azarenka, she just have to keep working hard, because at some point, she's only 25 years old. She had her time when she won the 2 Australian Opens, was #1 in the world, but that was with Serena not being fully fit and able to play. But at some point again, Victoria Azarenka will have her time in the sun. I am 100% convinced, because she's going to work hard, and there's not that many competitors out there that is a better competitor than Victoria Azarenka, apart from Serena Williams and Maria Sharapova. So Azarenka, great job, and hang in there. But how are you going to stop Serena Williams?
I know, well, she said, didn't she, before this match, that her tournament had only just started, and it seems as if it has, because as everyone says, as she gets deeper into a Grand Slam, she gets tougher and tougher. And that certainly seemed to be the case today. And coping with all this expectation, this pressure, we saw Patrick Mouratoglou up in the player box there, a big grin on his face as well. And there's no question that he has brought a sort of sense of calmness to all the madness that is surrounding her and what she's trying to achieve in the history books at the moment.
I mean, definitely, because she's so focused on the job. And even when she's down, she loses the first set, gets to 2-2 in the second set, then she wins 7 games in a row. I mean, that's the same thing she did in the French Open final as well, down 2-0 in the finals against Lucia Safarova. Then she wins 6 games in a row in the finals, in the third set. So it's amazing. So Patrick Mouratoglou is doing a great job, and yes, he definitely has a big part of what's happening to Serena Williams.
He absolutely does. Okay, so Serena Williams is through to the semi-finals, and of course she's going to meet Maria Sharapova, who came through earlier today against Coco van der Wey. So let's get the thoughts of Maria Sharapova in the press conference after that win today.
Getting to the semis, you have to be played well. I'm just thinking ahead. Is there any part of the game, as we move on to the semis, you like to be concentrating more?
Well, I think as the tournament goes on, I've played 5 matches already, and I've faced different challenges, opponents, and circumstances, and it's the first 4 I played quite well and got the job done in 2 sets today. Serving for the second set could have made it easier for myself, but it went into the third, and I still got the job done. So I think I have to be pleased with that, that I'm in the position of being in a semi-final again after these many years.
Coco complained a few times to the chair umpire that she thought you were moving during her service motion. Did you hear her saying that?
I didn't actually, no.
Okay, and did you feel like you were doing anything different than you usually do on your return?
No, I didn't.
Over here?
Well, just on that, she actually said that what you did was unsportsmanlike a few minutes ago. How do you react to that?
I mean, it is what it is, and what she said, I'm not going to argue against her words.
What does knowing the history of Wimbledon and the women who were here before you, whether it be as far back as Althea Gibson or Billie Jean King, Steffi Graf, all of those players, what does that mean to you, and are there players from whom you take specific images and memories?
I look back as a young girl, I didn't watch a lot of television, but the memories that I have of watching tennis were actually at Wimbledon. And I think it was more of just not particular players, but the atmosphere, and they were showing the grounds and the people and the crowd and the players, and it was more, for me, it was a memory of tradition rather than a particular player.
When you've seen your name on that trophy with these greatest names in the history of the sport, what are the feelings that evokes for you?
Well, I haven't seen the name on the trophy in a while, because I haven't held the trophy in many years. I've seen it on the board. I know it's there, but I would love to check it out again to make sure it's still there. That'd be nice. Like, obviously, being a small part of its history is an incredible feeling, and it's something that I'll be able to cherish for the rest of my life, and be able to tell, hopefully, my future children that, oh, Mommy won Wimbledon. I have proof, it's on the trophy. I think it's an incredible achievement, and I think as you go about your career, you don't always realize your accomplishments, because we're so busy and always thinking about the next one and the next event and trying to do something better and keep going, that you never have the time to slow down and really appreciate all your accomplishments, even as a young teenager girl. So I think I'll really be able to hopefully share those memories with my kids when I'm older.
A lady there.
Maya, is there a special feeling coming back to the semi-final here?
Of course, it really is. I had a really tough match last year against Kerber, and I really felt like, although I lost in the 4th round, and everyone always looks at results, I thought my game on grass had really improved in the years before. I really felt more confident, and it was a bit tough, because I felt like just a few points could have changed things around, and then from then on, you never really know how things evolve and never know what chances you might have. So that was a bit disappointing, and but yeah, overall, I'm really happy I was able to take that loss and move up a few steps further this year.
How crucial is that third week of grass gap between the French and Wimbledon for you, especially now that you've done so much better on clay and get so many more matches, and this year with how you were feeling at the French? I mean, how would you be here now without that third week?
I mean, it's like, I don't know. I don't know if, maybe, who knows. I wish I could tell you, but my preparation wasn't exactly the way I had planned it to be, so it's tough for me to say what could have been different.
Were there times when you were still getting better from that illness that you thought Wimbledon just might not be your year this year?
I mean, I did everything I could to be here, so I I mean, even when I go through injuries or not feeling well, you always try to be optimistic and you do everything you can to get your chances higher to be here.
Where you'll play Serena and Vika, so how exciting is that? Is it possible? You've known them both for...
Yeah, definitely no secrets between each other's games. And looks, Vika's up a set and something. But I mean, look, I haven't played Serena here in that 11 years, and that would be an incredible moment for me to step out on center court against her again. You know, Vika, she's back and playing really good tennis. She's been on tour for the last few months, just really at a good level. And although we've already played a couple of times, it will be, I believe, our first meeting on grass.
Maria, do you feel in yourself that you're playing really well? I mean, you're having some struggles in matches, which is absolutely normal. But how do you feel your tennis is?
I think I mean, you look back and you want to be, as much as you want to be a perfectionist, you always have to be a realist as well. And if you look at Grand Slam champions, you look at their draw and their matches and their results, and everyone comes from a few challenges or being down in matches. There's no easy road to victory, and you're going to have your bumps, and that's the way I see it. Today could have been a match in 2 sets. I made it more difficult for myself, but I'm still here. So.
When you've seen Vika go through the injuries that she has, and you know your own experience, what goes through your mind as you've watched her progression from being at her lowest point to where she is today?
Right. I have a lot of admiration for athletes that go through injuries and that come back, because it's one of the toughest things for us, because we're so used to a schedule, and when you're injured, you're just happy to try to be healthy again, and you're doing so much work that's not even in part of your sport. It's just a rehabilitation, trying to find the right treatment, the right doctors, so many question marks. When are you going to get better? So that's always tough, because as an athlete you always have a schedule, and when you're injured you don't really have one, and so your expectations sometimes are never met, as in my case, and you keep waiting for that moment to be healthy, knowing that during the time everyone's playing and working to be better, and you're kind of missing out. So I have a lot of respect for that.
So that was Maria Sharapova, who is through to the semi-finals once again and will face Serena Williams, who she's not beaten since 2004. The year that she beat her here at Wimbledon, she then beat her one more time at the World Tour Championships final, but has not beaten Serena Williams since 2004. Anyhow, tomorrow it's men's quarterfinals, so there's plenty to look forward to. So let's take a look at the draw as it stands, and at the top there, the top seed and defending champion Novak Djokovic, who survived that scare against Kevin Anderson. He will be up against Marin Cilic, who he's never lost to before. Then it'll be Stan Wawrinka up against Richard Gasquet, Pospisil and Murray, and then Simon against Roger Federer, who's yet to be broken in these championships so far. So plenty to look forward to. Which one are you looking forward to particularly, Matt?
I mean, it's so hard to pick one, really. I think Djokovic and Marin Cilic is going to be interesting because of what happened last year. They played a great match, and then what's happened to Marin Cilic since that quarterfinals last year. He's now the US Open champion, back in the quarterfinals, backed up his seed here. So that's going to be great. I think Cilic has a chance. I really do. I think Novak Djokovic is going to learn, and this was a threat for him that he played 5 sets against Kevin Anderson. But Cilic does have the power, the fire to be able to disturb Djokovic from the baseline. The other one, of course, Stan Wawrinka, Richard Gasquet. If you are a traditionalist and you love one-handed backhands, this is going to be a great match to watch, not just for their backhands, but in general, because both of them will be looking at coming in a little bit. We're going to see some sliced backhands. We're going to see some nice angled volleys. I'm sure we'll see some serve and volley. We know we'll see it from Wawrinka because he's done it, and we'll also see some from Richard Gasquet taking advantage of that blocked return of Stan Wawrinka. So I think those two matches most probably stand out more than the other two quarterfinals.
Yeah, and it was interesting, wasn't it, when we had Fabrice Santoro here in the studio. He was saying that for Richard Gasquet, since the age of 10, he's been living under so much pressure and expectation, and he's always kind of played more kind of passive tennis to what everyone would like him to do. But here at Wimbledon, these championships, way more aggressive.
Way more aggressive, and I think he's going to keep it up, because there's no pressure against Stan Wawrinka, French Open champion, of course, 2-time Grand Slam champion. So for Richard Gasquet, it's actually not a bad matchup, because he'll do worse against the solid play of Andy Murray, Novak Djokovic, and he has too much respect for Roger Federer. So if he's going to play one of them, I think Wawrinka is a good matchup for Gasquet. And again, I think this one, I could see a potential upset in there. I think Richard Gasquet has a bit of a chance. I think the best chance to upset one of the top four.
And just going back to that Novak Djokovic-Marin Cilic match, of course, Cilic will play almost, I would imagine, tactically exactly the same as what Kevin Anderson did to take him to 5 sets.
Yes, he will be. He doesn't serve quite as well as Kevin Anderson, but I think he's a much better mover, and I think he has more power off of both sides. Sometimes Marin Cilic's forehand goes a little bit in and out, but in general he is more powerful and he's a better mover. So I think Novak Djokovic, he better step it up another notch to be safe.
Yeah. What about Vasek Pospisil? He's taken advantage of the fact that David Ferrer at the beginning of the draw didn't turn up here at Wimbledon. So of course there was a little bit of a gap there with the seeding, and he's the one who's taken full advantage of it. He's never beaten Andy before in the past, but does he have anything on offer that you think might trouble Andy Murray out there?
Well, I mean, obviously he has a big serve. If he serves well, he has to serve well. And from the baseline, good backhand, really good forehand, moves really well, but he's a big guy, and I think Andy Murray, he's going to play a little bit of that cat and mouse game that he likes, and it'll be very difficult for Pospisil to do anything.
Finally, one last quarter-final to talk about. Roger Federer up against Gilles Simon. As I just mentioned, Roger just so smooth, making his way through the draw, yet to be broken. What do you think Gilles Simon can offer up?
Well, he can offer up that he has nothing to lose, everything to win, and he can go for it a little bit more. But I'm seeing Roger Federer in another perfect performance tomorrow. It's going to be impossible, I think, for Gilles Simon to do much about it.
Well, we can't wait. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic day. It's been a great day today. Thank you so much, Mats, for all your thoughts, analysis as usual, and your company as well. Well, that's all we've got time for today. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage here at Live at Wimbledon. It's been great fun. It's a beautiful sunny evening, and we really look forward to your company once again tomorrow. Bye for now.